Chapter 151 Taeun Town. What about the second stage? Chuan Yi asked curiously. The second stage is to leave the body and maintain it. However, to complete this stage, you must complete the second stage. Only when the spiritual power reaches the soul saint stage can you start practicing. Now don't be too ambitious, just complete the first stage first. Chuan Li smiled lightly and touched Chuan Yi's head with his big hand. The tutorial of the spiritual practice method was over. Chuan Yi entered the busy smoking process. The huge meat mountain took Chuan Yi more than a week. In order to carry the huge weight. After Chuan Yi filled the heart of the sun, he took out the giant sack prepared in advance, and the two of them carried a total of more than tens of thousands of pounds of meat and walked out of the forest. The Sunset Forest is located in the center of the empire. From the location point of view, it is surrounded by several provinces. All soul masters living in the empire will come to hunt soul rings. Therefore, no matter which direction you walk out of the forest, there will be a corresponding soul hunting town near the forest. Since Chuan Yi and Chuan Li were heading towards Tiandu City and walked out of the Soul Beast Forest, they came to the largest soul hunting town near the Sunset Forest, Taeun Town. Although it is called a town, its size is not much different from that of a smaller city. Although there is no tall wall surrounding the town, there are people patrolling around and inside the town. These people are not soldiers of the empire, but patrol teams formed spontaneously by members of the town. Although it is not a regular army, there are a considerable number of soul masters in the patrol team, so it is not inferior in terms of combat power. The purpose of these patrol teams is not to guard against humans, but to be vigilant against the invasion of soul beasts. At night, there is a patrol team outside Taeun Town, sitting around the campfire for a short rest. Among them, a burly middle-aged man with a slight beard is the most eye-catching. The man's eyes are full of arrogance, and when he glances at other members, a trace of disdain will pass through his eyes. Besides, the other team members were wearing some protective equipment and weapons, but he was wearing a leather coat. He looked out of place in the environment. At this time, a small team member, holding a wine pot, slightly bent his body, and approached the unruly middle-aged man in small steps, saying flatteringly, "Captain Zhao, your wine is already heated." The middle-aged man seemed to disdain to speak, and directly snatched the wine pot from the small team member, and drank it by himself. Captain Zhao's rude behavior not only did not anger the other team members, but made the team members lower their heads even more. Captain Zhao can have such great prestige in this team only because he is the only soul master in this team. However, although he is called a soul master, he is actually just a low-level soul master whose soul power level is stuck at level 29 and cannot be promoted. Captain Zhao poured a mouthful of hot wine into his mouth, and the refreshing heat dispelled the biting mountain wind at night. Comfortable. Captain Zhao's cold face finally eased. "By the way, Lingzi, what time is it now?" Captain Zhao asked. "Captain, it's less than half an hour before the shift." The little team member just answered Captain Zhao's question directly. Captain Zhao nodded slightly. "It's finally over. The patrol mission looks boring, but it is a stable and free job. And, most importantly, the pay here is quite good. For a soul master like him who has no combat power, the meager subsidy is not enough for his chic life. It just so happens that this kind of patrol work can not only be complemented by ordinary people below, but also get a lot of pay." Just when he was enjoying the leisure time of work, a series of dull vibrations came into his ears. Dong, dong, dong. At first, Captain Zhao thought it was his own illusion, and others said they didn't hear it. But as the sound got closer, the drunkenness dissipated immediately. "Quick, quick, everyone be alert." Captain Zhao's face was flustered, and his voice became sharp because of the urgency. The rapid shouting startled the resting team members. They had never seen the arrogant Captain Zhao look so panicked. The nervous mood instantly spread throughout the team. Everyone picked up their weapons and equipment and consciously stood behind Captain Zhao. "Captain, do you want to signal?" At this time, Lingzi took out a delicate bamboo tube from his arms, holding the tube with one hand and pulling the thin rope at the bottom of the bamboo tube with the other hand. This is the signal device assigned to each patrol team. If you encounter a powerful soul beast, or a large number of soul beasts approaching, pulling the signal device can immediately attract support. Just as Lingzi was waiting for Captain Zhao's instructions in a panic, a powerful voice echoed around them. "Wait! We are not soul beasts." This voice did not belong to the patrol team members. But the strange thing is that the sound echoed around them like a three-dimensional surround. The strange situation almost startled Lingzi to pull the signal device. What a strong soul power! Captain Zhao sighed. At the same time, Captain Zhao's panic gradually eased. Unlike the panicked general team members, Captain Zhao, as a soul master, knew that this was a means of using strong soul power to transmit sound. Therefore, the one who made the sound should be a powerful soul master. Don't panic, put down your weapons, this is a powerful soul master. Captain Zhao turned back to calm everyone down and asked them to put down their weapons. At this moment, two tall black shadows approached the crowd with vibrations. At this moment, under the light of the fire, everyone could really see the true faces of the people coming. These were two tall men carrying a small mountain. One looked older, and the other looked very young. These two were Chuan Yi and Chuan Li, who came out of the sunset forest. How heavy is this? One of the team members looked at the backpacks of the two and opened his mouth in surprise. Captain Zhao was also surprised when he saw this. His expression changed immediately, he slightly bent his body, approached the two cautiously, and said in a flattering tone, "Dear Soul Master, I am the captain of the patrol team of the town Zhaoji, is there anything I can help you with?" At this moment, Captain Zhao's face was free of any arrogance or disdain. "Don't be nervous, we just came out of the sunset forest and want to rest in the town." Chuan Yi didn't expect that he and Chuan Li almost alarmed the whole town. "Then I will lead the way for you two. Seeing that you two carry a lot of supplies, I happen to know an empty warehouse in the town for you to store." Captain Zhao's proposal just solved the needs of the two. Chuan Yi politely replied, "Thank you very much, Captain Zhao. You stay here and continue patrolling, and disband after taking over." After saying that, Captain Zhao left his team members and work behind and led Chuan Yi and Chuan Li into the town. Chapter 152 Checking into the warehouse. There are many independent warehouses on the outskirts of Taeun town. They are specially prepared for guests who come with large goods and convoys. Captain Zhao led the two here to let them store their heavy luggage. In warehouse number 3. "My lords, there is enough space here to store your luggage. After putting it away, I can continue to lead you to the hotel inside." Captain Zhao served the two attentively, and Chuan Yi felt deeply about it. But he did not comment much. "No, thank you Captain Zhao. I see there is a lounge for people to rest inside, and we plan to stay here directly. I won't bother you later." Chuan Yi found that the internal space of the warehouse was huge, and there was a spacious activity space in front of the warehouse, which was just right for him to move around and exercise here. He came here to practice, and staying in a hotel would limit his exercise. "That's good. Please do as you please, my lords. I will not disturb you any more." Captain Zhao hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked towards the door. "Wait a minute." Chuan Yi suddenly stopped Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao immediately turned around and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you? You forgot to charge the fee. How much does it cost to rent here for a year?" Chuan Yi asked speechlessly. Captain Zhao smiled awkwardly, then said nervously, "Oh, look at my memory. It costs 10 gold soul coins every month, which is 120 gold soul coins a year." Chuan Yi turned around and took out a bag of gold soul coins from the Liang gauntlet and handed it to Captain Zhao. "There are 200 gold soul coins in it. I will reserve it for 1 year first. The rest is for you. You can keep it for yourself." Captain Zhao took the money bag immediately after hearing Chuan Yi's words, but a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Then, he turned around and walked away quickly. "Xiao Yi, you did a good job just now. For such people, just use money to send them away. Remember not to communicate too much." Chuan Li saw him leave, and then he praised Chuan Yi's actions. Chuan Yi and Chuan Li observed Captain Zhao's various behaviors from a distance. For Captain Zhao, who is a bit flattering and bullying, and who leaves his post without permission, there is no need to waste energy to deal with him. In this sense, Chuan Yi's way of handling things is very much in line with Chuan Li's wishes. Chuan Li nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Chuan Yi, "Okay, it seems that I can leave with peace of mind. Remember the monthly letters, and if you encounter a strong enemy, you must turn around and flee immediately." Chuan Li didn't plan to stay here. With his speed, he could go home in an hour or two. Although he was reluctant, Chuan Yi didn't try to stop him. "Don't worry, I'll remember it." Chuan Li acted decisively, and after putting down his luggage, he disappeared from Chuan Yi's sight. Chuan Yi, who was now alone, put the smoked meat into a dry storage room. Chuan Yi began to look at his future residence. The warehouse had a large space inside, and there were some wooden beds. There was even a washing space. This was a space prepared for the servants and subordinates accompanying the convoy. That night, after a simple wash, Chuan Yi rested for a night. The next morning, Chuan Yi started his own training in the spacious field outside the warehouse. This journey to obtain the fourth soul ring was extremely rewarding. 20,000-year soul rings and 20,000-year soul bones brought great changes to Chuan Yi. However, Chuan Yi could not immerse himself in the joy of the harvest. He had to adapt to his physical changes as soon as possible. Chuan Yi took out the weight-bearing equipment he carried with him. The original 2,000 kilograms of weight, now even can't be worn. Moreover, this weight is not enough for Chuan Yi now. I wonder if there is a blacksmith here who can make iron armor, otherwise, the training efficiency is too low. The physical strength is too high, which makes Chuan Yi fall into a happy trouble. In the morning, Chuan Yi ran at full speed for an hour. He ran at the speed of Soul Saint level on the spacious ground in front of the warehouse. The wind caused by running blew the leaves off one after another. Even the sturdy wooden warehouse was shaking in the strong wind. Chuan Yi had no choice but to stop the early morning exercise. The momentum is too big, and the weight that matches my load must be prepared as soon as possible. With stronger strength, the requirements for training venues are getting higher and higher. This is also the reason why many strong people choose to stay away from the crowd and hide in the wild. After finishing the morning exercise, Chuan Yi ate smoked 20,000-year soul beast meat for breakfast. When he was 70% full, Chuan Yi immediately used his soul power to quickly digest and absorb it, and the cycle repeated. Dozens of kilograms of soul beast meat were eaten up by Chuan Yi. This is still the case when Chuan Yi's body consumes less. If Chuan Yi eats after completing the extreme training, he can definitely eat several times more. After breakfast, Chuan Yi came to the warehouse. He started another exercise. Spiritual training method. That is, the exercise of turning hardness into softness. Chuan Yi stretched out his palm and gathered soul power in the palm. A dark red hard film evenly covered the palm. Ping! A hard metal sound rang out with a flick of the finger. At the 49th level, Chuan Yi's hardness, in terms of cohesion, soul power contained in the unit, etc., far exceeded that before the breakthrough. In terms of hardness, it far surpassed refined iron and was about to reach the hardness of iron essence. Originally, the biggest consumption of mental power was from the beginning to the moment of completion of cohesion. After completion, the consumption of mental power would drop significantly. The stability of the soul power structure. That is the secret of hardness. Now, what Chuan Yi has to do is to abandon stability and return the soul power to an active state. Chuan Yi's mental power gradually relaxed from the state of exertion. The smooth film began to vibrate violently. The solid structure, at the moment of release, the stable soul power immediately flew away from the palm. The whole process was extremely fast. When Chuan Yi quickly stopped losing strength, most of the soul power quickly dissipated. The other half of the soul power that was barely left successfully turned into a liquid state. Chuan Yi's mind is now highly concentrated, and all consciousness bodies are integrated into one, which is barely able to achieve this level. The current problem is that Chuan Yi cannot completely retain all the soul power during the conversion, and the other is that the remaining half is not enough to maintain the required half time. 1 hour later. Maintaining the tense state for a long time consumes too much mental power. It can't even wait for the soul power to dissipate by itself, and it dissipates by itself due to lack of mental power. Chuan Yi pressed his forehead painfully and let out a slight wail. The state of mental power exhaustion caused Chuan Yi to have a severe headache. This is Chuan Yi's current limit state. Chuan Yi took out the wine gourd containing green bamboo brew from the heart of the sundae. He took a sip. The hot liquid still made Chuan Yi unable to adapt to the feeling of entering his body, but a cool breath flowed into his mind. It relieved Chuan Yi's severe headache. Although Chuan Yi's body had a certain resistance to the green bamboo wine, which made it impossible to quickly increase his mental power. However, it had a miraculous effect on the recovery of mental power. The consumption and recovery of mental power were alternating at an astonishing speed under the effect of the green bamboo wine. At the same time, Chuan Yi's mental power also made great progress in this process. Chapter 153 Huo Wu's Adventure. When Chuan Yi officially began to practice mental power. In the Xingde Great Forest, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxi were looking for Huo Wu's third soul ring. The fourth semester ended, plus 2 months of vacation. Huo Wu officially broke through level 30. 11 years old, Soul Master. An absolute child of destiny. However, Huo Wu's current achievements, in addition to his unique talent, are also inseparable from his own hard work. Combat training, physical training, soul training. Of the 24 hours a day, nearly 18 hours are devoted to training. There is only 1 day of sleep a week. This lifestyle is completely like a training machine. However, the combination of talent and hard work has made Huo Wu achieve great success in training. Huo Wuxi and Huo Wu shuttled through the dense woods. They had been searching in the Xingde Great Forest for 2 weeks. During this period, although they encountered several fire attribute soul beasts that met the age limit, they did not meet Huo Wu's requirements. Huo Wu's development direction is control. Especially for the first 3 soul skills, you must try your best to obtain soul skills with brave and forced control effects. In order to meet this condition, you must be careful when choosing soul rings. Xiao Wu, it's getting dark, let's stop here today. Huo Wuxi looked at the gradually darkening sky and suggested returning to a safe place to rest. Huo Wu was sweating profusely because of the long concentrated search. Dad, can you look for another half an hour? I can still hold on. Although she was a little tired, Huo Wu still cheered up and wanted to get the desired soul ring as soon as possible. Xiao Wu, I know you are anxious, but you can't be impatient. Tofu. Combining work and rest is also an important part of cultivation. Huo Wuxi looked at Huo Wu, who was becoming increasingly impatient, and sighed helplessly in his heart. It stands to reason that with Huo Wu's current level, she is already ahead of almost all the spirit masters of the same generation, and there is no need to be impatient. However, since Chuan Yi went to Tiandu City to obtain the 4th spirit ring, Huo Wu has developed a deep sense of anxiety. The reason for the anxiety comes from the gradually widening gap with Chuan Yi. Huo Wuxi, who knows this, is grateful to Chuan Yi, but also complains. It is a complex emotion. Huo Wu was a little unwilling, but what Huo Wuxi said was indeed very reasonable. I know, let's rest today. Huo Wuxi and Huo Wu stopped and prepared to return to the outer circle of the forest to set up camp and rest. On the way back, Huo Wu's eyes were still scanning around, looking for the corners she had missed before. Just when Huo Wu was about to give up, she caught a glimpse of unnatural fluorescent color. She immediately stopped, pointed to the side, and whispered, Dad, there seems to be something going on over there. Huo Wuxi turned his head to look in the direction of Huo Wu's finger, and saw 2 figures emitting crystal white light. His eyesight was stronger, and when he saw the specific shape of the 2 figures, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The 2 figures were covered with silver white hair, long ears, and crystal eyes. They looked like rabbits from the back. But the sharp fangs in the big mouth and the 4 wide paws were hideous and terrifying. Like a rabbit but not a rabbit. The strange appearance surprised him. He quickly raised his finger, put it on his lips, and whispered, "Shh, Xiao Wu, your soul ring has been found." Huo Wu was excited and almost jumped up in surprise, but she held it back. Dad, what kind of soul beast is it, and how old is it? Huo Wu approached Huo Wuxi lightly and asked in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 soul beasts are the legendary ring spirit beasts. The special thing about this soul beast is that it only brings the same soul skill to the soul master, the ring of resistance. The super large range of the ring of resistance can bounce away all enemies within the range, and as long as the soul power difference with the opponent is not greater than 10 levels, it can also dispel all defense and attack skills at the same time. Huo Wuxi was in high spirits, because this soul skill is a perfect control soul skill, and it is also a perfect defense soul skill. It is a perfect third soul skill for Huo Wu, who is relatively weak and lacks defense. Then, how old are these 2 soul beasts? Although Huo Wu was also very surprised, she was more concerned about the age of the soul beasts. Haha, don't worry, one of these 2 soul beasts is more than 2,500 years old, and the other is more than 1,600 years old. The latter fully meets the absorption conditions of the 3rd soul ring. I'll go and catch it now. After Huo Wuxi finished speaking, he was about to set off to catch the soul beast. Wait, Dad! Huo Wu suddenly stopped Huo Wuxi. Huo Wuxi asked in confusion, Hey? What's wrong? Don't you like this soul beast? Although it is not a fire attribute soul beast, its resistance soul ring will become a corresponding attribute soul skill according to the soul master's attribute. When a fire attribute soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is called a resistance fire ring. When a water attribute soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is called a resistance water ring. So, don't worry about conflicts with soul rings. No, I'm not worried about conflicts. What I want to say is that I want to absorb the soul beast with a higher age. Huo Wu's eyes flashed with a crazy look, and her sharp eyes shocked Huo Wuxi. Xiao Wu, you, a soul beast that has been around for more than 500 years, your body will not be able to withstand the impact of energy. Huo Wuxi persuaded Huo Wu anxiously. Didn't we test the endurance limit of our bodies before we came? My current physical fitness can be compared with that of a weapon soul master in the early and middle stages of soul master. Although 2,500 years is slightly beyond my limit, the ring spirit beast is a gentle soul beast without attributes. As long as I can hold on to the initial soul power impact, I can definitely absorb it. Huo Wuxi initially thought that Huo Wu was insane because of her inner anxiety. But after hearing Huo Wu's explanation, he felt that it made sense. It seemed like a crazy choice, but it was a very rational thought. Huo Wu even took into account her own physical strength, endurance limit, soul ring attributes, etc. However, for the ring spirit beast, as long as the age is enough, it will be fine, because the skill effects are the same, but there is a certain difference in the strength of the soul skills. Huo Wuxi's face became extremely gloomy, and he said in an angry tone, Xiao Wu, you are kidding your own life. There is obviously a more stable and safer way, why deliberately choose a dangerous path? Huo Wuxi, who usually dotes on Huo Wu, showed an angry expression to Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu's behavior at this moment forced him to scold Huo Wu with a stern attitude. Although Huo Wu was frightened by Huo Wuxi's attitude, her inner persistence made her look directly into Huo Wuxi's eyes. Dad, I know this is dangerous, but if I want to keep up with Xiaoai, I must seize this opportunity. Although the skill gap between the two soul rings is not big, the soul ring that is more than 2,000 years old can definitely bring me more physical attribute blessings and higher soul power level. Chapter 154 The Change of Naruto. Xiaoai. For him, do you even want your life? Huo Wuxi couldn't stop his anger when he heard that Huo Wu did this for Chuan Yi. Huo Wu denied it quickly, no, I'm not doing this for Xiaoai. I'm doing it for myself. I once made a promise with him to become the strongest. But the current situation is that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. In order to become stronger, I must also take a risk. In the past few years, I have been doing physical exercises beyond my limit every day and eating dozens of kilograms of soul beast meat every day. All this is for the precious third soul ring. Super limit soul ring absorption plan. Chuan Yi once revealed this plan to Huo Wu. But when Huo Wu absorbed the second soul ring, he did not recommend Huo Wu to implement this plan. This is because Huo Wu's physical condition at that time was far from meeting the requirements. Now, after 4 years, Huo Wu's physical fitness is incomparable. Absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring will definitely not be a problem. But 2,500 years is an adventure beyond the limit for Huo Wu now. Huo Wu also has ambitions. She wants to work with Chuan Yi. Stand shoulder to shoulder, even surpass Chuan Yi, instead of standing behind Chuan Yi. Therefore, after breaking through to the Great Soul Master, Huo Wu has been preparing for this moment. You. Huo Wuxi was shocked by the fiery flames bursting from Huo Wu's eyes. The strongest. I didn't expect that Huo Wu's heart actually contained such a huge ambition. You can't lie to others with your eyes. The raging ambition was transmitted to Huo Wuxi through Huo Wu's eyes. Huo Wu bent down, lowered her head and said in a deep voice, Dad, I beg you to agree to my request. Huo Wuxi was in great pain. The little princess who would throw herself into his arms and act like a spoiled child had grown to a degree that surprised him. I'll go catch the soul beast first, and when I come back, I'll tell you my answer. Huo Wuxi did not directly answer Huo Wu's question, but chose to keep it to himself. Huo Wuxi's figure flashed, and he jumped dozens of meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he teleported behind the two ring spirit beasts. He raised his hands and fell. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 clapping sounds were heard, and then the 2 ring spirit beasts fainted on the ground. Under the sneak attack of the Soul Saint, the 2 ring spirit beasts had no ability to resist. Although the 2 soul beasts were successfully captured, Huo Wuxi's expression was not happy at all. His eyes stayed on the larger ring spirit beast, and a look of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand slightly, considering killing it directly without giving Huo Wu any chance to take risks. However, Huo Wu's determined eyes flashed through his mind. Finally, he put his hand down. Because, even if he killed this soul beast, Huo Wu would never choose to absorb a soul beast of a lower age. Huo Wu's eyes were the eyes of a decision. It's all Chuan Yi's fault. If I had known this, I would never have agreed to Xiao Wu dating him. Huo Wuxi, who doted on his daughter, transferred his anger to Chuan Yi. He returned to Huo Wu, holding one in each hand. Okay, Xiao Wu, I promise you. The toad was sent by the hawk. Huo Wu was not happy, but a little sad. Forcing her family who loved her for her own purpose was not something worth being happy about. Huo Wu lowered her head again and thanked her deeply, thank you. Huo Wuxi helped Huo Wu up with both hands, looked directly into her eyes, and said seriously, Xiao Wu, although I don't understand your choice, this is the future you choose. Don't regret it, just go on firmly. Huo Wuxi's voice was full of determination. In his heart, he made a choice that was no less determined than Huo Wu. Feeling Huo Wushuan's gentle and generous hands trembling slightly, Huo Wu, tears welled up in her eyes, and tears rolled in her eyes. But she held back her tears and nodded heavily, well, I understand. Huo Wuxi took out a small knife and handed it to Huo Wu, go. Huo Wu took a deep breath, took the small knife handed to her by Huo Wuxi, and walked steadily towards the 2,500-year-old ring spirit beast. Puff! The knife fell, and the knife was fatal. A bright purple soul ring emerged from the corpse. Huo Wu did not absorb it immediately, but sat on the ground and began to regulate her breath and luck, trying to restore her condition as much as possible. Finally, half an hour later, she opened her tightly closed eyes. An orange-red shadow appeared behind her. Dad, I'm going to start. Huo Wu turned her head and told him. Huo Wuxi nodded seriously and replied, well. You just concentrate on absorbing the soul ring, and leave the rest to me. Huo Wu's eyes were shining, and the orange-red shadow behind her stretched out her right hand to attract the soul ring to herself. Ong! With a wave of soul power, the purple soul ring shrank rapidly, like a steel ring firmly wrapped around the Hokage's body. Huo Wu groaned in pain. A huge stream of soul power followed the shadow and rushed into Huo Wu's soft meridians, and in an instant, it filled all the meridians in the body. The originally narrow meridians were expanded to an extremely terrifying degree. All the meridians in the body felt severe pain at the same time. Is this the pain that Xiaoai has experienced since childhood? How did he endure it? The extreme pain made Huo Wu miserable, and she could only divert her attention by thinking about other things. Fortunately, the soul power of the ring spirit beast lacks a kind of aggression and is a relatively mild soul power. Otherwise, such a huge soul power would not be as simple as expanding the meridians now. Huo Wu's appearance at this time, her skin was flushed, and her veins were bulging, and she was not as beautiful as usual. Huo Wushuan looked at Huo Wu in such pain, clenched his hands, and was extremely sad. Come on, Xiao Wu, you can only rely on yourself to get through this soul ring absorption. An hour passed, and Huo Wu's spirit was like a candle in the wind, swaying. The input of soul power has not declined at all, and it is even constantly increasing. Under the soul power input beyond the limit, she can't even operate the soul power training method, and can only wait quietly for the soul power to absorb itself. After 4 years of limit breakthrough training, Huo Wu's will has been trained to be extremely tough. However, Huo Wu still underestimated the terrifying soul power contained in the 2,500-year soul ring. Now Huo Wu is like a balloon that is about to burst. If she loses consciousness, she will definitely die because of the soul power in her body. Huo Wu's consciousness is gradually blurring. At the moment of completely losing consciousness, Huo Wu remembered her ambition, family, and Chuan Yi. The past 4 years have been a hard but fulfilling school life. No. My life has just begun and will never end. I still have dreams. Don't think of me being defeated by mere pain. The unyielding soul roared angrily. In the outside world, as Huo Wu's spirit flickered, the swaying Hokage stopped shaking at the same time and burst into a dazzling light. Huo Wuxi saw the strange vision emitted by Huo Wu, and he forced himself to endure the dazzling light, carefully observed Huo Wu's situation, and said in surprise, the martial soul is getting bigger, what's going on? Chapter 155 The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul. At night, the faint moonlight could not penetrate the dense branches and leaves. In the dark forest, a gradually enlarged orange-red shadow swayed like a ghost. Following the change of the fire shadow, Huo Wu's body began to emit a crystal light like the shadow. At the same time, Huo Wu could feel that the pain was constantly easing, even though the soul power input of the soul ring reached the limit. At this moment, Huo Wu noticed some changes in her body. This feeling seemed to be that some kind of limit in the body was broken. At the same time, Huo Wu's perception ability changed dramatically. From internal organs to skin, from blood to muscles, Huo Wu had never known her body so clearly. Through the perfect perception of her body, Huo Wu found that her body and martial soul were greedily absorbing the energy of the huge soul ring. The originally strong soul force beam instantly shrank by half, and the pain in Huo Wu's meridians that caused her unbearable pain was immediately relieved. Huo Wuxi, who was observing Huo Wu from the outside, fell into a state of confusion as he watched Huo Wu's changes. In his perception, Huo Wu's life breath and the breath of fire surged at an astonishing trend at the same time. He didn't know whether Huo Wu's change was a good thing or a bad thing. This was a scene he had never expected or seen before. However, what he could be sure of was that this change started from Huo Wu's martial soul. Huo Wuxi didn't know the specific situation of Huo Wu's martial soul, so he fell into a state of confusion. In fact, Huo Wu's Hokage martial soul is a peculiar martial soul with the body as the martial soul. It is neither a beast martial soul nor a weapon martial soul. It is not even an elemental martial soul similar to the Mars martial soul. The biggest feature of the body martial soul is that its control ability far exceeds that of ordinary martial souls. If any part of the body is awakened, the soul master can even control muscles, bones, and blood. However, the Hokage spirit awakened by Huo Wu is also an extremely special case among the body spirits. There are two special points. The first point. Generally speaking, except for the brain and eyes representing the spiritual attributes, the awakening of the body spirit will not be accompanied by other elemental attributes. However, Huo Wu's shadow has an extremely rare fire element attribute. Inheriting the extremely strong control of the body spirit, Huo Wu controls the flames as if she is controlling her own body. No, or rather, the flame has become a part of her body. The strength of the body spirit is related to the importance of the awakened part. For example, the body spirit of the renewable parts such as hair and nails is weaker than the indispensable parts such as the brain and internal organs. And, standing at the top of all the body spirits is the body. That is, the spirit that awakens the entire body. However, Huo Wu awakened her own shadow. This is also the second special point. The shadow is a reflection of the original body, dependent on the original body, and independent of the original body. Some people think that the shadow is very important to people, while others think it is not important. However, if a person has no shadow, it means that the person no longer exists. So, in a sense, the shadow is even rarer than the original body. Lack. Besides having extremely strong control ability, the original martial soul like the Hokage also has characteristics that other martial souls do not have. Soul masters with original martial souls can also perform the second awakening of martial souls. It is different from the martial soul awakening ceremony at the age of 6. The second awakening of martial souls is a transformation that only very few soul masters can experience. After the second awakening, the martial soul of the soul master will undergo incredible changes. And, the process that Huo Wu is currently undergoing is the second awakening of martial souls. In the desperate situation of being on the verge of death, Huo Wu's willpower prompted the martial soul and body to undergo unexpected evolution. Under the pressure of the life and death crisis, Huo Wu's inner potential was completely released. The evolution of the Hokage martial soul fed back to the original body, driving Huo Wu's body to undergo qualitative changes. And, the evolution of the body is accompanied by strong consumption. Just in time, the majestic soul ring energy became the nutrient to nourish the body. Life and death crisis, strong willpower, second awakening of martial soul, sufficient energy. All the elements are closely linked and indispensable. Because the original martial soul is extremely rare, the information itself is extremely scarce. The second awakening of the original martial soul may be the first time in the history of the continent. And, Huo Wuxuan, who didn't know these, could only watch the gradually shining Huo Wu anxiously. Time passed bit by bit. An hour passed. The light emanating from Huo Wu began to gradually dim. The fierce growth of the aura gradually stabilized. But this high-speed growth lasted for a whole hour. So, even if the growth stopped, Huo Wu's whole body still exuded a strong momentum. What a strong momentum! This powerful explosive power is definitely not the power that a soul master can emit. What is this? Feeling the changes in Huo Wu, Huo Wuxi showed a surprised expression. At this moment, Huo Wu suddenly opened his eyes. The 2,500-year soul ring was absorbed successfully. Xiao Wu. Huo Wuxi rushed to Huo Wu quickly, paying close attention to her situation. Huo Wu looked into Huo Wuxi's eyes and smiled happily. Dad, I succeeded. Huo Wuxi saw that Huo Wu was fine, so he completely relaxed. What happened to you just now, and what's the situation with your body and martial spirit? I don't know if it's because of her martial spirit, but Huo Wu's height and body shape are different from ordinary people. When she was just 11 years old, Huo Wu's height reached about 1.7 meters. However, after absorbing the spirit ring, Huo Wu's height soared to about 1.79 meters. Almost, she surpassed Huo Wuxi. In addition to the changes in her body, what's more amazing is the Hokage martial spirit behind Huo Wu. The shape of the Hokage martial spirit not only became slender as Huo Wu grew taller, but also became extremely large. A giant phantom of more than 4 meters stood behind Huo Wu, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In addition, the hot breath emitted by the Hokage made Huo Wuxi feel a hint of danger. Huo Wu also looked back at her martial soul. Although she was a little confused, the joyful mood occupied most of her heart. I don't know, but I feel that my martial soul has become stronger. Looking at the Hokage martial soul, Huo Wu had a special feeling, as if there was a special switch in her heart. By controlling the switch, she could control the current surge of power. With a thought, Huo Wu tried to turn off the switch. Suddenly, the huge phantom began to shrink gradually, and the strong breath emitted by Huo Wu and the Hokage gradually disappeared. Finally, under the surprised gaze of Huo Wuxi, the Hokage martial soul slowly returned to the same size as Huo Wu. Dad, this is the special ability I awakened this time. It is different from the skills of the soul ring, but as long as this ability is activated, my combat power can be increased by 100% immediately. With this ability, I have one more soul skill than others. Now even my brother is definitely not my opponent. Huo Wu's eyes are full of confidence, which is completely different from the slightly anxious Huo Wu before. Chapter 156 Amazing 100% Increase. The whole soul ring absorption process is very fast. In just 2 hours, Huo Wu absorbed the soul ring of more than 2,500 years. So far, Huo Wu's soul power level has reached an amazing level 33. If it weren't for the second awakening of the martial soul, Huo Wu's level could be higher by 1 or 2 levels. However, compared with the second awakening, let alone 1 or 2 levels, Huo Wu can give 3 or 4 levels. This second awakening not only brought Huo Wu the ability to increase by 100%, but also brought huge increases in her physical fitness, martial soul attributes and other aspects. In terms of physical fitness, Huo Wu's physical fitness has surpassed the strength of beast soul masters of the same level. So far, Huo Wu's body is no longer her shortcoming. On the contrary, those soul masters who underestimate Huo Wu's physical fitness will be surprised by Huo Wu. In addition, the flame temperature and flame control ability of the Hokage martial soul have increased significantly. This is a qualitative leap. Through the second awakening, the Hokage martial soul, which was originally slightly inferior to the top martial soul, officially entered the ranks of top martial souls. This also means that in terms of cultivation talent, Huo Wu has no difference with the innate full soul power. Now, I am also qualified to fight for the strongest position. Feeling the powerful power brought to her by her body and martial soul, Huo Wu's heart became passionate. Xiao Wu, your first how is the effect of the third soul skill? The third soul skill is called the fire-resistant ring. The effect is to bounce away all soul masters within the range. The diameter of the coverage area reaches 120 meters and the height reaches 6 meters. Moreover, as long as the soul power difference with the opponent does not exceed 15 levels, all attacks and defensive soul skills can be bounced away. The diameter is 120 meters and the height is 6 meters. This has exceeded the diameter range of most fighting soul arenas. Huo Wuxi quickly compared the range of soul skills in his mind, and found that as long as the opponent was swept by Huo Wu's skills, Huo Wu would directly bounce out of the arena. Moreover, at a height of 6 meters, it is definitely not an easy task for non-flying soul masters to dodge. Invincible. Huo Wuxi himself could not find a way to deal with the fire-resistant ring in the fighting soul. Dad, this is only the effect in the general state. Once I turn on the burst state just now, the diameter of the fire-resistant ring will double directly. At that time, it will be a giant energy halo with a diameter of 240 meters and a height of 12 meters. Maybe at that time, it can directly bounce all the people in the audience. Huo Wu described the extremely terrifying scene lightly. What? Can the state just now still amplify the effect of the soul skill? Such a terrible ability, will it consume too much? No, the consumption is about the same as the output of the general third soul skill. The effect of the strong mutual enhancement is not too much. The Hokage martial spirit, it seems that there are still many secrets hidden in it that we don't know. Huo Wuxi found through observation that Huo Wu's martial soul had undergone an essential change, as if the martial soul had evolved. Yes, Huo Wu's amplification ability is the biggest secret of the original martial soul. Every original martial soul owner may have a second awakening of the martial soul when encountering a huge threat to life. However, due to the martial soul and personal qualifications, the effects after awakening are also very different. From low to high, it is divided into 4 types. The first type is the second awakening of the black iron level martial soul. The combat power increase reaches 30%. The second type is the second awakening of the bronze level martial soul. The combat power increase reaches 60%. The third type is the second awakening of the silver level martial soul. The combat power increase reaches 100%. The fourth type is the second awakening of the gold level martial soul. The power increase reached 300%. What Huo Wu awakened was the second awakening of the silver level martial soul. Ring fusion, the fire attributed martial soul, the second awakening. In terms of qualifications alone, Huo Wu's potential is even higher than Chuan Yi, who was born with full soul power. However, it was Chuan Yi who really stimulated Huo Wu's potential. In childhood, when one's 3 views are most likely to be affected, meeting a friend who can promote and help each other is definitely the biggest turning point in Huo Wu's life. That night, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxi quickly left the Xingde Great Forest. A week later, Huo Wu returned to the cabin in the forest with great expectations. She was eager to share her gains with Chuan Yi. But Chuan Yi still did not come back. Replacing Chuan Yi, what came to the cabin in the forest was a letter sent by Chuan Yi. Huo Wu lay on Chuan Yi's big bed with a somewhat lonely expression and opened Chuan Yi's letter. Chuan Yi's letter filled the front and back of dozens of sheets of paper. It contained Chuan Yi's experiences in the past few months, spirit rings, spirit bones, spiritual power training, etc. In the letter, Chuan Yi also expressed his longing and apology for Huo Wu for not being able to meet soon. Huo Wu, who usually doesn't like reading, read Chuan Yi's super long letter very carefully. After reading the letter, a strong longing surged in her heart. Huo Wu buried her face deeply in Chuan Yi's soft pillow, hiding a tear from the corner of her eye. Chuan Yi, who was far away from the sunset forest, was immersed in his own practice at this moment, unable to extricate himself. 3 months had passed since Chuan Yi moved into the warehouse. During this period, Chuan Yi completed the upgrade of the weight-bearing equipment in the blacksmith shop in the town. In order to adapt to the surge in physical strength, Chuan Yi directly commissioned the forging of 12,000 kilograms of iron essence weight. In order to complete this commission, Chuan Yi directly contracted all the blacksmith shops in the town to forge for him. The blacksmith shops in the town are specially forging equipment for soul hunters, so the forging level and quality are higher than those in the town. In addition to the 2,000 kilograms of iron essence weight that Chuan Yi carried with him, after 2 weeks of full forging by the blacksmiths, the 6,000 kilograms of weight suitable for Chuan Yi's training was freshly produced. The weight was 3 times higher than before the breakthrough. With the help of weights, the physical training that troubled Chuan Yi finally got on track. With Chuan Yi's extreme training, the consumption of soul beast meat has increased several times. Every day, he can eat 300 or 400 kilograms of meat. That is, every day, Chuan Yi can eat more than his weight. Such a terrifying appetite is also achieved because of the ability to regulate the internal organs. In 3 months, Chuan Yi can not only perfectly control his body, but also further improve his physical fitness. Not only strength, but also other aspects such as speed, endurance, and explosive power have been comprehensively improved. If only relying on the flesh, Chuan Yi I have the confidence to compete with Soul Douluo. An empty space inside the warehouse. Chuan Yi was standing with his upper body naked and his eyes closed. On his upper body, there was a dark red mucus sticking to the surface of Chuan Yi's skin, moving slowly. From the chest to the abdomen, from the abdomen to the lower back, from the lower back to the back. Finally, the mucus moved from the back to the front chest and began to circulate back and forth. This process has lasted from morning to noon. For 3 hours, Chuan Yi has been in this state. This actually means that Chuan Yi has initially completed the first stage of spiritual power training. Now, Chuan Yi's spiritual power has reached the stage of Soul Saint. Chapter 157 Return to Sunset Forest. Transforming rigidity into softness. This also means that Chuan Yi's spiritual power has officially entered the Soul Saint level. Through practice, Chuan Yi has been able to control the changes in soul power as easily as using his arms and fingers. During the practice, there seems to be some connection between spiritual power and soul power, and there is a faint sign of fusion. From hard to soft, from soft to hard. There was no obstacle in between. Chuan Yi seemed to understand the true meaning of this training. Exercising mental power is the goal, but perhaps the combination of mental power and soul power is the end. The training was over. Chuan Yi came to the room where he stored soul beast meat. In the room, Chuan Yi used some thin ropes to hang the smoked meat jerky in the air. But there were only about 1,000 kilograms left in the spacious room. These soul beast meats won't last for a few days. In a few days, I have to go to the forest to hunt a new soul beast. The body's digestive ability has become stronger, making the consumption of soul beast meat greater. The meat weighing tens of thousands of pounds was almost consumed in just 3 months. However, this also shows how terrifying Chuan Yi's physical training is from another perspective. At dusk, the sun had just set. Chuan Yi was wearing light clothes and carrying a scorching sun heart, and set off for the sunset forest. This was his first time to enter the soul hunting forest alone to hunt soul beasts. He was a little excited, but not afraid. In addition to hunting soul beasts, he also wanted to test his strength through fighting. The dangerous sunset forest was regarded as a trial field by Chuan Yi. As night fell, Taeun town did not become quiet, but became more active. The tavern and the shopping street gathered a lot of people, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. Most of these people were soul-breaking people who lived on the edge of a knife. The night time was one of the few times when they could vent their emotions. However, just when everyone was relaxing, Chuan Yi resolutely walked out of the town and ran towards the sunset forest. Forest entrance. Chuan Yi carefully explored the surroundings and made sure that there was no one. Soul summoning. The fiery sun gauntlet appeared on Chuan Yi's hand. Chuan Yi's fiery sun gauntlet had changed greatly from before he broke through the soul sect. The overall shape and pattern did not change much, but in size, it grew along with Chuan Yi's body. Although the appearance has not changed, the martial soul is faintly flowing with dark gold and dark red light. The coldness of the metal and the heat of the flame are distinct, but harmoniously and uniformly gathered in one martial soul. These two auras are obviously dozens of times stronger than the Soul Master realm. After absorbing the soul ring, Chuan Yi's fiery sun gauntlet has made a qualitative leap in hardness, weight, flame temperature, and flame control. The initial weight of Chuan Yi's single gauntlet exceeds 300 kilograms. The weight is about 10 times that of the Soul Master level. Only Chuan Yi's physical fitness can swing the weight equal to that of 2 adult men with one hand. And the initial flame temperature of the gauntlet can easily melt the iron essence. The flame temperature in the compressed state only lasts for a few seconds, causing the water in the range of several kilometers around Chuan Yi to quickly dissipate and the temperature to rise several degrees. In order not to attract attention, Chuan Yi immediately extinguished the flame and ended the experiment. With such an improvement, Chuan Yi would be so confident that he would go to the sunset forest alone. The yellow soul ring behind Chuan Yi flashed. The second soul skill, the power of dark flame, was activated. A pitch-black flame began to emerge from his hand. Instantly, under the cover of the flame, Chuan Yi's hand covered by the flame disappeared into the night. Then, Chuan Yi activated the soul skill of the right leg bone. Fire Spirit Body. Chuan Yi's whole body was gradually swallowed by the black shadow. Gradually, the whole body disappeared on the spot. This is why Chuan Yi deliberately chose to go deep into the sunset forest in the dangerous night. The conspicuous firelight, under the effect of the power of dark flame, became the best way for Chuan Yi to hide himself. Of course, even if the dark flame is black, it still emits a faint light. As long as someone observes carefully, they can still detect something strange. However, the night is by no means pitch black, it has moonlight and starlight. Under the cover of the moonlight, the dark flame can help Chuanyi blend into the night naturally. What's more, in the state of the fire spirit body, Chuanyi can freely control the size and temperature of the flame. With the blessing of the two, Chuanyi can achieve an effect similar to invisibility. Chuanyi, who turned into a black flame, quickly shuttled through the woods at an astonishing speed. Any obstacle has no meaning in front of the invisible flame. At this moment, Chuanyi seemed to have become a transparent soul, flying freely in the world. In this state, even if Chuanyi was very close to the alert 100-year and 1000-year soul beasts, they did not find anything. However, Chuanyi did not hunt these low-level soul beasts. He controlled the flames and went directly into the forest. Chuanyi's current flying speed is about 200 km per hour. Without pursuing the explosion of flames and high temperatures, Chuanyi's soul power reserves can support his flight for 12 hours. Half an hour later, Chuanyi officially entered the inner circle of the sunset forest. Revisiting the old place, Chuanyi's heart is completely different from the previous time. He is more cautious and less relaxed. There are many high-level soul beasts living in the inner circle. And Chuanyi's target is the 10,000-year soul beast. When he arrived at the inner circle of the forest, Chuanyi began to slow down and began to carefully look for the traces of soul beasts. More than an hour has passed since the official search. However, Chuanyi's harvest is 0. In the night, not only Chuanyi, but other 10,000-year soul beasts also became more hidden. Besides, since they could not sense Chuanyi's existence, they would not attack actively. Under limited light, Chuanyi's vision was also limited, and he could not quickly find the traces of soul beasts. For this reason, Chuanyi slowed down his flying speed, calmed down, and used his senses to search for the 10,000-year soul beasts hidden in the forest. In the state of the fire spirit body, Chuanyi could only use hearing and vision among his 5 senses. However, in the state of becoming a fire element, Chuanyi's ability to perceive energy fluctuations was enhanced. When he calmed down and focused on these 3 senses, Chuanyi seemed to have opened up a new perspective. Like a holographic image, Chuanyi's mind showed the distribution of subtle elements. Among them, Chuanyi's perception range of the fire element was the farthest and clearest. With the blessing of the fire spirit body and the fiery sun gauntlet, his perception of the fire element reached its peak. This perception ability became more and more terrifying as Chuanyi's realm improved. In a forest with limited vision, this method is undoubtedly more efficient. Soul beasts can hide their bodies, but they cannot hide strong element fluctuations. Especially fire attribute soul beasts, which are absolutely invisible under Chuanyi's powerful perception. Changing a method greatly improved Chuanyi's search efficiency. Chuanyi found several 10,000-year soul beasts within an hour. However, some of them were insect-like soul beasts with less meat, and some were soul beasts that were heavily poisoned and inedible. Just when Chuanyi was thinking about bad luck and wanted to leave this area, Chuanyi sensed an extremely pure and strong fluctuation of the fire element. Chapter 158 The Ice and Fire Spring in the center of the forest. This was a fire attribute energy that Chuanyi had never felt before. Even in the deep underground flame veins and the hot blacksmith shop, he had never encountered such a situation. Chuanyi's martial soul and body expressed a desire for this pure fire element. This feeling was stronger than any mimic environment. A look of surprise flashed across Chuanyi's eyes. Such a strong and huge energy group is likely to be a special mimicry training environment. Looking in the direction of attraction, Chuanyi realized that it was the direction of the center of the forest. Although he might encounter a powerful soul beast, Chuanyi, who was confident in his ability, flew rapidly in the direction of attraction. However, the closer he got, the more Chuanyi felt another energy fluctuation that made Chuanyi's heart palpitate. This was a cold breath that was completely opposite to the fire element. Cold, piercing, and silent. It was the ultimate ice element energy. At the moment of sensing the ice element, the fiery sun gauntlet issued a strong warning to Chuanyi. Warning and attraction. Fear and joy. Chuanyi had never seen the fiery sun gauntlet have such a strange reaction. He had doubts in his heart. If Chuanyi's perception was correct, it would mean that these two completely opposite energies were gathered together. Then such a place would definitely not be a good place. The cautious Chuanyi immediately stopped moving forward and stopped where he was to start thinking. Move forward or retreat? This is a question. However, after a while, Chuanyi stopped thinking. He got the answer. That is to move forward. The reason is also very simple. If he retreats, Chuan Yi will definitely regret it. Chuan Yi's intuition tells him that there must be an amazing secret here. Moreover, with Chuan Yi's current strength and means, even if he faces a titled Douluo, he has the possibility of escaping. There will be no problem if he just goes to explore. That being said, Chuan Yi's flying speed is directly reduced to 20 km per hour, which is about the running speed of a bicycle. As long as the situation changes, Chuan Yi will immediately stay away from this area. As he moves forward, ice and fire gradually fill Chuan Yi's elemental perception. The closer he gets to the destination, Chuan Yi even develops a sense of fear. Because these two energies are too pure and too huge. The long-distance radiation alone has a certain impact on Chuan Yi's fire spirit body. The extreme fire element energy amplifies Chuan Yi's elemental body, extreme lithe ice element is reducing Chuan Yi's elemental body. However, fortunately, the two have reached a certain balance. If there is only ice energy here, Chuan Yi will never even get close. After advancing for several kilometers, Chuan Yi's vision began to blur gradually. The strange mountain fog spread on the road Chuan Yi was moving forward. Zzz. The elemental body floated into the mountain fog, producing a subtle sound of water vapor evaporation. In an extremely quiet environment, this subtle sound instantly aroused Chuan Yi's vigilance. This sound is too loud. If there is danger, it is easy to expose my position. The cautious Chuan Yi decided to bypass the fog area from the sky. The flame rose rapidly with the thought. Flying to a height of tens of meters, Chuan Yi got rid of the invasion of the fog. However, when he saw the strange fog clearly in the moonlight, Chuan Yi's hair stood on end. From the high altitude, you can see that under the moonlight, the huge fog mountain with a faint green light has completely enveloped the area of several miles. It was impossible to see the true face inside. Is this the miasma in the mountain? Looking at the light blue mist, Chuan Yi felt a little scared. If Chuan Yi had chosen to remove the fire spirit body just now, he would definitely inhale the poisonous fog here, and the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. However, after calming down, Chuan Yi became more determined to move forward. In his perception, the end point of the amazing breath burst was in the center of the poisonous fog. It was only a few miles away from Chuan Yi. It would take a few minutes to reach it at Chuan Yi's speed. Chuan Yi made up his mind and rushed straight into the poisonous fog, heading towards the place where the fluctuations of ice and fire elements were the strongest. After flying for a distance, the fog dissipated, and finally revealed the true face of Mount Lu. The poisonous fog surrounded a small hill more than 500 meters high, forming a circular protective shield. And the inside of the poisonous fog was completely a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming, and the years were quiet and good. However, even so, Chuan Yi did not dare to remove his fire spirit body. Just then, Chuan Yi wanted to continue climbing to the top of the mountain. Ah! A painful wail frightened Chuan Yi's heart, and he immediately reduced the flame to a minimum and hid in the woods below. Judging from the sound, it was a human voice, not the voice of a soul beast. Moreover, the person who made the sound was definitely an extremely powerful soul master. Along with the sound, a chaotic and powerful soul power fluctuation came from the foot of the mountain. In the space filled with fire and ice elements, a gloomy breath rushed in roughly. Chuan Yi had never felt such a powerful and chilling breath. This breath was even stronger than the breath emitted by Chuan Li. Soul Douluo. A powerful soul Douluo lived here. Chuan Yi, frightened, did not dare to act rashly. However, Chuan Yi was also very fortunate that the environment he was in was full of fire elements, otherwise, the fluctuations generated by the shock just now would definitely alarm this powerful soul Douluo. Ah! After a while, the scream of soul Douluo came again. From the hoarse voice, it can be known that he seems to be suffering from extremely strong pain. Chuan Yi thought quickly in his mind. In fact, the current situation is too complicated, which makes Chuan Yi in a dilemma. Why is there a soul Douluo here? Is this place occupied by him? Or did he also break into this place by mistake? Even the pain that makes soul Douluo howl in pain, is it caused by the poisonous miasma outside? Because the opponent's strength is a bit strong, Chuan Yi can't even get close to check the specific situation. Chuan Yi hid his figure in the woods and quickly moved towards the top of the mountain. Approaching so close, Chuan Yi can clearly sense that the strong soul power fluctuation is in the center of the mountain. Moreover, the energy spreads from the top of the mountain to all directions. In such a dangerous situation, Chuan Yi decided to quickly explore and then quickly escape from this area. Chuan Yi was very fast, and during the flight, screams were heard from the foot of the mountain. It seemed that they did not notice Chuan Yi's presence, which made Chuan Yi feel a little relieved. As he approached the top of the mountain, misty water vapor emerged from the top of the mountain. When he flew to the top of the mountain, Chuan Yi found that there was a very low valley on the top of the mountain. And the thick water vapor rose from the bottom of the valley. And that place was also the place where the energy fluctuations were the strongest. Chuan Yi flew down directly from the edge of the valley. When he reached the bottom, an oval pool of water first attracted Chuan Yi's attention. The area of the pool was not large, but the color of the pool was something Chuan Yi had never seen in his life. The colors of the water were milky white and vermilion. However, what surprised Chuan Yi even more was that the two colors of water actually coexisted in the same pool. And the two colors occupied one side each. From the outside, it looked like hot spring water. But it exuded two auras, extremely hot and extremely cold. The two auras collided fiercely here, and the energy fluctuations generated made Chuan Yi's elemental body fall into a shaky state. Chapter 159 Crisis arrives. It's so cold. The closer Chuan Yi got to the hot spring, the more he could feel the cold air eroding Chuan Yi's elemental body. Chuan Yi was like a small flame blown by the wind. Now Chuan Yi was in a fire-free state, able to ignore the other hot. However, the other icy breath that made the soul shiver was not something that Chuan Yi's elemental body could withstand. Two breaths of extreme heat and extreme cold invaded Chuan Yi's elemental body at the same time. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely suffer irreversible damage due to the conflict and collision of two completely opposite energies remaining in his body. In the end, he would explode and die because his body could not bear it. However, Chuan Yi avoided such an ending because of his fire immunity attribute. Although he avoided the worst ending, Chuan Yi was still in a dangerous state. Because he only had the fire immunity attribute, not the ice immunity attribute. When he was extremely close to the hot spring, the extreme cold breath was enough to kill Chuan Yi. I must control the hot breath in my body and drive out the extreme cold breath. Otherwise, I will be frozen to death. Chuan Yi began to use his consciousness to activate the hot breath, using it as fuel for the flame to enhance the power of the flame. The black flame, with the help of the hot breath, became even darker. The light in the hot spring space also dimmed. It was as if the black flame absorbed all the light in this space. As the brightness decreased, the temperature of the flame also rose rapidly. Finally, the power of Chuan Yi's flame was strengthened to the point that even Chuan Yi was terrified. The ultimate fire, with the help of the hot breath, Chuan Yi's flame reached the level that could compete with the extreme cold. This also successfully forced the extreme cold breath out of the elemental body. So far, Chuan Yi has mastered the balance between the inside and outside of the body. After reaching the balance, in order to resist the cold outside, Chuan Yi's elemental body began to filter the extreme heat and extreme cold breath by itself, and filtered the extreme heat breath into Chuan Yi's body like a whale swallowing. Isn't this state the same as the effect of the cold jade bed in Jin Young's novels? This pure and extreme fire attribute energy is absorbed. For me, this is the top-level simulated training environment. Moreover, being able to absorb such high-level energy all the time will definitely be of great benefit to my martial soul. My flame will definitely reach the ultimate level. By then, my martial soul will definitely be able to step onto a higher level again. Chuan Yi is very proud of his flame. However, compared to the real power of heaven and earth, Chuan Yi truly realized what it means to sit in a well and see the sky. His flame has not reached its limit yet, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. We must take this piece of land into our hands. Such a top-level simulated training environment. It is related to Chuan Yi's future and must not be missed. Chuan Yi's mind was floating, but he did not take any action immediately. Because this area will not move, Chuan Yi can also make long-term plans. However, the main reason is the existence of the unknown powerful soul Douluo. Chuan Yi took this opportunity to observe the situation of this treasure land. But it was late at night and the mist made it difficult for Chuan Yi to see clearly. He transformed the black flame into a soft orange-red light. At this time, the space around the hot spring was lit up, and Chuan Yi was able to see things clearly. Around the hot spring, countless plants grew, with different postures, but they looked vibrant. In such an extreme environment, such rich vegetation can grow. It is really a big world, and there are all kinds of wonders. Chuan Yi didn't know much about other plants except plant-type soul beasts, but he could still distinguish the names of some plants through some characteristics. Ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Cordyceps sinensis, etc., although the shapes and sizes are not the same as what Chuan Yi has seen in books, but Chuan Yi can barely recognize that these plants should be medicinal materials. Moreover, there is a kind of flower that actually emits a light pink light and has its own strange vision. From this, it can be seen that the plants here are not ordinary. To grow so big, they must have been here for quite a while. It is very likely that these plants have been growing in this space since the hot spring was formed. Moreover, the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs must have reached a terrifying level after being washed by two extreme energies for many years. This is an unexpected surprise. Chuan Yi's tone was as if he regarded these medicinal herbs as his own property. The preciousness of medicinal herbs is largely related to the age. The size of these plants is extremely large, and they are probably treasures of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Such precious medicinal herbs will have a strong effect even on soul masters. Floating above the hot spring, Chuan Yi felt that this hot spring was like a shabu-shabu pot. The milky white is the clear soup, and the vermilion is the red soup. Floating above, Chuan Yi found that there were two special plants in the center point of the clear soup and the red soup. One is a large octagonal white flower that emits cold air, and the other is a red cabbage that emits heat. Star anise and cabbage. Chuan Yi was deeply impressed by these two plants. In addition to the shapes of the two plants, in Chuan Yi's elemental perception, the two plants vaguely echoed the spring water in the middle, and the fire and ice elements on both sides would flow more into these two plants. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Chuan Yi immediately realized the importance of these two plants. However, Chuan Yi didn't know about the medicinal materials, so I can only try my best to remember the appearance in my mind, and then draw the image after I get out. With the image, I can go back to Tiandu City and ask the knowledgeable grandmother. The well-informed Yun Qiang must know about these medicinal materials. However, just as Chuan Yi was floating in the air to explore and remember the various plants here, there was a small emerald green figure hiding in the flowers, secretly observing the flame emitted by Chuan Yi. After a while, the small figure hid its figure and rushed towards a certain direction at a high speed. And Chuan Yi failed to discover all this. This is because the element fluctuations here are covered by extremely strong ice and fire. Except for the fire element and the ice element, Chuan Yi could not clearly detect the other element fluctuations. Chuan Yi was taking advantage of the last time to try his best to remember a few distinctive plants and was about to evacuate here. An accident happened. The rhythmic wailing sound stopped abruptly at some point. A thin figure stood at the edge of the valley. This figure was thin, with hair and pupils emitting a strange green color. From the appearance, it was an old man. On the old man's shoulder, there was a small snake-like jade. This was the small figure that Chuan Yi had not noticed just now. It seemed that it was a pet kept by the old man. He was standing at the top of the valley, looking down at the direction of the spring. However, if someone observed carefully, he could find that his body was trembling slightly, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his body. It seemed that he was not in good health. However, Chuan Yi was still busy memorizing and did not notice this. Chapter 160 Douluo. The green-haired old man on the top of the mountain looked down and found that the environment that should have been dark was actually emitting an orange-yellow light that should not have appeared. Although it was extremely difficult to distinguish because of the mist, the green-haired old man was powerful and his vision was different from that of ordinary people. He could keenly capture the extremely subtle light. His face darkened slightly, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. A faint whisper in the air, "It just happened at this time. Is it a soul beast? Or a human?" He was able to break through the poison formation in the outer circle. He must not be an ordinary person. The green-haired old man was named Douluo, a powerful soul Douluo who occupied this treasure land before Chuan Yi. The little snake on his shoulder was named 9-section Jade, and it was Douluo's pet. It was also because of its reminder that Douluo endured the pain and came to investigate. Just because everything below was crucial to Douluo, and there could be no accidents. But now, there was obviously some unknown life form below, and he had to solve this accident as soon as possible. However, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, which was the time when Douluo was in the worst condition. This made him hesitate. After a moment, Douluo's eyes became extremely sharp. "No, the medicine garden cannot be lost." He jumped down from the top of the mountain and fell rapidly under the action of gravity. Through the mist, Douluo saw the fire below. However, when he saw the image of the foreign invader clearly, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Fire? Fireball? What is this thing? Originally, he planned to use his speed to kill it instantly without damaging the herbs, but now, Douluo couldn't do it directly. Because he didn't see any human or animal figures, only a lonely ball of fire. Douluo's brain was working quickly. He shouted down. Hey! The strong sound waves resounded through the valley, causing the mountain to vibrate slightly. Chuan Yi, who was still memorizing carefully, was also shocked by this powerful sound wave. Oh no, it's the soul Douluo outside. Looking up, Chuan Yi found a figure, like an eagle, swooping towards Chuan Yi. The murderous intent and momentum emanating from his body made Chuan Yi tremble in his heart. This momentum is definitely the momentum of a top soul Douluo. Escape. Unbeatable. Instantly, Chuan Yi judged the difference in strength between the two and thought of running away. The orange-yellow warm light turned into a dark black flame and disappeared in front of Douluo. Bang! Douluo was very powerful. He fell directly from the edge of the towering mountain. He didn't seem to be injured. After landing, Douluo quickly searched around, but found nothing unusual. Did he run away? The night and water vapor greatly restricted Douluo's vision. In order to be on the safe side, Douluo released his mental power to explore the surroundings of the hot spring. But he couldn't find anything unusual. The flame just now should be an elemental body. With such a rare ability, it's no wonder that it can pass through the poison formation. Damn it! After calming down, with Douluo's rich experience and knowledge, he quickly grasped the essence of the flame. In the situation just now, he didn't have the confidence to kill it with one blow, so he could only use his momentum to force it back. After landing, Douluo quickly checked his medicine garden and found that no medicinal materials were damaged. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, soon, Douluo felt a sharp pain on his head and feet. The pain that he had suppressed completely broke out at this moment. His whole body began to spasm involuntarily. Ah! The miserable wailing sounded again. A dignified soul Douluo was actually rolling on the ground in pain. It is conceivable how much pain he was in. Douluo no longer cared about his image, but in order to protect the herb garden, he had to stay there. Here, in case the invader comes again. On the other side, Chuan Yi, who should have escaped, hid in the dark beside, silently observing Douluo struggling on the ground. Green hair and pupils, and this weird green soul power. Well, it should be Douluo, who is the best in the world for poison skills. It turns out that this is his territory. No wonder there is a huge poisonous fog outside. Douluo's martial soul is the green phosphorus snake, which is one of the dragon species. Although it is a rare martial soul, it is still a certain distance away from the top martial soul. However, it is such a martial soul that was developed to the extreme by Douluo. The reason is that Douluo put the focus of development on poison. It is rare to use toxins as a means of control, becoming a terrifying poison control soul master. Among the poison attribute soul masters, Douluo can definitely be the top one. However, Douluo has disappeared from the soul master world for a long time. I didn't expect that his cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. However, Douluo's appearance made Chuan Yi a little confused. Is he injured? But it looks more like he's poisoned. Just now, when Douluo approached, Chuan Yi did not choose to escape from Douluo, but chose to integrate himself into this space and hide his figure. Just because there is only one exit, a frontal breakthrough is likely to be detected. Although the majestic space of fire and ice elements put Chuan Yi in crisis, it also allowed Chuan Yi to find a better way to hide. In a balanced state, Chuan Yi's elemental body completely merged with the space around the spring, and even Soul Douluo could not find a drop of seawater that melted into the sea. Originally, Chuan Yi planned to wait until Douluo left, and then take the opportunity to escape, but now the situation has changed. From danger to safety, no, this is already a great opportunity. The third soul skill, Scorching Rays. In this excellent environment, Chuan Yi's attack will not only not be detected, but will also be greatly amplified. Although the opponent is a soul Douluo, he is now in a defenseless state. Without soul power and martial soul, he can never resist the third soul skill released by Chuan Yi with his physical body. Kill. The killing intent was lingering in Chuan Yi's heart. Chuan Yi knew that now might be the best opportunity to attack. As long as Douluo was killed, Chuan Yi could completely take this treasure land into his pocket. No. Chuan Yi, disdain to use such despicable means. Chuan Yi suddenly woke up. He thought he was not a saint, but he was not a slave to desire. For his own benefit, he would not hesitate to think of killing people, and it was a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Chuan Yi found that without knowing it, his heart was slowly becoming cold and cruel. If Chuan Yi was a weak person, it would be understandable to have such a mentality. But Chuan Yi was not a weak person, he was a strong person, and he would continue to become stronger in the future. Since he was a strong person, he decided to choose to solve the problem in a strong way. Since he was 2 years old, Chuan Yi has known the cruel truth of Douluo continent. This is a feudal society with an absolute hierarchy. Especially the gap between soul masters and non-soul masters, which makes Chuan Yi feel deep despair and fear. Because he can't see any way to climb up. In order to avoid this situation, Chuan Yi desperately wants to increase the chance of awakening innate soul power by exercising and taking soul beast meat. Since the awakening of martial soul, Chuan Yi still dare not relax his vigilance. He practices desperately every day and dares not relax at all. It's not for anything else, but to keep himself from being affected by any environment. At this moment, Chuan Yi's spirit has undergone some transformation. The mental power is also growing continuously. At the same time, driven by the mental power, the soul power is condensed at a high speed. Bang! This is the sound of the level bottleneck breaking. Chuan Yi officially breaks through level 50. Chapter 161 Choose to fight head-on. 30 minutes have passed, or 40 minutes. Chuan Yi is not sure. However, Douluo's state seems to have stabilized. It has been more than an hour since Chuan Yi entered the poison array. Douluo also howled in pain for more than an hour. After Chuan Yi broke through the level, he did not leave. Instead, he entered a shallow meditation state. With the excellent environment, he not only stabilized his realm, but also restored his state to the best state. Who? Douluo lay on the ground, panting, calming down the unbearable pain. Every night, at 3 o'clock, Douluo had to endure at least half an hour. This time was the weakest time for Douluo. Therefore, he usually spent the weak moment safely inside the poison array. However, today, his base was invaded by a little mouse, and he had to find it quickly, otherwise, the base would no longer be safe and his life would not be guaranteed. Just when Douluo wanted to get up. Third soul skill, Scorching Ray. A dark light shot down from the upper side of Douluo. Sizzle. The scorching rays made of the ultimate fire element increased the fire spirit's body by 100%. Under the effect of the range, it brushed against Douluo's side and directly cut off the ground next to Douluo. A deep and straight crack was revealed. Who? Feeling the breath of death brushing against his scalp, Douluo was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. His peripheral vision quickly swept across the crack, and his pupils shook violently. If the attack just now was aimed at his head or body, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. At the first moment, Douluo's martial spirit possessed him and his soul power was fully activated. Kinglan climbed along the skin and instantly covered the entire body. A powerful momentum burst out from him. He looked in the direction of the attack with vigilance, but he did not find the existence of the enemy. At this time, a slightly childish voice came into Douluo's ears from all directions, making him unable to determine the enemy's position. Senior Douluo, hello. Douluo's eyes flashed with surprise. This was obviously the voice of a little boy. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality and responded calmly. I didn't expect that there are still people in the Soul Master world who know me. You should be the flame from before. You have been hiding near me all the time. Tell me, what is your purpose? Douluo's voice was calm and calm. There was no wavering or panic. As expected of Douluo, who has experienced many battles, he can quickly adjust his mentality in the face of the threat of death. This made Chuan Yi admire him. Since you asked, I will tell you directly. I have my eyes on this precious land, so can you please give it to me? Chuan Yi's tone matched his childish voice and sounded innocent. However, the meaning behind it was extremely arrogant. When Douluo heard it, his expression was stunned, and his calm expression was instantly shaken. After a moment, puff. Ha ha ha. Douluo started laughing on the spot. The laughter lasted for a long time. Douluo wiped the tears from his eyes. Haha, I didn't expect that there are such honest robbers in this world. It really broadened my horizons. Douluo had never seen such a stupid person. With the opponent's means, he could have taken advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack him when his defense was the weakest, and then seize this treasure land. But he would foolishly wait until he recovered and then ask him openly. Douluo had a strong curiosity about this flame. If, I say, I don't agree, then what will happen? Douluo asked with a serious expression. Douluo's reaction confused Chuanyi. Although what he said was indeed his true thoughts, his purpose of saying these was to anger Douluo, but faced with Douluo's question, Chuanyi did not hesitate for a moment and said, then I will use my power to forcibly expel him. Douluo fell into a brief silence. Interesting, you are very smart, but also very stupid. Since you want to take my medicine garden from my men, let me see your strength. Douluo's eyes became extremely sharp, and his cold snake pupils revealed endless murderous intent. Douluo was serious. The murderous intent was pervasive. Douluo's murderous intent was not directed at him, but just a little murderous intent that permeated made Chuanyi feel cold in his heart. Such a huge mental power, such a strong murderous intent. Although Chuanyi was a little nervous, at the same time, his spirit became extremely high. Although the opponent was very strong, he was not without a chance of winning. In this space, he will be strengthened at an epic level. However, Douluo's strength will be weakened unprecedentedly. The fourth soul skill, Dragon Flame Fury. Attack power, defense power, soul power, strength, and flame power instantly increased by 200%. With all the amplification skills of Chuanyi's flame power instantly increased to 380%. Moreover, Chuanyi's flame has reached the realm of extreme fire due to the bonus of the environment. The 380% increase in the state of extreme fire. It can be said that in terms of flame power, Chuanyi has surpassed Soul Douluo and reached the realm of titled Douluo. The third soul skill, Scorching Ray. From a void, a black line shot towards Douluo again. The speed was still extremely fast, and before Douluo could react, the ray hit Douluo's scales. Here. The ray penetrated Douluo's soul power and scale defense in an instant. The penetration speed was so fast that Douluo did not feel any pain before the abdomen and lower back were penetrated, and the double defenses in front and back were penetrated. After a hit, Chuanyi immediately moved from the position where he attacked, and turned to another direction to launch an attack. Scorching Ray. This time his goal was to shoot through Douluo's arms. The ray penetrated Douluo's right arm without any hindrance, and there was not even blood flowing out of the hole where the ray penetrated. Because the wound had been directly carbonized by Chuanyi, Douluo was shot twice by Chuanyi without any resistance. In addition to increasing the power of the flame, this space also gave Chuanyi an unimaginable endurance. Pure fire attribute energy, entering in Chuanyi's elemental body. Chuanyi's mental power was divided into two, and one consciousness body directly operated the soul power cultivation method in the battle, quickly converting energy into his soul power. This extreme operation was also the first time Chuanyi tried it in battle. However, he had to do so, because the pressure brought to him by Douluo forced him to use all means without any reservation. Now Chuanyi seemed to have the advantage, but he knew that once Douluo got the upper hand, he would have no resistance. The third shot, the Scorching Ray, was fired from behind Douluo this time. Just when Chuanyi's third shot just pierced Douluo's left arm, Douluo, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly lit up the black soul ring behind him. The black light stained Douluo's emerald green scales, turning into a deeper dark green. At the same time, Douluo's abdomen squirmed, and finally, he spit out an emerald green bead directly from his mouth. At the same time, everything within a radius of thousands of square meters stopped moving at this moment. This is the effect of Douluo's eighth soul skill, time freezing. Facing the unpredictable and unavoidable light speed attack, Douluo's choice is to stop time. Even if he can't dodge the attack, he can still reduce the damage to a minimum, and he can also find Chuanyi's position. Chapter 162 Constantly Provoking Douluo. This is the Danzu condensed when Douluo's green phosphorus snake martial soul evolved into the green phosphorus snake king. It contains powerful energy and toxins, and condenses half of Douluo's strength. It is connected to Douluo's heart and blood. Once Douluo dies, the Danzu will explode immediately and destroy everything around it. In the static space, everything stopped moving. Only Douluo can move. Douluo's arms were injured and he couldn't raise his arms. He can only use his mind and soul power to control the Danzu, fly in front of him and directly block the energy of the ray. Otherwise, if he moves at will, the point will be extended into a line. His arm will also be cut in half. When time is still, it can still maintain such high temperature and cutting force. The level of this energy has definitely reached the stage of titled Douluo. Did you use the fire attribute energy generated in this space for yourself? When time is still, ordinary flames will stop emitting light and heat. However, his soul skills are not absolute. If faced with high-level energy, time will not be so effective. Douluo looked at the looming black thread with lingering fear and gave a sincere admiration. Now, let me see your true face. Douluo flew to a place in the air along the black silk thread, and the black silk thread ended here. In the darkness, Douluo could not see anything, but he could feel a heat transmitted from the space in front of him, which was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the silk thread. Douluo raised the corner of his mouth and said evilly, "Finally found you." The danzu suspended beside Douluo began to emit green energy and spread to the space in front. Suddenly, the emerald green energy began to smudge, and eventually slowly took shape, and finally, it became the shape of a flame. Douluo's energy enveloped Chuan Yi's flame. The emerald green energy continued to penetrate into the flame, but the flame energy inside was extremely pure and extremely tough, and even the energy of Soul Douluo level was strongly repelled. Moreover, in the space where time was still, this flame seemed to continue to increase the temperature of the flame, trying to resist the invasion of energy. Oh! In the still time, you can still maintain consciousness. It's amazing. Douluo's cold expression turned into an extremely surprised expression. Yes, at this moment, Chuan Yi can now sense everything around him, and at the same time he also saw Douluo approaching. However, he seemed to be fixed by the immobilization technique and could not move at all. Time stops. Chuan Yi did not expect that a poison attribute soul master would actually have an extremely rare time-based soul skill. If it were not for the fact that Chuan Yi's current fire elemental body was composed of extreme fire elements, otherwise, the energy invasion just now would have been able to remove his fire spirit body without Chuan Yi's consciousness. Miscalculated. What should I do? What should I do? The current situation is the worst that Chuan Yi could have imagined. Chuan Yi can only resist the invasion of energy by increasing the temperature of the flame. His elemental physical energy completely ignores physical attacks, but it is not completely immune to energy attacks. Being completely wrapped by Douluo's soul power, he cannot replenish the fire element energy from the outside. Once his soul power is exhausted, he can't escape even if he wants to. Time stop is simply a cheating skill. Since you can maintain consciousness, you should know how bad the current situation is. While speaking, Douluo's expression was gloomy and full of oppression, but after finishing the first sentence, he suddenly changed the subject. However, since you didn't kill me before, I decided to spare your life. I give you two choices. One is to join my family and obey my orders. In this way, you can not only use my herb garden at will, but I can also personally guide you in your practice. It is definitely a perfect choice for you. Douluo's tone returned to calm, but there was a domineering tone in his words that would not tolerate rejection. After talking about the first option choice, Douluo paused slightly. The second is to wait until you have exhausted your soul power and revealed your true form, then I will destroy your meridians directly, and then throw you directly into the forest outside. Two choices, no matter which one you choose, you can save your life from my hands. Originally, I would kill a little mouse like you, but this time I am merciful. His tone was still calm. Under the dark green light, Douluo's sunken cheeks looked more like a devil than a human. Chuan Yi was speechless after hearing this. Are these two choices? This is clearly one choice. Destroy the meridians and throw you into the forest. This is the center of the sunset forest. Outside, there are many powerful soul beasts. In less than a quarter of an hour, his body will be torn into pieces, and then swallowed by the soul beast. For the two choices given to him by Douluo, Chuan Yi's choice, of course, is not to choose either. Now, although Chuan Yi couldn't escape, Douluo couldn't do anything to him. With Chuan Yi's soul power reserve, he could probably resist for half an hour. Not short, but not long either. The hot and extremely cold breath infinitely weakened Douluo's poisonous soul power, but in just half an hour, it was definitely impossible to exhaust Douluo's vast soul power. However, Chuan Yi had a backhand. Now he could only pin his hopes of escaping on this backhand. The stop time started to turn again. The black light on Douluo's body faded, and the dark green scales turned back to emerald green. Although his 8th soul skill was extremely effective, it also consumed a huge amount of soul power. After catching Chuan Yi, he immediately released the time freeze and sat on the ground, monitoring Chuan Yi's appearance. He controlled the Danzu and continuously exerted pressure on Chuan Yi, trying to consume Chuan Yi's soul power as soon as possible. Okay, kid, I've stopped the time freeze, and now you should be able to talk. Don't try to break free, if I catch you, you will never be able to escape. So, tell me your choice. Chuan Yi was now firmly trapped by the soul power and could not move, but he seemed to be able to speak. Alas, it's my bad luck that I encountered a soul skill that can stop time. If it weren't for it, you would never have been able to find my location. Chuan Yi looked like a naughty child who refused to admit defeat. Kid, answer my question. Douluo stared at Chuan Yi, his tone became impatient and increasingly cold. Faced with Douluo's coercion, Chuan Yi still did his own thing, and even began to openly provoke Douluo. I never thought that the top poison attribute soul master in the continent would suffer from poison. It's really a joke. Old man, I see that you don't have many days left. You might as well give me this land as soon as possible. In exchange, I can help you deal with your aftermath. How about it? Not bad, right? Hearing Chuan Yi's provocation, Douluo's breath became cold, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Because Chuan Yi's provocation just hit the point he cared about the most. Chuan Yi, who carefully observed Douluo, keenly observed the subtle changes in Douluo's expression. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, it seems that I have touched Douluo's pain point. Chapter 163 Breaking Free from the Shackles and Hiding in Yangchuan. Douluo suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, I really don't know whether I should praise you for being smart or stupid. You finally survived, but you still tried to provoke me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Chuan Yi replied nonchalantly, everyone has to die. For me, I would rather die than be unfree. Besides, if I live as painfully as you, I think it would be easier to die. Chuan Yi was still provoking. However, although Chuan Yi is making a lot of noise now, he doesn't look scared at all. In fact, he is very panicked inside. Because, when time stopped, Chuan Yi clearly saw the number of soul rings lit up behind Douluo. Chuan Yi had misjudged something before. He mistakenly thought that Douluo was just a top-level soul fighter. However, Douluo turned out to be a titled Douluo with 9 spirit rings. That is to say, from the moment Chuan Yi misjudged his opponent's strength, he had no chance of winning. But it was not Chuan Yi's fault. Douluo had only been a titled Douluo for 2 or 3 years. In addition, he was busy suppressing the backlash of the poison during this period and did not appear in the public eye. Few people knew the specific situation. Although Chuan Yi took advantage of Douluo's emphasis on the medicine garden and forced him to be unable to use his martial soul body and other large-scale attack spirit skills, he made every effort to expand his advantage and weaken Douluo's power. However, these means were meaningless to the titled Douluo with absolute strength. While Chuan Yi was provoking, he cursed secretly, this old man is so bad. He could have avoided my attack with the first strike, but he chose to deliberately bear it and let me relax my vigilance. Now, the only choice left for him was to escape. On the other side, Douluo became silent. He stopped asking questions. In his mind, there were thousands of thoughts. At this moment, he recalled the figure of his son. As the most noble title Douluo on the continent, his life is full of misfortunes. Lost his son in old age. Witnessed the tragedy of the old sending off the young. Dealing with poison all his life, he also suffered extreme pain every day due to the backlash of poison in his later years, and could not live in peace. His only concern now is the only bloodline he left, that is, his granddaughter. His granddaughter is named Douluo, martial soul, green phosphorus snake. She is 3 or 4 years older than Chuan, and is a very talented poison control soul master. However, Douluo not only inherited his talent for cultivation, but also inherited his talent for poison. Although, because of his weaker strength now, the accumulation of poison is not much, it can be foreseen that in the future, Douluo will be very likely to be backlashed by poison. He must solve the problem of backlash before that day comes. This is also the reason why he cherishes this medicinal garden so much. Douluo often feels the injustice of God. When he thought of his granddaughter, he felt powerless. Hate, hate, hate. At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and the blood-red light began to cover the green pupils. Finally, the Wrath Hell finally started to work. It was said to be a head-on confrontation, but in fact, Chuan Yi had a backup plan before the battle. That was the right arm bone soul skill of the Dragon Flame Beast, the Wrath Hell. As early as 40 minutes before the battle, when Douluo was rolling on the ground, Chuan Yi took advantage of the concealment of the environment and quietly launched the Wrath Hell. The Wrath Hell is a special space with special fire elements. The effect weakens the enemy's attributes, increases Chuan Yi's flame power by 50%, and causes the enemy to be angry, and finally, makes the enemy fall into a state of rage and confusion. In the vicinity of the hot spring, compared with the two extreme energy shocks, the weakening effect of the Wrath Hell can be ignored. However, the effect of causing the enemy's anger will be strengthened. The mental power of the titled Douluo level has a resistance to mental harassment that exceeds Chuan Yi's expectations. Fortunately, however, Chuan Yi's provocation seemed to have played a certain role in promoting the situation. The angry emotion quickly invaded Douluo's mind when his spirit was shaken. Seeing Douluo fall into silence, Chuan Yi also stopped provoking him. Continuing to provoke would instead alert Douluo. The strange silence lasted for more than 10 minutes. Chuan Yi silently observed Douluo. He found that Douluo's pupils were about to be completely eroded by the red light. The breath emanating from his body became more and more chaotic and violent. At this moment, Douluo sat there in a daze, immersed in his own world, as if he did not notice the change. This is a sign that the angry hell is about to be completed. The time has come. Chuan Yi began to concentrate all his energy and pay attention to Douluo and the soul cage that imprisoned him. He waited quietly. As long as Douluo entered the furious state, his soul control would definitely fluctuate for a moment. And that would be Chuan Yi's only chance to escape. He must keenly grasp the moment when the soul power fluctuates, condense all the soul power, and break through from the weakest point of the cage. Once he misses this opportunity, Chuan Yi will face a titled Douluo in a furious state. The consequences are disastrous. Double-edged sword. Angry hell is such a dangerous and powerful skill. In Douluo's mind, hatred continues to rise. Finally, this extreme emotion reaches its peak. Reason collapsed in an instant. The surging river of anger broke the dam in his heart and poured into Douluo's mind. Bang! The powerful soul power fluctuation of the titled Douluo directly cracked the ground and caused a powerful soul power whirlwind. The originally solid soul power cage produced violent waves at this moment. Chuan Yi withdrew the resistance in an instant, and shrunk and condensed the elemental body. Taking advantage of Douluo's confusion, he mobilized all the soul power and built the elemental body into an extremely tiny black flame drill. Drilled out from the weak point caused by the waves. Success! The feeling of seeing the light of day again filled Chuan Yi with joy. But Chuan Yi did not dare to stay for a moment. Because Douluo had injected more and stronger soul power into the cage behind him. The violent soul power fluctuations made Chuan Yi's heart palpitate. If Chuan Yi was a few seconds late, he would definitely be crushed by the violent soul power. This is the consequence of angering the titled Douluo. But fortunately, Chuan Yi took the opportunity to escape. After escaping, Chuan Yi immediately hid his body in the fire element. Then, secretly and quickly bypassed Douluo and came to the sky above the spring. In the state of elemental body, he plunged directly into the vermilion pool of water. Pounced into the boiling vermilion spring water. Chuan Yi changed from elemental body to his original body. The clothes covering his body were instantly burned by the scorching breath. Chuan Yi was naked, with only the fiery sun heart on his chest and the fiery sun gauntlets on his hands intact. The spring water, which had the fire immunity attribute and was as hot as magma, was no different from warm water to Chuan Yi. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. The blazing Yang Chuan filled with extremely strong fire elements was so hot that even a titled Douluo could not stay there for a long time. This was the way out that Chuan Yi left for himself. While Chuan was listening to the outside world while swimming towards the depths of the spring. However, he did not notice that the fiery sun heart on his chest was emitting fluorescence. The hot breath in the Yang Chuan was slowly merging into the fiery sun heart. Chapter 164 Top-Level Mimic Environment Training. Outside. The precious medicinal materials in the medicine garden became precarious due to the strong soul power fluctuations. A strong emerald green light burst out from Douluo's dansu, illuminating the dark valley world. The soul power cage space that imprisoned Chuan Yi collapsed, squeezed and condensed into a thick soul power ball by a larger energy. It can be seen that Douluo did not use his full strength against Chuan Yi. Douluo, who was in a rage, had an increased momentum instead of a decrease. In the Soul Master world, there are soul skills that can amplify soul masters by arousing anger. Chuan Yi's angry hell has the same effect. When falling into a rage state, the soul master will remove all restrictions on the body and can exert power beyond the limit of the body. Generally speaking, in order to protect itself, the human body unconsciously sets many restrictions. If the maximum explosive power of a person's body is to lift 100 kilograms, then in order to protect the body, people can only lift about 50 kilograms at ordinary times. However, in a state of rage, these restrictions will disappear. You can easily burst out your own limit of power. Although this can bring a short-term burst to people, it will also cause great damage to the body. And Douluo is in a state of bursting. However, just when he wanted to release his inner anger, his blood-red pupils swept across the medicinal garden on the ground. At this moment, a ray of sobriety seemed to flash in Douluo's eyes. He immediately controlled the danzu and flew towards him. Dang! The hard danzu collided violently with his forehead. It made a sound comparable to the collision of metal. Douluo did not hold back in this attack, and his forehead was visibly red and swollen. However, with this, he recovered a little sobriety from the state of confusion. Although the anger was surging in his heart, he used his huge mental power to rebuild his defense in his heart. He suppressed his furious state. The blood-red light in his eyes gradually faded, revealing his emerald green pupils again. He quickly explored the surroundings and found that except for the open space where he was, no other place was damaged by soul power. And the herb garden that he valued most was not damaged at all. However, Chuan Yi, who was caught by him, escaped before his eyes. Douluo quickly thought about what had just happened to him, and combined with his observation of the surrounding environment, he seemed to have come to a conclusion. His danzu released powerful soul power fluctuations again, but this time it was not a wanton explosion, but a gentle one that completely covered the area where he was. However, during the release process, the soul power encountered inexplicable resistance. Humph! Douluo snorted coldly and increased the output of soul power. Crack! With a shattering sound, the angry hell set by Chuan Yi suddenly dissipated. At the same time, the anger in Douluo's heart was instantly relieved, and the surrounding temperature also dropped significantly by several degrees. Domain? No, it should be some kind of large-scale fire attribute soul skill. Although it has the bonus of the environment, it can have such a fierce effect on me, and its age must be quite long. Moreover, it lasted for a long time, and it should have been secretly released when I was suffering. The experienced Douluo grasped most of the information in an instant. The skill that arouses the enemy's anger is really a disgusting skill. Douluo curled his lips and cursed with lingering fear. The emotional collapse and the terrifying effect, Douluo didn't want to experience it again. This out-of-control state frightened him more than the pain he suffered every night. He almost destroyed this area. After regaining his composure, Douluo used his huge soul power to completely cover thousands of square meters of space and swept the entire valley. But he did not find any trace of Chuan Yi. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that a titled Douluo would be fooled like this. Chuan Yi's escape was fraught with danger. Because he might expose Douluo's secret. But the amazing thing was that Douluo did not feel worried. On the contrary, he developed a little interest and affection for Chuan Yi. When he was fighting with Chuan Yi, he felt a kind of kindness from Chuan Yi in the first two attacks. Aiming at the abdomen and arms, but not choosing to attack the fatal vitals. It was precisely because of this that Douluo used time freezing after receiving 3 scorching rays. Even though he didn't know Chuan Yi's name, appearance, age, or even the specific soul power level. But he seemed to have a deep understanding of Chuan Yi. And even if he was worried, he could no longer control the subsequent development. Rather than being frightened, he decided to accept it calmly. After laughing, Douluo left with a wave of his sleeves. He did not choose to pursue Chuan Yi, because he had a hunch that the other party would never give up like this. Soon after the opponent will definitely appear in front of him again. Douluo shouted loudly towards the sky. Boy, I look forward to your next challenge. Chuan Yi, who was at the bottom of the spring, vaguely heard Douluo's voice. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his competitive spirit was aroused. Chuan Yi's feeling towards Douluo was actually not bad. In this battle, Douluo was the one who was disturbed. He was the bad guy. Chuan Yi had a clear understanding of this. sunk into the spring. Chuan Yi did not rush out of the spring immediately, but began to meditate in the spring. Extremely strong and hot breath poured into his body from all directions. The soul power only circulated twice, and less than 1/10 of the soul power was left, which was quickly replenished. The remaining energy continued to be stored in Chuan Yi's body. Although, due to the influence of the bottleneck of level 50, the soul power could not be sensed, but the soul power accumulated before obtaining the soul ring would appear after the breakthrough. During the meditation, Chuan Yi's martial soul also changed dramatically. The hot breath of Yang Chuan rushed to Chuan Yi's hand armor. The dark red lines on Chuan Yi's hand armor gradually became brighter. From dark red, it slowly turned into scarlet. Just like the spring water where Chuan Yi was. In meditation, Chuan Yi felt like he was back in his childhood, as if he was back in his mother's arms. The surrounding fire elements jumped and surrounded him jubilantly. At this moment, Chuan Yi had a certain connection with the surrounding fire elements. As Chuan Yi's consciousness slowly extended, he seemed to be able to perceive everything around him and even the outside world through the fire elements. The fire elements erupted from the hot Yang Chuan, passed through the mountain pass, spread to the sky, and then slowly fell from the sky to the nearby forest. At this moment, Chuan Yi seemed to be completely integrated with the surrounding environment. The originally dark red soul power on Chuan Yi's body also slowly emitted a faint scarlet light. If an experienced person saw Chuan Yi's situation, he would be very surprised. Because Chuan Yi is now in the top-level simulated environment training state. Generally speaking, this is a realm that only soul masters above level 70 can reach. However, due to Chuan Yi's mental power breaking through to the Soul Saint realm, coupled with the blazing Yang Chuan filled with extreme fire elements, Chuan Yi successfully reached this realm. Practicing in the top-level simulated environment means that the Soul Master is in the most suitable environment, allowing himself to blend into the environment and become a part of it. This can not only speed up the Soul Master's training speed, but also make the martial soul more pure and the attributes evenly enhanced. In the unique environment of blazing Yang Chuan, Chuan Yi's martial soul began to change in a more extreme direction. Chapter 165 Extreme Fire. Chuan Yi's consciousness spread to a distance of several thousand meters. The fire element erupted from the spring, and after a violent collision with the adjacent ice element, it slowly spread from the center of the sunset forest to the surroundings. In the collision between the two, the extreme energies interacted and influenced each other. From the extreme attributes that are not suitable for biological absorption, it is transformed into energy suitable for biological absorption. It can be said that it is this ice and fire spring that nourishes a large area of sunset forest. During meditation, Chuan Yi seemed to become a fire element. After experiencing this process personally, Chuan Yi had a deeper understanding and knowledge of the fire element, and even the ice element. Destruction and nourishment. Death and life. The power of fire combines these opposite forces. In Chuan Yi's consciousness, he can observe the changes of the scorching sun gauntlet. The fire attribute inside the martial soul becomes pure under the flushing of the pure and huge flame heaven and earth elemental force. The power of fire drives the overall evolution and transformation of the martial soul. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Chuan Yi was immersed in the water for 3 whole days. In the vermilion spring water, Chuan Yi's skin was crystal clear, like white jade. His body, washed away the dirt inside and outside the body under the flushing of the spring water, became more perfect. The energy of the Yang Chuan thoroughly transformed Chuan Yi's body, allowing his body to adapt to the fire element more perfectly. In addition to the body, Chuan Yi's martial soul also underwent some obvious changes. From the color point of view, the most obvious change is that the dark red lines have changed to bright vermilion. The strong contrast between dark gold and vermilion makes the martial soul more flamboyant and less low-key. The vermilion sun pattern on the back of the hand has truly transformed into a shining sun at this moment. Chuan Yi slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hands and looked at his martial soul in surprise. Is this the evolution of the martial soul? Chuan Yi summoned a flame underwater. His flame showed a pure vermilion glow, just like this spring water. Moreover, this flame will not be extinguished even in the water. Chuan Yi did not increase the output of soul power to maintain the flame, but the power of the flame was too strong, resulting in it not being easily extinguished by water. This is a symbol of Chuan Yi's flame evolving into the ultimate fire. His martial soul has obviously become more perfect and more powerful. This is the evolution of the martial soul caused by the combined effect of top-level simulated environment training and the blazing Yang Chuan. Now Chuan Yi, even without the blessing of the environment, can still perform the same as when he fought Douluo. In addition to the improvement of his fire talent, Chuan Yi's evolution in the process, all attributes have received balanced growth. Mental strength and various physical attributes also increase with the evolution of the martial soul. By the way, the 2 soul bones in his body underwent some kind of change during the process of absorbing Yang Chuan energy. The fire attribute energy contained in the soul bone becomes more pure. The most significant change this brought to Chuan Yi was that the soul power he needed to consume when using soul bone skills was reduced by 50%. Furthermore, the amplification effect of the 2 soul bones has been increased by 10% respectively. Although the amplification effect is very small, if all other skills are superimposed, the amplification effect of Izumi's flame power will be increased to a terrifying 400%. Even if many soul saints use all the enhanced soul skills including the martial soul avatar, they still cannot reach the level of Chuan Yi. The changes in the soul bone were beyond Chuan Yi's expectations. You must know that although ordinary soul bones can grow with the soul master, it is difficult to complete the evolution. However, after absorbing enough high-level fire attribute energy, his 2 soul bones seem to be stimulated to their potential, completing a small leap. It's okay to stay underwater for so long. Can a soul master survive as long as he has energy? Just as he was feeling everything in surprise, a faint white light emitted from his chest. The light is very faint, but it is extremely conspicuous in the vermilion water. Chuan Yi was surprised by this. You must know that in this hot spring with a temperature comparable to magma, even fine steel will be burned. However, the heart of the fierce sun is not an ordinary soul guidance device. Its texture is very hard and impervious to water and fire. Therefore, even in a fierce battle, it will not be deformed even if it is burned by its own fire energy. This is also the reason why Quan Luai bought this necklace and gave it to Solinger. Because of its hard texture, Chuan Yi would not take it off even when he was practicing or fighting. However, at this moment, the heart of Liang, which remained motionless, underwent changes that Chuan Yi had not expected. Chuan Yi put his soul power into the heart of the blazing sun, and was greatly surprised. Because the space inside it has been expanded 100 times. With such a huge space, Chuan Yi can easily stuff tens of thousands of tons of materials. If there had been such a large storage space before, he and his grandfather would not have to carry a huge mountain of meat through the forest. When Chuan Yi's consciousness was soaring in the vast storage space, a piece of information was poured into Chuan Yi's mind. A picture suddenly appeared in his mind, which shocked Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi found that this seemed to be a message sent from the storage space. After calming down and taking a look, this information was presented in Chuan Yi's mind in the form of pictures. In the picture, various complex patterns and dense lines are outlined. Moreover, the style and painting style are very primitive and are not a modern product at first glance. Chuan Yi observed carefully. But he can roughly distinguish the content of the painting through intuition. In the painting, there are the edges and corners of the mountains and the ripples of the water. This looks like a map. After a while, Chuan Yi realized that this was probably some kind of map. Just when he realized this, when he looked at the picture again, he immediately noticed something abnormal. He found that a certain part of the picture roughly matched the Douluo continent map in his memory. However, the size of Douluo continent in the painting does not seem to be very large. Chuan Yi found that in the picture in his mind, the area occupied by Douluo continent was not very large. In addition to Douluo continent, there seemed to be various other continents in other areas. Could it be that this painting is a complete map of the world? Shocked, Chuan Yi opened his eyes wide. You must know that among the maps currently circulating in the mainland, only maps related to Douluo continent and nearby coastal areas are drawn. Because the number and terror of the soul beasts in the sea far exceed those on land. Therefore, the 2 empires of Douluo continent did not explore the ocean. However, this map tells Chuan Yi that there is not only Douluo continent in this world, but also other continents on the other side of the sea waiting to be discovered. Under the same sky, if there are people on the opposite continent, they will also awaken martial souls, hunt soul beasts, and develop their own civilization. What was it like when Columbus discovered the New World? Now Izumi seems to be able to empathize a little bit more. On the neat map, there is a conspicuous red light spot. This spot of light quietly appeared where Douluo continent was. According to his inference, this map should be a treasure map. It was guiding him to the location of the red dot. Chapter 166 Territory Relocation. The change in the heart of the blazing sun is because Chuanyi entered the blazing sun spring. Or it could be said that the input of enough high-level fire attribute energy caused the change in this soul tool. The brilliance is restrained, and the divine objects are obscured. Chuanyi felt that this soul tool seemed to be identifying its true owner. However, this condition seems to be the ultimate fire. Chuanyi temporarily withdrew his consciousness, because just looking at this map has no meaning. He must go back and compare it carefully with the current map. To determine the location of the light spot. For this, he must leave here. Chuanyi closed his eyes again. Entered a meditative state. In the darkness, Chuanyi's mind became sharper, and red stars began to appear around him. As Chuanyi concentrated his mind, the stars became more and more, and finally, Chuanyi's mind merged into it, spreading to the surroundings through the stars. Chuanyi's body exuded a vermilion light, which intertwined with the surrounding rings, and finally merged with it. This time, through his own subjective will, he re-entered the top-level mimic environment training state. When the martial soul completed its evolution, entering this state, the range that Chuanyi's mental power could perceive was expanded. He can now detect the outside of the poison formation. In his perception, there was only one breath of life in this space. Judging from the shape and breath, it should be a small snake. Except for this snake, there seemed to be no other breath in the entire space. Douluo seemed to be out. Chuanyi knew that now was the best time to escape. He did not hesitate and emerged from the vermilion pool. After taking a breath of fresh air, he immediately activated the fire spirit body and dark flame power. Taking advantage of the night, he rushed out of the top of the mountain and flew quickly to the outside. At this moment, his maximum flying speed increased from 200 km per hour to 300 km per hour. This is already the operating speed of a high-speed train. However, the speed increased, but the consumption decreased instead. The evolution of the martial soul, the transformation of the body, and the changes in the soul bones have made Chuanyi improve in all aspects. Chuanyi's soul power level of 50 can support him to fly at the highest speed for 12 hours. With such a terrifying speed and endurance, Chuanyi can fly directly from Tiandu City to Sa City, where the Blazing Academy is located, within more than 10 hours. For reference, it took Chuanyi more than half a month to come to Tiandu City by carriage. However, Chuanyi's flying speed is very fast because the elementalization reduces the weight of the body to almost nothing. If Chuanyi was allowed to fly with a load, his endurance and speed would be greatly reduced. However, Chuanyi was now free of any shackles, and his flying speed reached its peak. Under the cover of the night, Chuanyi flew away from the sky in a straight line in the direction he came in. In the bright starry sky, a thin black line crossed the galaxy, like a tiny black meteor. More than an hour later, Chuanyi landed in his warehouse in Taeun town. Looking at the slightly empty warehouse, Chuanyi had mixed feelings. In just 3 days, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Although he had just landed. But Chuanyi did not stay for long. He stuffed all the remaining supplies in the warehouse into the spacious storage space, and then turned into a black flame again and flew away quickly. Tiandu City, Central District. Chuan family territory. The longhouse where Chuan Li and Yun Qiang lived was still brightly lit. Inside the house, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang were sitting around the wooden table, discussing some matters. Quan Li looked at the map on the table and pointed his finger at the center of the map. Why don't we move the territory address closer to the south, so that we can be closer to Blazing Academy and the Great Star Forest, and take care of Xiaoai? Yunxiang thought for a moment, shook her head gently and denied, no, Xiaoai will only be in the academy for 15 years at most, and then he will graduate. In the long run, going south is the worst option. Quan Li was puzzled and said, although Xiaoai will graduate, the south is close enough to the Great Star Forest to meet his needs for obtaining soul beast meat. I think this is a good thing for both of us. No, the situation in the south is too complicated, and our family's strength is not enough to deal with various emergencies. We can trade there, but we can't use it as a base for the family. Yunxiang took into account the various kingdoms in the south. Although the current situation on the continent is in a peaceful state, she knows that this is short-lived. In the future, once changes occur, the south will be the area with the most intense conflicts. Prepare for a rainy day. From the perspective of development, the south is definitely not the best place for the family to develop secretly. Moreover, there is also the strongest soul master force in the continent in the south, the Spirit Hall. Now, the power of the Spirit Hall has spread all over all cities, and it has obviously grown into a behemoth. They are just a relatively small soul master family. If they go south, they will inevitably be affected by the spirit hall. Therefore, Yun Qiang decisively rejected the proposal to go south. Chuan Li trusted Yun Qiang's wisdom very much, so he did not insist on his opinion. However, except for the south and the north, there are almost no large soul beast forests to choose from. Chuan Li stared at the map and thought hard but couldn't find any suitable place. The most important point in their choice of family territory is to be close to the soul beast forest. This is the most important part of their family's rise. Over the years, the soul beast meat they bought was almost all supplied by Chuan Yi alone. But now they decided to expand the supply of soul beast meat to all young children who have not yet awakened their martial souls, and family members with soul master talents. Yun Qiang was also thinking about the right location, her eyes slowly moving on the map. Gradually, her eyes moved from the center of the continent to the edge of the continent, and it is the location of the seaside. Here, her eyes stopped moving. Staring at the coastal area, Yun Qiang's eyes gradually brightened. How about moving the family territory to the seaside town? Yun Qiang tentatively proposed. Seaside. Chuan Li's initial reaction was resistance. Because, there are sea soul masters and continental soul masters among soul masters. The seaside is the home of various water-based soul masters. As a continental soul master, Chuan Li is very resistant to moving to the seaside. However, when his eyes followed the map and moved to the sea, he seemed to understand the reason why Yun Qiang chose the seaside. Sea, the boundless sea. And, the soul beasts hidden in the sea. Chuan Li stared at the map blankly and murmured. That's right. Soul masters who live by the sea make their living by hunting soul beasts in the sea. The number of soul beasts in the sea far exceeds that on land. As long as we can master advanced shipbuilding technology, with our firearms and cannons, the boundless sea can be used by us. Yun Qiang's gentle eyes were full of domineering at this moment. Chapter 167 Return to Tiandu City. Chuan Li and Yun Qiang are planning to move their territory in Tiandu City out. The territory in Tiandu City is actually a production factory, not a territory. It is a temporary residence chosen for the family under the circumstances. It is not suitable to be the territory of the Chuan family. Now, the situation has changed suddenly. They will break free from the cage and regain their freedom. It's time to leave Tiandu City and choose an exclusive territory suitable for their development. Okay, tomorrow I will send people to the East Coast and the West Coast to investigate the specific information of the coastal cities. Chuan Li said in a deep voice. With a general direction, it is necessary to collect and investigate intelligence on the coastal cities. However, there are long coastlines on both sides of the continent. Therefore, they need to understand the east and west sides respectively, and find areas suitable for their development through comparison. Okay, but don't be too anxious. We have plenty of time to prepare. At this moment, Yun Qiang felt a little relieved. As a decision maker, Yun Qiang bears more pressure than others. Now that she has found a feasible plan, she is relieved in her heart. Don't worry. I know. Chuan Li replied with a smile. The night talk that determines the fate of the family is coming to an end, and Chuan Li's expression has also eased. Just when the two wanted to pack up and rest, Chuan Li sensed something strange. He rushed out of the house quickly, staring sharply at the open space at the door. Yun Qiang followed closely and asked in a low voice, "What did you find?" Chuan Li replied, "A breath suddenly appeared in the yard. The speed was very fast, and I just noticed it." With the help of starlight and the lights in the house, Yun Qiang keenly noticed the strangeness in the open space. A black fireball suspended in the air attracted her attention. Her eyes also changed from vigilance to surprise. "Xiaoi!" Yun Qiang blurted out. The black fireball suddenly grew larger and turned into a human shape. The black flames covering the surface gradually faded, revealing its true appearance. This was Kunyi, who rushed back to Tiandu City at full speed. Kunyi flew directly over the city wall and landed in the territory. "Grandpa, Grandma! I'm back!" After returning to his home, Kunyi's heart was completely settled. "Come in quickly!" Yun Qiang hurriedly called Kunyi. Yet, after entering the house, Kunyi was finally able to drink some water and take a breath. "Xiaoi, have you become faster?" Quan Li was shocked by the concealment and speed shown by Kunyi. It had only been 3 months. Even if Kunyi was gifted, it would not be possible for him to have such a big change in such a short time. "Yes, Grandpa." I have reached level 50. Chuan Yi put down the water bowl and replied. What? Chuan Li and Yun Qiang stood up at the same time at the shocking news. Chuan Li knew Chuan Yi's situation best. According to his calculations, it would take at least half a year for Chuan Yi to reach level 50. However, it has only been 3 months since he and Chuan Yi separated. Chuan Li was worried instead of happy. He asked with a serious face, Xiao Yi, what's going on with you? Tell us in detail. Chuan Yi did not hide anything, but recounted his experience to the two. For a long time. Douluo, the fountain of ice and fire. Chuan Li lowered his head and kept repeating a few words. Pa. Yun Qiang slapped the table with a gloomy face. Xiao Yi. Chuan Yi saw that the situation was not good, and immediately stood up and apologized. Sorry, Grandma, it's my fault. Yun Qiang always thought that Chuan Yi was the most stable and worry-free man in the Chuan family. But unexpectedly, Chuan Yi was the craziest one. Chuan Li looked at the atmosphere and immediately stood up to persuade Yun Qiang, don't be angry, don't be angry. Xiao Yi, isn't he back safely? Yun Qiang suppressed her anger. 2 days ago, Douluo suddenly appeared in Tiandu city and became a guest of the Tiandu royal family at the invitation of the royal family. At the same time, Douluo officially announced to the world that he had broken through to the title Douluo realm. Title, by phosphorus, poison. In order to demonstrate its strength, the Tiandu royal family secretly publicized this matter. In just 1 day, all the slightly powerful people in and outside the city knew about this matter. This matter is still only spread in Tiandu city, but it has caused an uproar. Although Douluo is only a guest official, but the deterrent power of the titled Douluo is like a nuclear bomb in the previous life. Just the existence can cause all kinds of unexpected effects. Moreover, this Douluo is still a dangerous existence known for his poison skills. In terms of group battles, no one can compete with Douluo. Once the poison skills are released, tens of thousands of troops are powerless in front of him. And now, offending Douluo is no different from offending the entire Tiandu Empire. However, fortunately, Chuan Yi did not reveal any identity information during the battle. Otherwise, Yun Qiang would have to arrange for the Chuan family to flee Tiandu city overnight. Grandma, I was impulsive this time, and I am now deeply reflecting on myself. However, because of this adventure, I also gained a lot. Soul summons. The dazzling scorching sun gauntlet appeared on Chuan Yi's hand. Yun Qiang and Chuan Li's sights were attracted by Chuan Yi's martial soul. The ruby sun was inlaid on the dark gold steel. The exquisiteness of the martial soul was far beyond that before the evolution. In addition to the appearance, the cold dark gold breath and the hot flame breath emitted by the martial soul complement each other, giving people a sense of danger. Now, the weight of a single gauntlet has reached an astonishing 500 kilograms. The two together weigh exactly 1 ton. With such a terrifying weight, Chuan Yi wore it on his hand with ease. Quan Li, as the holder of the same kind of gauntlet martial soul, deep in his heart, his martial soul felt a kind of throbbing because of Quan Yi's martial soul. Quan Li knew what this was, it was the suppression of the lower martial soul by the higher martial soul. It had nothing to do with the level difference. Yunxiang was deeply afraid because of the fire attribute aura emitted by Quan Yi's martial soul. In just 2 breaths, the air in the room became very hot because of the appearance of Quan Yi's martial soul. Her martial soul, Shijuan, issued a strong warning. The Shijuan martial soul was warning her to stay away from Quan Yi quickly. Martial soul evolution. Yun Qiang exclaimed as she looked at Chuan Yi's martial soul. Cases of martial soul evolution are rare, but not uncommon in the world of soul masters. What really surprised Yun Qiang was that the fiery sun gauntlet was originally a top-level martial soul at the level of innate full soul power. In theory, the fiery sun gauntlet is in a state where there is no further progress. It's like a climber who is already standing on the top of a mountain, stepping onto the stairs of nothingness and climbing towards a higher sky. Seeing the changes in the martial soul, Yun Qiang somewhat understood Chuan Yi's idea of taking risks to seize the treasure land. Even she couldn't easily resist the temptation of evolution. Xiao Yi, can you draw down everything you see and hear every time you go over the top? Yun Qiang felt that she needed to study the treasure land that Chuan Yi had discovered. Chapter 168 Clues about Immortality. Upon hearing the sound, Chuan Yi immediately found a pen and paper and drew everything in his memory. During the process of merging with the fire element, Chuan Yi secretly memorized everything around him through his mental power. Chuan Yi's wrist moved rapidly, and in a few minutes he drew the overall outline of the hot spring and the overall picture of the medicine garden. After drawing one, Chuan Yi did not stop. He took advantage of his relatively clear memory. He drew the various flowers and plants of different shapes in the medicine garden. XXXX. The increase in hand speed and mental strength allowed Chuan Yi to draw at an inhuman speed. Yun Qiang and Chuan Li took the drawings, observed carefully, and tried to distinguish the specific names. Strange chrysanthemum, snow cicada, fragrant fairy product. Looking through the drawings one by one, Yun Qiang couldn't stop her surprise. Each of the names she said was a rare treasure for ordinary people. However, so many precious plants were gathered together. It is conceivable that the ice and fire spring that Chuan Yi found is such a magical treasure. Xiao Yi, you have caused a big disaster this time. Douluo's cherishment of the treasure must be above everything else. In the future, never try to approach that place again. Yun Qiang warned Chuan Yi seriously, making Chuan Yi realize the seriousness of the problem. Are these plants very precious? Chuan Li asked on the side. He didn't know much about these things. Yun Qiang introduced, most of the plants here are poisons with strong toxicity. However, the rest are tonics with different effects. From Chuan Yi's introduction, it can be seen that the age and size of the tonics are extraordinary. This kind of tonic, you and I can also benefit greatly from taking it. Each plant can even be regarded as a family heirloom. With Yun Qiang's knowledge, she can only recognize some of the plants, and she can't tell a large part of them. Xiao Yi, this time you can save your life. If Xiao Yi didn't really anger Douluo, and such a big secret was discovered, he would definitely die without a burial place. Yun Qiang was deeply afraid. However, Chuan Yi did not feel fear and regret. Afraid. Chuan Yi also deeply believed Yun Qiang's warning. He would never take risks again before his strength surpassed Douluo. What's more, this time he had obtained the most precious opportunity from the treasure land. However, thinking of Douluo's last words when he left, Chuan Yi's thoughts floated, and a strange idea emerged. After drawing all the information in his memory, Yun Qiang put away all the drawings drawn by Chuan Yi. I will keep these drawings first. I will go back and check the information carefully. Chuan Yi had no objection to this. At the same time, this was the best arrangement. Just as Yun Qiang put away the drawings, the huge map on the table attracted Chuan Yi's attention. After Yun Qiang put away the drawings, he was about to fold the map on the table. Wait! Chuan Yi stretched out his hand to stop Yun Qiang's action. He bent down to explore the map. What's wrong? Chuan Li asked. Chuan Yi did not answer, but held the heart of the sun in his chest with his eyes closed. The vermilion soul power flowed into the heart of the sun along his palm, emitting a faint fluorescence. Chuan Yi's consciousness entered the storage space, and the ancient map appeared in his mind again. Through comparison, Chuan Yi can now confirm that this map is highly consistent with the map of Douluo continent. Although there are many differences in details, considering the factor of time, it is not impossible that the terrain has changed. Chuan Yi opened his eyes and told Yun Qiang and Chuan Li the map hidden in the heart of the Sunday World map. In the cognition of Yun Qiang and Chuan Li, the world is Douluo continent, and Douluo continent is the world. They have never thought that there is another continent outside the continent. Therefore, Chuan Yi's words, like a fairy tale, shocked the two. In contrast, Chuan Yi's calm reaction made the two strange. Seeing that the two could not accept it, Chuan Yi handed his necklace to Chuan Li and asked him to see it for himself. Chuan Li took the necklace and projected his consciousness into the storage space. So big! The spacious storage space inside can easily accommodate the longhouse they live in. Such a huge storage space far exceeds the storage space of Yunxiang's sixth soul skill, book mountain, and river. Quan Li sighed secretly, if the necklace is added with enough gunpowder, it can immediately become a strategic weapon. However, except for the vast space and some supplies in the space, Quan Li did not see the scene that Kun Yi described. Grandpa, don't you feel it yet? Kun Yi urged from outside. Quan Li closed his eyes and searched carefully in the storage space, but there was still no movement. He opened his eyes and shook his head, then handed the necklace to Yunxiang. After Yunxiang took it, he had the same reaction. Neither of them saw the scene that Kun Yi described. Yun Qiang handed the necklace back to Chuan Yi and said slowly, the map was opened because of you, so the map can only be opened by you. It seems that the maker of the necklace is selecting qualified people to find the place indicated in the map. And you are the one chosen by the necklace. Xiao, you must keep this necklace well. Chuan Yi took the heart of the sun and hung it back around his neck. What kind of secret does this necklace hide? Chuan Yi asked curiously. The origins of soul guides vary greatly, but what is certain is that they all have a very long history. Soul guides of the level of the heart of the sun are rare in the world. Its manufacturing process even exceeds the limit of human beings. I suspect that it may have a certain connection with immortality. The huge amount of information stored in Yun Qiang's mind led her to a conclusion that she herself found absurd. Chuan Yi murmured, immortality. As long as a soul master cultivates to the soul Douluo entitled Douluo realms, he will be exposed to higher level information. That is information about immortality. In the soul master world, immortality refers to God. Before, Chuan Yi had discussed the topic of becoming a god at level 100 with Huo Wu. Many gifted soul masters, even if they don't know whether it is true or not, will challenge this goal. Chuan Yi is the same. However, unlike other soul masters, he did not doubt the existence of God. The biggest evidence is himself. Travel through time. Reincarnation. Such an absurd thing happened to Chuan Yi, and his brain began to doubt whether it was a prank of God or an accident of God. If it was an accident, would his soul be cleansed by God again? Will he be cleared like a bug in a program? There is a God above your head. A phrase seems to have become a fact. He is interested in myths and history because they are closely related to himself. In the end, Chuan Yi needed to solve these doubts in order to truly eliminate the anxiety deep in his heart. However, he did not expect that the clues he wanted to find had already been lurking around him. Chapter 169 Chuan Family Library. Chuan Yi calmed down. No longer thinking too much about the future, it is not a good thing to be too ambitious. Immortality is still far away from Chuan Yi, so let's focus on the present. He took out a large drawing paper again and roughly drew the outline of the ancient map with a concise brush stroke. Due to time constraints, Chuan Yi did not take too long to draw the simple map. Chuan Li and Yun Qiang approached Chuan Yi's back, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Chuan Yi's painting was like a rough world map drawn by a geography teacher in class. But even such a rough painting shocked the two. In their hearts, Douluo continent is the center of the world, but on the map, Douluo continent is just a corner of the map. Chuan Yi put down his pen and introduced, "This is the picture in my mind." Yun Qiang stared at the map, gradually changing from shock to surprise. Muttered, "With this map, it will definitely be of great help to us in sailing the sea in the future." Chuan Yi, who was close at hand, heard Yun Qiang's low voice. "Sailing? What sailing?" Yun Qiang relayed what they had discussed before to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi also bowed his head in thought. Moving the territory to the coast. The more he thought, the brighter Chuan Yi's eyes became. "I think there is no problem. I also agree with your decision. In the future, the main development direction of their Chuan family is soul masters and firearms. The former requires long-term investment and experimentation on children before awakening to determine the probability and extent of awakening innate soul power. However, this is a long-term task that takes a lot of time. In the short term, there may not be obvious results. However, the development of firearms is different from the former. After several years of development, they have established a complete process. As long as the raw materials are sufficient, they can build a firearms force that can sweep tens of thousands of troops in a very short time. However, in peacetime without war, the produced firearms can only be stored in the warehouse to gather dust. Even if the production cost is lowered by them, if they cannot make profits through firearms, the development of firearms will stagnate. Going to the vast ocean can not only use firearms secretly, but also make huge profits for the family. For the family, there is no better choice than this. Moreover, when it comes to the sea, the first thing that comes to Chuan Yi's mind is the steel giant ship. The steel giant ship powered by coal, oil and other fuels can even resist the unpredictable weather and ocean currents of the ocean to a certain extent. The most terrifying thing is that this is not a fantasy. With the current foundation, it will only take more than 10 years for Chuan Yi to turn fantasy into reality. Chuan Yi's heart was attracted by the vast sea. "Since you agree, my general direction is set," Yun Qiang replied. Originally, Yun Qiang thought that Chuan Yi would resist the seaside environment because of his own attributes, but unexpectedly, Chuan Yi agreed to her decision without hesitation. Chuan Yi's approval made Yun Qiang feel at ease. Under normal circumstances, Chuan Yi's judgment is trustworthy. However, Grandma, I think that in addition to investigating the coastal areas, we have to investigate more mining areas and blacksmith shops. These two will be important factors in whether we can develop rapidly in the future. I have an idea in my mind, but to realize this idea, I need more blacksmiths and more iron mines. Chuan Yi put forward his requirements. Yun Qiang was surprised and said, "Are you going to produce firearms on a large scale? However, we are not many in number, and the number of iron mines and blacksmiths we have now is enough to equip all of us." Chuan Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "No, Grandma, I have other ideas." The day that determined the fate of the Chuan family passed just like that. From the next day, the Chuan family began to operate secretly. Several investigation teams set out from Tiandu City and went to various regions to investigate various intelligence. And the Chuan family also began to slowly make various preparations to leave Tiandu City. Of course, no one would pay attention to everything they did. A week passed, and in the gradually busy family, he was the most leisurely person. For a whole week, Chuan Yi was in the family library, searching for various materials and information. The Chuan family library was built by Yun Qiang. The library is 4 stories high and is the tallest building in the territory. All members of the clan can enter and read books. Under Yun Qiang's painstaking management, this library was built into a top-level mimicry environment that is most suitable for her cultivation. The various books in it are very rare and difficult to find outside. After decades of collection by Yun Qiang, the number of books has reached a terrifying level. Some of them were purchased directly by Yun Qiang, and some were copied from the hands of book collectors. And a larger part was donated to Yun Qiang by the nobles in the city. The owner of the Chuan family boutique, a powerful soul master at the level of soul saint. For each noble, it is absolutely a big profit to exchange a few insignificant books for the friendship with the soul saint. Therefore, Yun Qiang also took the opportunity to obtain many precious books that are not circulated on the market. Chuan Yi is sitting on a large leather sofa, flipping through books. There are dozens of books scattered around him. Most of these books are related to snake martial spirits and soul beasts, and a small part are books about other types of soul beasts. However, other types of soul beasts have one thing in common, that is, they are all dangerous species that contain toxins. The book in Chuan Yi's hand is called Detailed Explanation of the Green Phosphorus Snake. The green phosphorus snake martial soul is very rare. Apart from Douluo, there are no famous soul masters. Due to its scarcity, there are few books on the study of the green phosphorus snake martial soul. In addition to the martial soul, Chuan Yi found the research on the real green phosphorus snake. I didn't expect that the green phosphorus snake was not originally a poisonous snake carrying toxins. Looking at the introduction of the green-scaled snake in the book, Chuan Yi seemed to understand something. The various information about Douluo in the outside world is constantly fermenting. The first person to achieve the title of Poison Overlord with the green phosphorus snake martial soul. The resounding title pushed Douluo's reputation to a higher position. However, Chuan Yi, who had seen the real situation of Douluo, was not scared by these titles. Through the comparative study of snake martial souls and poisonous beast martial souls, Chuan Yi found something interesting. On the mainland, the inheritance of martial souls is basically carried out through blood inheritance. Therefore, the same family will awaken the same martial soul. However, even if they have the same martial soul, it will change according to the soul master's personal choice and development. Therefore, even if they have the same martial soul, their achievements will be very different. And Douluo was able to stand out from all the green phosphorus snake martial souls, probably because he chose the development direction of poison, and spent a lot of thought and effort on using poison. Excellent choice and unremitting efforts made Douluo walk at the top of the continent in the way of poison. However, if the green phosphorus snake has such a great talent in using poison, why were there no famous soul masters before Douluo? Now Chuan Yi seems to know the reason. That is, the green phosphorus snake is not a poisonous snake. Chapter 170 Danzu and Soul Power Crystal. Chuan Yi thought that Douluo was plotted by other poison attribute soul masters. However, it seems that the reason for Douluo's poisoning may not be due to other poison attribute soul masters. It is very likely due to his own reasons. Take the fire attribute soul master as an example. When a fire attribute soul master uses fire, he will not be harmed by his own fire. Similarly, a poison attribute soul master will not be harmed by his own toxin when using the poison of his martial soul to attack. However, if it is a non-poison attribute martial soul, using poison attribute soul skills, will the soul master be affected by his own toxin? Because he did not know much about this aspect before, Chuan Yi had never thought about this issue in detail. Douluo's martial soul is not a poison attribute soul beast in essence. There is no organ in its body structure that produces and stores toxins. However, due to the power of the soul ring, the green phosphorus snake martial soul has the ability to produce toxins. Moreover, the toxins produced are strong and difficult to deal with. However, strong does not mean suitable. Toxins that cannot be stored by martial souls will not disappear out of thin air, but will accumulate in the soul master's body. The effect may not be seen in 1 or 2 days, but what if it is 10 or dozens of years? The toxins accumulated in the body will definitely explode and harm the soul master's own body. Douluo seems to be a case of being attacked by his own toxins. Chuan Yi thought of Huo Wu from this. Huo Wu's second soul skill is a soul skill with rare toxins such as Yan Shat. However, fortunately, Yan Shat is essentially composed of fire attributes, so it will not cause harm to Huo Wu's body. If Douluo wants to solve his own problem, he must solve the problem of his martial soul producing toxins. However, he cannot replace his soul ring. As long as he uses his martial soul, toxins will continue to be produced. Even if Douluo finds a way to replace the soul ring, if the poison is lost, his martial soul will lose its advantage. What a vicious circle! Whether it can be done is one question, and whether to change it is another question. After thinking from another perspective, Chuan Yi can imagine the torment in Douluo's heart. However, if there is no place to store the poison, Douluo can try to store the poison in the soul bone. I wonder if he has tried it. After saying that, Chuan Yi smiled and shook his head and said, a titled Douluo should not have thought of this. After solving a doubt, Chuan Yi continued to read the books about the green phosphorus snake repeatedly. However, his face became more and more confused. Chuan Yi spent so much time to understand the green phosphorus snake. In addition to studying the relationship between the green-scaled snake and the poison, the bigger reason was to find out whether the green phosphorus snake had a round bead object. That's right, the biggest reason for Chuan Yi to study the green phosphorus snake's martial spirit was to study the danzu released by Douluo. While being bound by Douluo, Chuan Yi carefully observed the danzu. That was not a soul skill, nor a soul bone skill. And the green phosphorus snake did not have a similar organ, so it should not be part of the martial spirit. Therefore, this made Chuan Yi think of his soul power crystallization at the first time. Chuan Yi asked Chuan Li that other soul Douluo and title Douluo did not seem to have similar means as Douluo. However, that pill was obviously an object made of soul power. This made him see a possibility. That is the high-level advanced version of soul power crystallization. A long time ago, when Chuan Li learned about Chuan Yi's soul power crystallization, he began to try to condense a high concentration of soul power crystallization in his body. However, when Chuan Li condensed soul power crystallization, once it exceeded a certain limit he will change from a stable state to an uncontrollable state. Constrained by the lack of his mental strength, Chuan Li wisely gave up the process of further condensation. Because, such a huge soul power out of control in the body, that is no joke. However, this also made Chuan Li discover another possibility of soul power crystallization. After knowing this, Chuan Yi felt that if he had a strong enough mental power to control the changes in soul power, he might be able to condense a soul power bead similar to Douluo. Chuan Yi combined Chuan Li's experience with the information of the green phosphorus snake. He initially came to a conclusion. The training of mental power cannot be relaxed. It should be raised to the same status as physical training and soul skill training. During a week, although Chuan Yi stopped physical training due to the lack of high-level soul beast meat, but he did not relax in the training of mental power. After learning the information he cared about, Chuan Yi closed the book. He put the other books on the bookshelf one by one, and then turned around and left the library. Lunchtime. Chuan Li, Chuan Yi, and Yongsheng, the three of them, gathered together today and had lunch. After lunch, Yongsheng handed a sealed book to Chuan Yi. This is the plant information I sorted out. I have recorded the effects of most herbs in it. However, remember one thing, don't take risks. Chuan Yi nodded in understanding and put the book into the heart of the sundae. Don't worry. After giving the order, Yongsheng showed a reluctant expression. Because, today is the day when Chuan Yi and Chuan Li go to the Stardo Great Forest. The purpose is to obtain the 5th soul ring. For the 5th soul ring, Chuan Yi's goal is a soul ring of about 50,000 years. Even if Kuan Yi's body is enough to withstand all soul rings below 100,000 years, considering that Kuan Yi's mental power is still at the soul saint stage. Kuan Yi appropriately chose 50,000 years. 50,000 years is already the maximum absorption period of the 7th soul ring. As for why it is the Star Do Great Forest, there are two reasons. One is that Sunset Forest lacks soul beasts of high age. The chance of finding a 50,000-year soul beast with both fire and power attributes is very small. The second is to avoid Dugubo. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is the most poisonous. Chuan Yi and Chuan Li bid farewell to Yun Kaiang and ran towards the Xingde Great Forest. This time, the two had no followers, and all the supplies were loaded into the heart of the sun, and they travelled light. It takes about half a month to travel from Tiandu City to Xingde Great Forest by carriage. But the two arrived at Xingde Great Forest in just 5 days. Chuan Yi's body is comparable to that of a soul Douluo. At the running speed of the soul Douluo level, running hundreds of kilometers a day is simply a piece of cake. If it weren't for the cooperation with Chuan Li, Chuan Yi would use the body of the fire spirit, which would be even faster. After resting for a night in a small town near the forest, the two went straight to the depths of the forest. After seeing the sunset forest, the star forest was filled with dense trees, just like a crowd of people. After entering the forest, the two of them were alert as they moved deeper into the forest. On the first day of entering the forest, they went straight through the outer circle and arrived at the area dominated by 10,000-year soul beasts. This was an area that Chuan Yi had not reached before. When he arrived in this area, Chuan Li became solemn, and his mental power was pushed to the extreme. In this area, 10,000-year soul beasts can be seen everywhere, and they all hate the existence of humans. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded by many 10,000-year soul beasts. So, he must always be vigilant. Chapter 171 Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu. At the same time, in another part of the star forest, two figures, one tall and one short, walked leisurely in the depths of the forest. The tall one was a man, wearing a grey robe, with a face that looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, with long black hair, neatly scattered behind his head. There was a calm smile on her face, giving people a comfortable feeling. Following the man was a girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and her beautiful golden hair was scattered behind her head, looking noble and imposing. The woman had a graceful figure, but the most eye-catching thing was her majestic eyes. Although she was young, she was already a stunning beauty. In this dangerous forest, the two people did not seem to have any sense of crisis. If you don't consider the environment, you would mistakenly think they were taking a forest bath. Moreover, not only that, the two people appeared in this position, which was very abrupt. You know, this is the inner circle of the forest where 10,000-year soul beasts appear in large numbers. If you want to obtain the man's soul ring, you shouldn't bring a 15 or 16-year-old girl in here. If you want to obtain the girl's soul ring, generally speaking, at most you can get the 4th soul ring, and a 1,000-year soul ring is enough. At this time, the tall man turned around and asked the girl beside him, Zioxiu, what kind of soul skill do you want for your 5th soul ring? The girl replied, Grandpa, I want to get a powerful single attack skill for the 5th soul skill. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and her tone was calm and composed, but she lacked some of the spirit skills that belonged to her age's agility and innocence. The man smiled and nodded, but a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Well, leave the rest to me. The two people turned out to be grandfather and granddaughter. The purpose of their trip was the same as Chuan Yi's, both of them came to obtain the 5th soul ring. Although the granddaughter was about 5 years older than Chuan, she was definitely a person with extraordinary talent to obtain the 5th soul ring at this age. Moreover, the man, who was called grandfather, looked so young, which showed that the man's cultivation had reached a certain terrifying realm. The two people revealed abnormalities everywhere. In fact, they had extraordinary life experiences. The man, named Qian Daoliu, was the master of the Elder Hall of the Wuhan Hall and the chief worshipper. Wuhan, 6-winged angel, 99 level strong attack system peerless Douluo. He was a man standing at the top of the Soul Master. And the girl who called Qian Daoliu grandfather was named Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu's granddaughter. Martial soul is also 6-winged angel, level 50. Current age, 16 years old. In fact, Qian Rongxiu's level had reached 50 a year ago, but for some reasons, she had to postpone the time to obtain the spirit ring. Qian Rongxiu and Qian Douluo were moving fast, and encountered many 10,000-year soul beasts during the period. However, these soul beasts seemed to have not noticed the two of them and slipped away from their eyes. Qian Douluo's terrifying cultivation made these soul beasts unable to even detect the existence of the two. Most soul masters with high cultivation have the means to conceal themselves and not be noticed by others. However, being able to do this while carrying a person is enough to prove Qian Douluo's terrifying strength. Six-winged angel is a legendary martial soul, and it is also the top martial soul in Douluo continent. This kind of martial soul symbolizes the spokesperson of God. The most terrifying thing is that people with this martial soul not only have innate full soul power, but also innate full soul power of level 20. This means that as long as you get the first soul ring, you can immediately get the second soul ring. With such a starting point, getting the fifth soul ring at the age of 16 seems a bit slow. Six-winged angels have rare sacred attributes, so what they need is a soul beast with the same sacred attribute. Soul beasts with sacred attributes are not only rare, but also extremely powerful in their own talents. A soul beast with a sacred attribute of 10,000 years has the strength comparable to a soul beast of 30 or 40,000 years. Therefore, most of them live in the depths of the inner circle of the Star Do Great Forest. On the way forward, Qian Douluo seemed to have discovered something and asked a little doubt. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Qian Rongxiu asked in a low voice. Qian Douluo looked deeply in one direction with a sharp gaze. He sensed a familiar sacred breath from this direction. However, after he stared for a while, he smiled with interest. "I saw something interesting. Let's go, let's get closer." Qian Rongxiu was puzzled, but did not ask more questions, but followed Qian Douluo closely. After walking for a few minutes, Qian Douluo and Qian Rongxiu jumped onto a tall tree and looked down at the distant scene. After jumping onto the branch, Qian Rongxiu was surprised by the scene a few kilometers away. She saw a very rare soul beast with sacred attributes. Its body was bright red, like a lion, and its body looked majestic and majestic. With a huge body of tens of meters, it was extremely conspicuous even in the depths of the forest. Holy Fire Spirit Beast. Qian Rongxiu knew the name of the soul beast at a glance. At this time, the body of the Holy Fire Spirit Beast was covered by golden flames. The bright flames not only emitted a hot breath, but also exuded a sacred purifying power. Qian Rongxiu, who possessed the six-winged angel martial spirit, was most familiar with this sacred breath. As a soul beast with the dual attributes of fire and sacredness, the Holy Fire Spirit Beast is a very rare and powerful soul beast. It is also an excellent choice that is very suitable for the six-winged angel martial spirit. At first, Qian Rongxiu's calm phoenix eyes flashed with surprise. But soon, she shook her head with regret. What a pity! She turned to Qian Douluo and asked, "Grandpa, this fire spirit holy beast is at least 50,000 years old. It is not something I can try to absorb now." While saying this, she had doubts in her heart. With Qian Douluo's knowledge, he must have known about this matter a long time ago. Could it be that he did this to let her see this rare soul beast? Qian Douluo smiled lightly and said, "Xiaoxiu, look carefully." Qian Rongxiu looked forward again. The golden firelight made her a little dazzled, but after careful observation, she found two human figures in the dazzling firelight. Looking closely, she was surprised to find that it was actually two soul masters who were fighting with the fire spirit holy beast. Qian Douluo's voice once again reached Qian Rongxiu's ears, "Xiaoxiu, from now on, you have to watch this battle carefully. It's rare to have the opportunity to watch a soul Douluo level battle up close, so cherish this opportunity." However, without him saying much, Qian Rongxiu's sight was attracted by the battle ahead early on. These two soul masters are Chuan Yi and Chuan Li, who came to obtain the fifth soul ring. This is the first day in the forest. Before the sun sets, they are lucky enough to find this rare fire spirit holy beast. Moreover, the age is just between 50,000 and 55,000 years. This is simply an opportunity given to Chuan Yi by God. As the saying goes, God gives. If you don't take it, you will suffer from it. Summoning the weapon soul. Black Iron Gauntlet. Behind Quan Li, yellow, purple, black, and black, domineering and terrifying soul rings appeared at the same time. Powerful momentum instantly burst out from Quan Li. While summoning the martial soul, two balls of dark liquid soul power appeared in Quan Li's hands. The two balls of liquid completed the transformation and formation in an instant. Finally, they turned into a spear and a shield. Chapter 172 Fire Spirit Holy Beast. Quan Li's right foot crushed the ground, and the reaction force drove Quan Li to rush towards the head of the Fire Spirit Holy Beast. The extreme explosive power brought explosive propulsion. Facing the rushing Quan Li, the Fire Spirit Holy Beast spit out golden holy flames from its mouth. The holy flame of the Fire Spirit Holy Beast has two abilities, burning and purifying. These two abilities can quickly wear away and melt the enemy's soul power. Therefore, it can not only be used for attack, but also wrap around the body as a means of defense. This just happens to restrain Quan Li, who uses soul weapons. However, facing the powerful flames of the Fire Spirit Beast, Quan Li was not afraid, and the spear in his right hand turned from hard to soft. In an instant, the black liquid covered Quan Li's whole body, like a black steel giant. Then, it turned from soft to hard again. The whole process was very fast. In an instant, Quan Li completed two changes in succession. This means that Quan Li's soul power and mental power have been completely integrated, reaching a state of perfect harmony and integration. At this level, the hardness and sharpness of Quan Li's two weapons can compete with weapon spirits of the same level. Using soul power to protect his whole body, Quan Li fearlessly rushed into the fire column. He raised his shield and hit the Fire Spirit Beast's nose hard. Roar! The Fire Spirit Beast's wailing sounded. The intense pain made the Fire Spirit Beast shed tears. The 50,000-year-old Fire Spirit Holy Beast is strong enough to compete with Soul Douluo. Even if the Soul Douluo's physique is slightly contaminated by the holy flame, it will probably cause great damage. However, Quan Li, who has full body defense, is not at all inferior to this. He can fully exert his own strength and battle record to suppress the Fire Spirit Holy Beast head-on. However, although he blocked the flame, his soul power used for defense was wiped out by a small half in a very short contact. After Quan Li knew it, he was not surprised but happy, because this meant that the Fire Spirit Holy Beast's flame was very powerful, and the skills it brought to Quan Yi would also be very terrifying. Excited, Quan Li grabbed the hair on his face with his right hand, stood on his head, raised his shield and hit it heavily on his face. Bang! 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 Under the continuous heavy blows, the Fire Spirit Holy Beast fell into dizziness and could not keep a clear mind. And when Quan Li was attracting attention from the front, Quan Yi was not idle either. He ran to the feet of the Fire Spirit Holy Beast, summoned the Fiery Sun Gauntlet, and pointed his finger at the thick hind legs. Third Soul Skill, Scorching Ray. A vermilion laser ray shot out from Quan Yi's finger. The vermilion silk thread, which was dozens of meters long, was like a hot knife cutting butter. With a light stroke of his finger, the laser directly penetrated the protection of the golden holy flame, cut through the thick fur, and cut off the Achilles tendon of the hind legs. A huge amount of blood spurted out from the cross-section. Ouch! In an instant, the retreating and injured Fire Spirit Holy Beast could not keep its balance and fell heavily to the side. Horror! Seeing the power of the third soul skill, Quan Yi's pupils also trembled. Since Quan Yi's flame has completely evolved into the ultimate fire, this is the first time he has fought against a strong enemy. In the state of the ultimate fire, the attack distance, cutting power, and penetration power of the scorching ray are more than doubled. Moreover, the effect of the holy flame melting soul power cannot affect Quan Yi's ultimate fire. This is the state when Quan Yi has not used other amplifying soul skills. Once Quan Yi exerts his full strength, he can definitely easily cut the hard and thick animal bones in half. While admiring the power of the ultimate fire, Quan Yi did not forget to continue waving his fingers to break the remaining three legs. Under the powerful control of the gauntlet, the scorching rays, like a telescopic magic weapon, instantly took away the Fire Spirit Holy Beast's mobility. Awoo! The fallen Fire Spirit Holy Beast roared to the sky and let out a desperate wail. The dazzling golden air wave rushed up to the sky and burst out from its whole body, directly knocking Quan Li and Quan Yi away for dozens of meters. Quan Yi's whole body was shining with vermilion light, and the rigidity condensed by soul power instantly emerged from his skin and covered Quan Yi. At the same time, Quan Yi crossed his hands and used his strong martial spirit to offset most of the force of the air wave. Although he was knocked dozens of meters away, Quan Yi was not hurt at all. "Xiao Yi, are you okay?" Quan Li shouted to Quan Yi. "I'm fine." When Quan Yi answered, his eyes were fixed on the sky. The originally blue sky and white clouds showed the most sacred golden color. The sacred light shone on the earth, and the evil thoughts in Quan Yi's heart were purified by the golden light. He even began to feel guilty about his behavior. Just when Chuan Yi was staring at the sky in a daze, Chuan Li approached Chuan Yi and shouted to Chuan Yi loudly. Wake up! This voice combined the dual impact of soul power and mental power. Originally, it was a sonic attack used to attack the enemy. Quan Li adjusted the power to wake up Kun Yi. Kun Yi felt a sharp pain in his brain and instantly woke up from the previous state. I am. He now felt that his thinking speed had become slower, and his speech speed had also slowed down. This is the innate skill of the fire spirit holy beast. It can affect the enemy's spirit through sacred energy. The affected enemy can only stand there and endure its attack. Quan Li's eyes were clear and he looked 100 times more energetic. The influence of the sacred light seemed to have no effect on Quan Li. It seems that the attack of the fire spirit holy beast produces different results according to the strength of the opponent's mental power. Not long after Kun Yi woke up, the sacred feeling slowly rose in his heart. The vigilant Kun Yi was not hit again. He united his thoughts, guarded his mind, and mobilized all his mental power to build a defense, which barely blocked the word mental purification. You can actually resist mental purification with your own strength. It seems that the mental training in the past few months has not been in vain. Quan Li secretly affirmed Kun Yi's efforts, and was also surprised by Kun Yi's talent in mental training. Even if you have a treasure like King Zhuo Brew that can restore mental power, the improvement of mental power requires a process of accumulation. An 11-year-old child, whose spirit is not yet mature, can actually make such a huge progress. Quan Li can only attribute the reason to his extraordinary talent. After making good mental defense, Kun Yi looked up again, and he could feel a powerful energy brewing in the sky. Quick, kill the fire spirit holy beast before the attack is completely formed. Quan Li urged from the side. Kun Yi lowered his head and looked at the fire spirit holy beast lying on the ground struggling in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his finger and fired a scorching ray. A distance of dozens of meters is meaningless to Kun Yi. The scorching ray, which can attack as far as 1 kilometer away, penetrates the flesh and blood and reaches the brain of the fire spirit holy beast directly. Instantly, the pain and fear of the fire spirit beast were ended. At the same time, the terrifying energy fluctuations that were almost brewing slowly dissipated as if they had leaked air. A dark circular halo slowly emerged from the body of the fire spirit beast. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu, who was standing in the distance and watching the battle, was calm on the surface due to her usual training, but her heart was like a storm. Chapter 173 The Fifth Soul Ring of 50,000 Years. Chapter 173 The Fifth Soul Ring of 50,000 Years. The Fourth Soul Ring of 10,000 Years. The fire attribute that can compete with the holy flame of the fire spirit beast. Just a small part of the strength shown by Chuan Yi made Qian Rongxiu begin to doubt her own talent. The Chuan family has really produced an incredible younger generation. The silent Qian Douluo praised Chuan Yi. Is he the heir of the Iron Fist family? Qian Rongxiu kept her eyes on Chuan Yi while she was telling the story. Although the Chuan family is relatively low-key, Qian Rongxiu, who is familiar with Tiandu city, has a certain understanding of the Iron Fist family. Grandpa, did they hunt the fire spirit holy beast to use it as the fifth soul ring? Qian Rongxiu's brain was working fast, and she had analyzed various situations to draw conclusions. However, the conclusion she deduced was too incredible for her to believe. Qian Douluo nodded solemnly. Qian Rongxiu's conceited heart cracked at this moment. As a child of destiny and a six-winged angel awakener, she has been absolutely conceited about her talent and strength since she was a child. Even though she couldn't practice actual combat in these years, she was sure that she had an absolute advantage among her peers. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Rongxiu, who was in an unstable mood, and said, although this boy looks very mature, his actual age is younger than you. Moreover, judging from his current strength and physical fitness, he is likely to carry a soul bone, and his age is not low. However, what is more surprising is the boy's own efforts and choices. The aura on his body is very pure, without a trace of vanity, which proves that he has perfectly controlled the huge energy of his body. To be able to do this shows that he has made great efforts for this. Qian Douluo has a sharp eye and can see a lot of information from Chuan Yi's surface that ordinary people cannot see. He knows that Chuan Yi is not the type of person who pulls up seedlings to force growth, but a person with a very solid foundation. The decision made on a whim made him discover interesting things. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's performance, he recalled his own experience. His eyes became hazy, as if he was reminiscing about his past. He saw the shadow of his former friend, Tang Chen, in Chuan Yi. Grandpa, I want to keep watching. Qianrongxue wanted to continue to confirm whether Chuanyi could really absorb the 50,000-year soul ring. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly and agreed to Qianrongxue's request. Because he was also very curious. On the other hand, since Chuanyi did not consume too much soul power, Chuanyi took a short breath and soon began to absorb the soul ring. This was also the strategy they had formulated at the beginning. The star forest was different from the sunset forest. For safety reasons, they had to keep Chuanyi in his condition as much as possible, complete the soul ring absorption at the fastest speed, and then evacuate quickly. After all, where they were likely to encounter soul beasts that even Chuanli could not stop. Minimizing the stay time as much as possible was the best way to protect their safety. A few minutes later, Chuanyi sat cross-legged, summoned his martial soul, and used his martial soul to attract the soul ring. The soul ring with both fire and sacred attributes made Chuanyi look forward to it. Bang! The soul ring was pulled by the martial soul, and after emitting an energy wave, it was firmly wrapped around the martial soul. The martial soul absorption officially began. The accustomed pain swept through the meridians of the whole body again. The hot and sacred breath rushed through Chuanyi's meridians. Chuanyi divided his mental power into two parts with ease, observing his physical condition while controlling the circulation of the soul ring energy in his body. Under the control of mental power, energy gathered in the lower abdomen, circulated to the lower body, and then was absorbed into the body through the perineum and the meridians of the back. The absorption capacity of the Du meridian was still strong, and Chuanyi's body became stronger and tougher under the enhancement of soul bones, martial soul evolution and other factors. More importantly, the fire attribute energy of the fire spirit holy beast was slightly inferior to Chuanyi's ultimate fire in level. Therefore, the energy of the soul ring entered Chuanyi's body and was suppressed by Chuanyi's own soul power, and could not cause much damage to Chuanyi. So far, everything has been very smooth, but Chuanyi has not relaxed his vigilance. The last thrilling experience made Chuanyi suffer. This time Chuanyi was fully prepared. 2 hours passed. Even though Chuanyi's body was continuously absorbing energy, the energy input not only did not decrease, but became stronger. At the current speed, Chuanyi would have to absorb at least a whole day to absorb all the energy. It is really worthy of being a 50,000-year soul ring. Quan Li was carefully on guard outside. However, since Quan Yi absorbed the soul ring, he found that the surrounding environment fell into a strange silence. This situation not only did not make him happy, but made him more vigilant. Because he could not feel the breath of other soul beasts. They all seemed to flee from them. This meant that there was a certain existence around that frightened them, which was also what Quan Li was vigilant about. What was even more terrifying was that he could not even detect the existence that frightened other soul beasts. I hope it's just passing by. Quan Li prayed sincerely. And the culprit who caused this situation was Qian Daoliu, who was observing Quan Li and Quan Yi from a distance. In order to prevent Quan Yi from being disturbed, he drove away other soul beasts in a subtle way. To be able to withstand the energy impact of a 50,000-year soul ring so easily, the physical strength must have reached the soul saint level at least. Qian Daoliu explained to Qianrongxue. Grandpa, if I absorb the angel suit, can I also absorb a 50,000-year soul ring? Qianrongxue asked. Qian Daoliu paused for a moment, lowered his head and thought, then replied, if you want to absorb a 50,000-year soul ring, you need to absorb 2 soul bones. 2. Qianrongxue exclaimed in surprise. The angel suit she was talking about is the core inheritance of the Qian family, a complete set of 6 soul bones. Also, only soul masters with 6-winged angel martial spirits can use it. Each soul bone has a lifespan of 99,999 years. The extremely high-quality soul bones that are infinitely close to 100,000-year soul bones, just absorbing one, can greatly improve the body. Also, Qianrongxue has already absorbed one of the soul bones. In this state, Qian Daoliu judged that she still needed to absorb 2 more to absorb a 50,000-year soul ring. Did he absorb 6 soul bones? Qianrongxue asked in surprise. No, although he did absorb soul bones, the number is not large, and the age is not high. Why do I need to absorb 3 pieces to meet the conditions for absorption? Qianrongxue asked puzzledly. This is what I mean by effort and choice. All the soul rings of that young man are older than the limit of ordinary people. That is to say, he has been absorbing soul rings that exceed the limit of ordinary people since the first soul ring. Moreover, the soul rings he chose are most likely soul rings that can increase the power attribute. Because the power attribute can enhance physical fitness. Not only that, his physical training is definitely not inferior to the soul training. This can be seen from his actions. At this point, Qianrongxiu understood the reason. Now, she could no longer maintain her calmness on the surface, and could not help but sigh in surprise. What a crazy guy! Isn't he afraid of making mistakes? Chapter 174 Energy Fluctuation of Martial Soul Fusion. Chuan Yi's soul ring absorption lasted for 5 or 6 hours. From day to night. Then from night to day. The golden sunlight shines through the leaves and onto Chuan Yi's face. Holy, sacred. A mysterious aura surrounds Chuan Yi. The energy fluctuations of the soul ring have mostly decayed, which means that the absorption of the soul ring is nearing the end. Chuan Yi's vigilant soul vibration did not occur. Finally, near noon, the black soul ring completely merged into Chuan Yi's body. A powerful aura emanates from Chuan Yi's body. In the heat, there is a hint of domineering sacred aura. This gives Chuan Yi strength. Brings a certain amount of mental oppression. Judging from the momentum, Quan Li thought he was facing a soul Douluo of the same level. It can be judged that Quan Yi's gains must have exceeded his imagination. However, now is not the time to be happy. Xiaoai, although it is a bit urgent, we must evacuate quickly. Quan Li said with a solemn face and a little hurriedly. Quan Yi, who had just opened his eyes, didn't know what happened. However, out of trust in his grandfather, he nodded immediately. Just when Quan Yi wanted to turn around and put the body of the fire spirit holy beast into the heart of the Sunday, 2 figures appeared in front of the two. One tall and one short, one man and one woman. Quan Li also saw the two and stood in front of Quan Yi at the first moment. He stared straight at the newcomer, but even if he could see, he could not sense any breath. This made him look nervous and sweat. What this means, he knows best. Titled Douluo. Besides, he was not just an ordinary titled Douluo. At the same time, Chuan Yi had the same idea. Besides, as someone who had fought with titled Douluo before, he could understand that the long-haired middle-aged man was simply unfathomable. He was dozens of times more terrifying than Douluo. Chuan Yi's hair stood on end, and he felt a piercing pain from the pores all over his body. The extreme tension made him feel physically uncomfortable, but Chuan Yi did not dare to move. The visitors were Qiandaoliu and Qianrongxiu. The two approached slowly from the front. However, the distance of just a few dozen steps seemed to Chuan Yi and Chuan Li as long as hundreds or thousands of meters. Finally, when Qiandaoliu and Qianrongxiu walked in front of them, Qiandaoliu smiled faintly and said, "Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions." The calm voice reached the ears of the two, making them feel relieved and unconsciously let down their guard. This does not mean that they have lost their vigilance. Instead, under extreme pressure, they were suddenly allowed to take a breather. Knowing that it was impossible, their tense bodies and spirits relaxed uncontrollably. Chuan Li's sweat had already soaked his clothes, but he still asked, "What do you want, Your Majesty?" Qiandaoliu said gently, "Haha, I don't have any instructions, I just want to meet you two." Chuan Li knew that the terrifying existence that dispelled the soul beast was the one in front of him. At the same time, he also knew that Chuan Yi's absorption of the 50,000-year soul ring was exposed. Therefore, the target of this titled Douluo was Chuan Yi behind him. He didn't know the purpose of the visitor, whether it was good or bad. He could only do his best to deal with the other party. At this moment, he was ready to sacrifice himself and create an escape opportunity for Chuan Yi. Quan Li took a step forward, clasped his fists and asked, "Haha! It is our honor to be valued by His Majesty. I am Quan Li. May I ask Your Majesty's name?" Qiandaoliu replied, "I am Qiandaoliu. I am an old man who spends his days leisurely." After hearing this, Quan Li's thick body couldn't help but tremble, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he breathed anxiously and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, is Your Majesty the angel who is known as Invincible in the Sky?" Angel is Qiandaoliu's title, and Invincible in the Sky is people's recognition of his powerful strength in the sky. The current soul masters may not be familiar with Qiandaoliu, but Quan Li, as a soul master of the older generation, has a certain understanding of Qiandaoliu. Therefore, he will have such a huge reaction. As early as his youth, Jian Daoliu was already a terrifying existence standing at the top of the continent. More than 10 years have passed, and Quan Li is still chasing after his back. Seeing his idol in his youth, Quan Li became a little excited. Jian Daoliu smiled amiably and said, I have retired for decades. I didn't expect that someone still remembers me. Of course, your reputation was resounding throughout the Soul Master world at that time, inspiring countless young Soul Masters. I am one of them. Quan Li's shocked expression was like a young man chasing stars. Moreover, an old man in his 60s or 70s said these words to a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, which made Quan Yi also confused. Iron Fist, Quan Li. I have also heard of your name. You carry the fate of the entire family on your own. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to do what you did. Jian Daoliu praised Quan Li's performance like a star treating his fans. Invincible in the sky, angel. Quan Yi's mind flashed these words. He understood the identity of the visitor. The master of the Wuhan Hall's worship hall. The 99-level peerless Douluo. The closest existence to immortality in the world. Quan Yi let down his guard. Because, facing such a strong man, any vigilance is meaningless. Even his last means of escape, the fire spirit body, was as slow as a turtle in front of the six-winged angel martial spirit known as invincible in the sky. He took advantage of the moment when the two old men were talking to observe the beautiful girl standing next to Jian Daoliu. While he was observing the girl was also observing Quan Yi with her phoenix eyes. Jian Daoliu noticed the situation of the two and smiled, this is my granddaughter, Jian Rongxiu. She is also the next generation of our Qian family. Heir. Quan Li patted Quan Yi's shoulder and introduced Quan Yi, this is my grandson and the heir of our Quan family. Come on, salute Senior Qian. Quan Yi took a step forward and saluted Jian Daoliu without arrogance, Your Majesty, hello. My name is Quan Yi. After that, Quan stood up and stared straight into Jian Daoliu's eyes. Although the fear of facing the strongest still occupied a corner of his heart, he also had his own pride in his heart. Jian Daoliu glanced at Quan Yi and nodded secretly at Quan Yi's performance. Well, not bad, not bad. Jian Daoliu then turned his head to look at Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu noticed the sight and took a step forward. Looking up at the tall Quan Yi, staring at his eyes, he said calmly, Hello, my name is Jian Rongxiu. Can you ask? Quan Yi knew that this was an investigation of his information, but it was meaningless to try to hide it now. He scratched the back of his head, lowered his head and replied softly, Hello, sister, I am 11 years old this year. Jian Rongxiu raised her eyebrows, and her calm expression paused slightly. She said in a slightly hurried tone, Sister? 11 years old. Quan Yi replied, Yes. However, at the moment when Quan Yi answered, he felt a strange energy fluctuation from Jian Rongxiu. This is energy fluctuation of martial soul fusion. Chapter 175 Fair? A familiar feeling. This is the fluctuation that Quan Yi often feels when he is with Huo Wu. So, Quan Yi will not admit his mistake. However, Quan Yi did not make a fuss, but chose to remain silent. Now he just wants to send the two away quickly so that he can leave smoothly. If it weren't for the peerless Douluo standing next to him, he wouldn't even bother to answer the rude question from this brat. The resonance of the martial soul also surprised Jian Rongxiu. What surprised her was that the creation of the martial soul fusion technique required the complementarity and cooperation between the two. But her six-winged angel martial soul is the top martial soul on the continent, known as the spokesperson of God. Being able to resonate with the six-winged angel martial soul means that Quan Yi's martial soul is not inferior to hers in quality. Moreover, judging from the momentum exuded by Quan Yi, Jian Rongxiu, who was quite conceited about her own strength and talent, doubted herself for the first time when she saw Quan Yi. Jian Rongxiu's expression became solemn, and then, she said to Quan Yi in a serious tone, I apologize for my rude behavior just now. I shouldn't have asked you for your information so rudely. To express my apology, I formally introduce myself to you. My name is Jian Rongxiu, Wuhan, 16-winged angel. I came to the Xingde Great Forest to obtain my 5th soul ring. Jian Daoliu was also surprised. He knew what Jian Rongxiu's attitude meant. Although Jian Rongxiu never showed it, her inner pride and arrogance were far beyond ordinary people. The fact that she could apologize to others so sincerely meant that she put the other person on an equal footing with her from the bottom of her heart. Chuan Yi put away the fake silly smile on his face, and replied with the same serious attitude, I accept your apology. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. As the saying goes, a smile can end all grudges. Through the conversation just now, the two had a certain understanding of each other's personality. Qian Rongxiu immediately turned to Quan Li and said, I'm sorry, Senior Chuan. Please forgive me for my impoliteness. In addition to wanting to meet you two, I also want to invite you two to join the Spirit Hall. Of course, this is just a proposal. If you two disagree, you can directly refuse. Qian Rongxiu spoke directly and made their purpose public. In Douluo continent, various soul master families will accept and recruit talented soul masters from outside to maintain the vitality of the family. However, since the birth of the Spirit Hall, a large number of soul masters from the folk and civilian classes have been absorbed by the Spirit Hall. Many small families, in this situation, either join a more powerful force or stay alone and gradually weaken. To be honest, if Qian Rongxiu's invitation was for the Chuan family 5 or 10 years ago, it would definitely be an excellent choice. But for the current Chuan family, joining the Spirit Hall will restrict their development. Quan Li is also very clear about this. Quan Li said without hesitation, sorry, please allow me to refuse. However, I still want to thank you two for protecting Xiao Ai. The crisp voice revealed Quan Li's unshakable determination. Although Quan Li admired Qian Daoliu very much, it did not mean that he would sacrifice his entire family. Qian Rongxiu and Qian Daoliu were surprised by Quan Li's decisiveness. However, both of them were people with strong mental states, and they did not show it. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, I understand. Although it is a pity, I hope this will not affect our acquaintance this time. Qian Rongxiu was very generous. She was quite a general. In that case, we will not bother you anymore. However, as compensation, if you are interested, you can come with us and watch the process of me absorbing the fifth soul ring up close. When proposing, Qian Rongxiu's expression was sincere and frank. Moreover, Qian Rongxiu's proposal did make Quan Yi's eyes light up. This is an excellent condition for observing the rare martial spirit, the six-winged angel, up close. This is a great temptation for Chuan Yi, who likes to study martial spirits. However, Chuan Yi immediately suppressed his desire. Looking at Chuan Li, he shook his head slightly. After seeing this, Chuan Li politely refused the two. Qian Rongxiu secretly thought it was a pity. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. Grandpa, let's go. After saying that, the two disappeared from their sight without looking back. Hey! Chuan Li wiped the sweat from his head. It was really thrilling. Chuan Yi nodded in agreement. However, his expression became extremely serious. This time, Chuan Yi realized what it would be like in Douluo continent without strength. However, this experience not only did not frustrate Chuan Yi, but also strengthened his determination to become stronger. Chuan Li saw Chuan Yi's expression, sighed lightly, then pressed Chuan Yi's shoulder and said, let's go, it's not safe here, let's go back and talk. Chuan Yi's mood changed quickly, he quickly retracted his gloomy expression and smiled again. Okay. The sun sets and night falls. Chuan Yi and Chuan Li fled the Xingde Great Forest at full speed. They didn't even stop at the Soul Hunter town near the forest, but ran directly from the forest to a town farther away. In one day, they crossed hundreds of kilometers. Mead City. An ordinary town in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire. Chuan Yi and Chuan Li chose to stay in this city for one night when the sky got dark. On the top floor of the largest hotel in Mead City, there are less than 100 titled Douluo in the records of the Spirit Hall, and most people will never see them until they die. Unexpectedly, you met two of them in less than half a month. One of them is a peerless Douluo. From another perspective, this is also a very lucky thing. Chuan Li joked. Chuan Yi smiled helplessly and said, I would rather not have this kind of luck. Don't worry too much, and don't be afraid. They will all be the past tense. I am sure that the future belongs to you. Chuan Li said to Chuan Yi gently and firmly. Yet. Chuan Yi nodded vigorously. He had never doubted this. However, that little girl is worthy of being the heir of the Qian family. Whether it is talent or character, she should not be underestimated. Chuan Yi quite agreed with this. Especially the last proposal. Looking back now, this is a glaring trap. If they really choose to follow, then they are putting the entire family in it. Although Jian Rongxiu's proposal seems very fair, using Jian Rongxiu's information to offset the information they have seen about Chuan Yi. But there is no real fairness in this world. The gap in strength between the Jian family and the Chuan family is very obvious. The intelligence of the two may be equal in real value, but due to the gap in power behind them, the balance is tilted towards Jian Rongxiu. Therefore, even if Chuan Yi and Chuan Li know that they have suffered losses, they must choose to leave quickly. It is precisely because of this that Chuan Li and Chuan Yi feel that Jian Rongxiu is not simple. Chapter 176 Fifth Soul Skill, Divine Judgment. Chapter 176 Fifth Soul Skill, Divine Judgment. After a brief exchange of views on Jian Rongxiu, the two stopped discussing the Jian family. Chuan Li realized that he had not yet asked Chuan Yi about the soul ring. Test the soul power level first. Chuan Yi took out the soul power test crystal. A dazzling light lit up. Level 55. Chuan Li clenched his hands tightly, holding back his excitement, and exclaimed in a low voice. It is level 55, but it just crossed the limit of level 55. Chuan Yi was a little dissatisfied with the result of the soul power test. This is the soul ring of the 50,000-year-old fire spirit holy beast, and its quality and energy are both top-notch. In his expectation, he should be able to increase his soul power level to above level 57. But now, the increase in soul power level is far below his expectations. However, Chuan Yi knew that this was because his current martial soul had too high a purity requirement. In the process of absorbing the soul ring, his martial soul further refined the energy of the soul ring in the process of absorbing energy. In this process, a large part of the energy was wasted. This directly led to a significant reduction in the improvement of Chuan Yi's soul power. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. The pure soul power allows Chuan Yi to perfectly control the skyrocketing soul power. In addition to the soul power level, Chuan Yi's physical and mental attributes have also been greatly increased. The 50,000-year-old fire spirit holy beast has an extraordinary talent in spirit, so the spiritual attributes increased for Chuan Yi are no less than the physical attributes. Chuan Yi's strength is now infinitely close to that of a titled Douluo. Although he has not fought yet, he feels that even Chuan Yi cannot defeat him now. Even if he meets Douluo again, he is not at all inferior. Because the opponent's most powerful poison cannot work on Chuan Yi, who has a fire spirit body and extreme fire. Without the poison, Douluo is the weakest among all the titled Douluo. 55 is already a lot. Come on, tell me what kind of soul skills a 50,000-year soul ring will bring you. Chuan Li asked excitedly. Chuan Yi with his horns raised, he introduced with a little pride his biggest gain this time. The fifth soul skill, Holy Judgment. It is a large-scale attack soul skill. This soul skill consists of two parts. The first part, Holy Glory. The glory composed of holy energy falls from the sky. Once it sweeps over the enemy, a mental judgment will occur immediately. If the enemy's mental power is more than twice that of mine, the enemy will immediately fall into a coma. If the mental power is less than twice, the enemy will be affected by the holy glory, and the mental power will be continuously weakened, and the enemy's fighting spirit will be greatly reduced, and the enemy's guilt will be increased. The second part, Holy Flame Judgment. After the judgment, countless holy flames fall from the sky, attacking all enemies within the range in all directions at 360 degrees. After the fifth soul skill is activated, the flame will be converted into holy flame, with the ablation characteristics of holy energy. The unconscious enemy will be purified by the holy flame without pain. Holy Glory, Holy Flame Judgment, the two constitute the Holy Judgment. After hearing a long story from Chuan Li, he thought of the last blow of the fire spirit holy beast. Chuan Yi's soul skill obviously inherited that move. Hearing Chuan Yi's description, Chuan Li could not imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if the holy flame descended. After only a few rounds of direct contact, Chuan Li's whole body defense was burned by the holy flame, consuming a lot of soul power. If he was caught in the burning of a large-scale holy flame, Chuan Li would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. Chuan Yi was very satisfied with his soul skill. As a large-scale group attack skill, it combines the two functions of control and attack. Moreover, especially the mental judgment of the Holy Glory, which gave Chuan Yi an absolute advantage in group battles. Under the illumination of the glory, either fell into a coma or could only admire. The most terrifying thing about this skill is that it has growth potential to a certain extent. Because the mental judgment of the Holy Glory determines its effect based on Chuan Yi's mental power. When other soul skills are limited by age and cannot play a role in high-level battles, his soul skill can still play a powerful enough role. However, the growth of mental power, in theory, has no limit. Even if Chuan Yi is unable to go further due to the limitation of his soul power level, he can still enhance his strength by improving his mental power. Chuan Yi's current mental power is also at the top level in the Soul Saint level. That is to say, under the Divine Light, most Soul Saints, as well as all Soul Masters below Soul Saint, cannot maintain consciousness. Secondly, Chuan Yi's flame is more powerful than the flame of the Fire Spirit Holy Beast. The Holy Flame Judgment composed of the ultimate fire, the terrifying flame damage, is absolutely terrifying. Such a terrifying skill, the consumption is absolutely extraordinary. With your current soul power, can you support such a powerful soul skill? Chuan Li, who was originally immersed in joy, suddenly realized the problem of soul skill consumption. Chuan Yi's slightly smug expression suddenly collapsed. He was also very troubled by this problem. In my current situation, it is only enough to support me to use it once. Chuan Yi replied awkwardly. Chuan Yi has the fourth soul skill that can increase soul power, Dragon Flame Fury, as well as soul crystals that store more soul power. In theory, these have greatly alleviated Chuan Yi's predicament of lack of soul power. However, the Holy Judgment not only consumes soul power, it also consumes Chuan Yi's mental power. Unfortunately, Dragon Flame Fury does not have the effect of enhancing mental power. Therefore, Chuan Yi's Holy Judgment is limited by mental power. To solve the problem of lack of mental power, the simplest and most direct way is to absorb the head soul bone that can enhance mental power. However, the head soul bone is the most precious and scarce part of all parts. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Chuan Li shook his head helplessly. The Chuan family is not short of money, but the head soul bone is in short supply and cannot be bought with money. It doesn't matter. I will practice mental power diligently. Moreover, large-scale soul skills consume a lot of energy. Unless you encounter a large number of enemies, the scorching rays are enough to deal with various situations. Chuan Yi is also very clear about the importance of the head soul bone. Because it is so important, Chuan Yi will be more cautious. After summarizing the effects of the soul skills, the two of them rested early. Early the next morning, at the entrance of the hotel, the two of them were ready to go. Let's say goodbye here. This place is only a few hundred kilometers away from the academy. You can get there in just a few hours. I will start from here and go directly back to Tiandu City. Although Chuan Li was reluctant to see his grandson leave, he still suppressed his sadness and said goodbye to Chuan Yi with a smile. Since Chuan Yi arrived in Tiandu City, Chuan Li has been with Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi also smiled and said, "Grandpa, please be safe on the way back." The two said goodbye. Each of them ran to their respective destinations. But both of them knew that this was just a short farewell, and they would meet again in the near future. Chapter 177 Daily Battles in the Academy. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is also the time when the sun is the hottest. In addition, today the sky is clear and there is not a single cloud in the sky. The scorching sun made the ground scorching hot. In such a climate, even birds would hide in the trees and rest under the shade. However, at Blazing Academy, this time is the students' favorite and hottest time. Time to make a fuss. Intermediate College, Martial Arts Training Ground. Pa, pa, pa. A series of explosions echoed in the empty martial arts training ground. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream resounded through the sky. "Sister, sister, Xiaowu sister, spare me, I can't hold on any longer. Quickly take back your magical power." On the ring of the martial arts training ground, Lin Meng closed his claws and rubbed them quickly, even calling Huo Wu, who was 3 years younger than him, sister, and begged bitterly. Lin Meng, 14 years old, 31st level strong attack system battle spirit master. Martial spirit, fire leopard. Under the ring, the team members looked at Lin Meng's unbearable sight but did not laugh. Because they felt the same way. Hearing the sound, Huo Wu stopped swinging the flame whip. Standing in the center of the ring, Huo Wu, wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, looked casual and fashionable. She is just like a beautiful young lady in the sports department. Not only that, the loose clothes and casual clothes on Huo Wu can't hide her more and more graceful figure. Additionally, the dark red wavy hair falling on her shoulders and her more and more beautiful appearance make Huo Wu more attractive. However, now, Huo Wu's expression is as cold as ice. She slowly walks towards Lin Meng and sucks out the flame evil in Lin Meng's body. Then, he said without emotion, next. After Lin Meng thanked Huo Wu gratefully, he quickly ran down the stage and said to the other team members, hurry up, it's your turn. Huo Yun said with dissatisfaction, you guys, the time you can hold on is getting shorter and shorter. You could hold on for 7 or 8 minutes before, but now you can't even hold on for 3 minutes. Lin Meng was furious when he heard Huo Yun's ridicule, you are the same, you can't hold on as long as me? Sister Xiao Wu, you are in a bad mood recently, and your shots are getting heavier. I have tried hard enough. There are many long black burn marks on Lin Meng's body. Moreover, his mental and physical conditions are very unstable. It's not that he is afraid of pain, but that he has indeed reached his limit of endurance. At this time, Su Ji on the side interrupted the conversation between the two. Huo Yun, don't delay time, the next one is you, hurry up. Su Ji's voice was like the devil's low moan, which made Huo Yun shudder. Huo Yun answered loudly, yes. After saying that, he looked around at his comrades, then resolutely, with a fearless attitude, took heavy steps and walked towards the ring. 10 seconds later, the loud sound of whips and crane cries resounded throughout the ring. Huo Yun summoned his martial soul, spread his wide wings, and soared rapidly upwards. However, at the moment of soaring, a red flash attacked from the side. It quickly wrapped around his body at a speed that Huo Yun could not react in time. The blazing flame whip instantly penetrated his soul defense, and a strange and difficult alien fire element invaded his body. Huo Yun gritted his teeth and waved his wings vigorously, trying to take Huo Hu directly to the sky and force her to give up control of the long whip. Since he could not leave the range of the ring, Huo Yun could only fly upwards. However, after flapping his wings and flying to a height of 15 meters, his body was pulled down by the powerful drag of the whip. Huo Wu held the long whip tightly with both hands, and her body moved downward and backward like a tug-of-war, firmly controlling Huo Yun in mid-air. Huo Yun, 14 years old, 32nd level Agility Attack System Combat Soul Master. Martial Soul, Fire Crane. At Huo Yun's level, with his flying ability, he can easily carry several adults to the sky. However, now, under Huo Wu's pull, he is like a puppy tied by an iron chain, and can only fly within a limited range. This power is too great. Huo Yu stared at the current situation in amazement. As a twin brother, the owner of the same level and the same martial soul, he can truly empathize. Although it is agility attack system, it is a beast martial soul after all, and its strength is much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. The martial soul of the Hokage martial soul, which cannot increase the power of the body, should not be able to compete with Huo Yun. But since Huo Wu got the third soul ring, Huo Wu's situation has changed dramatically. The originally relatively weak physical strength has increased significantly, and the soul power level has jumped up, equal to Huo Wushuan, who has the second highest soul power level in the team. Shocked everyone. Huo Yun couldn't escape, so he could only spread his wings and fly down in a gliding posture. During the flight, the purple soul ring behind him lit up instantly. In a sharp crane cry, the huge fiery red crane shadow quickly flew towards Huo Wu. This is Huo Yun's third soul skill, the Hokage clone. Facing the attack, Huo Wu had no inner fluctuations. Instead, she wrapped the long whip around her arms and wrapped the whip more firmly. The 3 soul rings behind her lit up at the same time. The illusory Hokage floating behind Huo Wu raised his hands upward. A red fireball quickly condensed above the Hokage's head. Instantly, the red fireball began to emit strong white light. The strong light came so suddenly that it forced the spectators to close their eyes. Yang Flame Bomb. The blazing white ball, at the moment when everyone closed their eyes, it silently collided with the huge flame crane shadow. Bang! The collision between the first soul skill and the third soul skill. It should have been an obvious result. However, when the huge crane shadow composed of flame energy collided with the extremely condensed white sphere, a violent vibration wave disturbed the internal energy. The body collapsed instantly and exploded directly in the air. However, Huo Wu's flame bomb went through the explosion and hit Huo Yun hard. Puff! Because the attack was too fast, Huo Yun, whose vision was blurred by the strong light, was hit hard in the abdomen by the sphere. The violent collision made him spit out saliva directly. and the strong vibration wave of the sphere instantly bounced Huo Yun away. However, not long after flying backwards, Huo Yun was pulled hard by the long whip wrapped around his abdomen. The pulling of the two forces made Huo Yun feel so painful. All Huo Yun could do was to barely maintain his spirit and keep his body balanced. However, just as he flapped his wings vigorously, a burning smell rushed into his nose, and at the same time, he felt a severe pain from the part that was entangled by the fire whip. This pain went deep into his bones, and was more impressive than the pain from the heavy blow to his abdomen just now. The combination of the two kinds of pain made Huo Yun lose consciousness instantly. Falling directly from mid-air. Suji reacted quickly, appeared in mid-air in an instant, and caught Huo Yun steadily. Gudong. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience, including Huo Wuxuan, swallowed their saliva. Lin Meng said even more miserably, "Can anyone call Chuan Yi back quickly? If he doesn't come back, we may die." Chapter 178 Huo Wu's 5 consecutive victories. Suji looked at Huo Wu and sighed, "Don't go too far." Huo Wu's cold expression eased a little, and replied, "I have already held back." Next. One-on-one fighting spirit. It is a combat training that is conducted every afternoon. Chuan Yi was absent, and everyone broke through. Team battle training could not be organized effectively, so Suji turned the combat training into one-on-one. However, from a certain moment, one-on-one combat became one-on-one between Huo Wu and everyone, or even one-on-many. Huo Wu's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she became the strongest person in the team except Chuan Yi. She also gradually took over Chuan Yi's role in the team. What's more terrifying is that Huo Wu is the most hard-working among everyone, and her hard work is getting deeper and deeper. The third game, Huo Yu vs Huo Wu. It took 3 minutes, Huo Yu, defeated. Huo Yu, a level 32 agility attack beast soul master. The fourth game, Ling Yun, Wang Xing vs Huo Wu. It took 2 minutes, Ling Yun, Wang Xing, defeated. 2 people, level 29 auxiliary soul masters. 4 games in a row, 5 people lost in a row. This is also a battle example that Huo Wu has never achieved. Finally, Huo Wuxuan stood opposite Huo Wu. Huo Wuxuan looked at Huo Wu helplessly and said, "Judging from your performance, you should have made a breakthrough." Huo Wu nodded and whispered, "Yet." Huo Wuxuan replied with a hint of bitterness, "I thought there would be such a day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Huo Wuxuan, level 33, a strong attack-type combat soul master. Huo Wu, level 34, a control-type combat soul master. "Do you want to continue? You have consumed enough today." Huo Wuxuan asked carefully. Huo Wu's soul power was only a quarter left. Moreover, her mental strength and power were also exhausted. But it doesn't matter, continue. Huo Wu's fighting spirit was not reduced at all. "Sister Xiao Wu, are you going to fight 6 today?" Lin Meng replied in surprise. Looking at Huo Wu's appearance, it was obvious that she was ready to fight to the end. Soul summoning. Unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, red light emerged from Huo Wuxuan's whole body, and his body instantly doubled in size. Dragon scales covered his skin, and a dragon horn appeared on his head. The scorching flames formed a fire dragon shape behind him. The powerful dragon might swept through, causing the hearts of other soul masters present to sink. Huo Wuxuan, his golden dragon pupils faintly burning with flames, he was serious. Huo Wu, who faced Huo Wuxuan and the fire dragon, did not waver in her heart. Huo Wu took a deep breath. Suddenly, the orange-yellow fire shadow behind Huo Wu began to emit a flickering silver light. However, before others could see clearly, the fire shadow's body changed from orange to blazing white, and quickly expanded several times behind him. The huge blazing white shadow stood behind Huo Wu. It gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. The blazing white light shone on people's bodies, causing them to have a strong burning sensation. A powerful aura burst out from Huo Wu, clashing violently with Huo Wuxuan's dragon might. However, Huo Wuxuan's dragon might didn't last long before it was completely suppressed by Huo Wu's momentum. Huo Wuxuan's pupils shrank violently, and his face became extremely solemn. Is this the second awakening? Although he had heard of Huo Wu's second awakening, it was the first time he witnessed it with his own eyes. Huo Wuxuan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis from Huo Wu. Roar! The purple soul ring behind Huo Wuxuan lit up, and Hua Wushuan's body swelled again, and the dragon scales emitted a red light. The power of the flame, the attack power, the defense power, and the strength instantly doubled. The explosion, the momentum was on par with Hua Wu. Second soul skill, Flame Evil Whip Dance. 4 thick white whips quickly stretched out from the huge fire shadow and entangled Hua Wushuan's limbs. The 4 whips were like 4 long tentacles, directly lifting Hua Wushuan into the air, pulling him with powerful force and making him unable to move. Screw, screw, screw. The long white whip corroded Hua Wushuan's hard dragon scales, and the powerful pulling force couldn't even make Hua Wushuan break free. Ugh! Hua Wushuan struggled hard and roared hoarsely. He tightened his core, exerted force on all 4 limbs, his muscles were engorged, and his veins bulged. Being pulled into the air, he lost the ground leverage point, and his powerful strength could not be fully exerted. Moreover, Hua Wushuan was very panicked by Hua Wushuan's move. Hua Wushuan's soul power quickly gathered to his right arm, compressed and quickly erupted from the release position. Bang! Bang! The explosive force continuously attacked the control of the blazing white whip. Finally, under the combined effect of strength and explosive force, Hua Wushuan finally managed to free his right arm. However, it took him too long to break free. Hua Wu's next attack was already ready. A strange white light ball was suspended in front of the Hokage's chest. Hua Wu slowly raised her right hand and held the slowly falling white light ball with her palm. The light ball was only as big as a ping-pong ball, and strangely, there was no energy fluctuation on the light ball. But the moment he saw it, Hua Wushuan's hair stood on end. The fear of death. Hua Wu pointed the light ball at Hua Wushuan and quickly hit the entangled Hua Wushuan. She whispered weakly, "Extreme Flame Bomb." The explosive power of the fusion ring, the attack power increase of the Silver Awakening, plus all the remaining soul power. It is Hua Wu's strongest attack skill. Not good. Suji, who was watching the battle, had red light surging on his body, his ears became longer, transparent light wings appeared behind him, and 6 halos appeared. The light wings flapped, and in a flash, his figure appeared in front of Hua Wushuan. 5th soul skill, Elf Protection. A deep red light shield appeared in front of the two. Bang! The moment the light shield appeared, the light ball just collided violently with it. The collision between the two was in a stalemate, and the moment the light ball touched the shield, it stuck tightly to one point. Crack! At the moment of collision, a crack appeared in the hard energy shield. This! Suji couldn't believe the facts in front of him. This is a powerful defensive soul skill that even a strong attacking soul master of the same level could not break with one blow. Suji increased his soul power output. However, the light ball was extremely stable, and the propulsion it generated was endless. Why hasn't it exploded yet? The attack form of the light ball exceeded his expectations. It was clearly a fire attribute attack, but it did not release firepower at will, and completely controlled the energy. Moreover, the firepower was continuously ejected from one point, providing it with a terrifying thrust. Although the power was terrifying, this amazing control made Suji admire it. Suji's martial soul, the fire spirit. It is a high-level beast martial soul with powerful fire control ability. It looks like a beast but not a beast, like a human but not a human. Compared to other beast martial souls, it lacks power, but is famous for its powerful fire control ability. But even if he is at the Soul Emperor level, he can't do the level of Hua Wu. In terms of fire control, he is willing to admit defeat. Crack! A louder cracking sound rang out, and fragments of the energy shield flew everywhere. Suji hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Wu, are you going to kill your brother?" Instantly, Hua Wu seemed to realize something, and hurriedly raised her finger and pointed to the sky. Suck! The sound of scratching glass rang out. The light ball began to slowly rub the shield and fly upward. 2 seconds later, a bright white light bloomed in the sky, completely covering the light of the scorching sun. Then, a huge roar came from the sky. It startled all the teachers and students of the academy. Chapter 179 Reunion. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? A freshman who just enrolled this year looked in the direction of the explosion. He was frightened by the dazzling flash and the heat wave generated by the explosion. An old student on the side was quite calm. He explained to the freshman, "Don't be afraid, that direction is the location of the Academy's martial arts field, and it is also the training place of the Academy team. This is the first time this semester, but this kind of thing happened frequently last semester. You just get used to it. While speaking, the old student kept staring at the direction of the martial arts field, his eyes full of envy. Now the academy is saying that the Blazing Fire team formed by their class will be the most powerful class in history. Now all the senior leaders of the academy have extremely high expectations for them, and all the students of the same class are proud to join the Blazing team. Therefore, at least in their class, the students have set off a wave of hard training. Even if they cannot join as a formal team member, they can still become substitutes. Back to the martial arts arena, everyone present was frightened by the thrilling scene. The energy shield in front of Dean Wuji became tattered. It was obvious that it had endured a weight that it could not bear. Xiao Wu. Wuji's tone was filled with anger. If he had been a step slower, it might have caused an irreversible situation. Huo Wu also knew that she had gone too far, and she hurriedly retracted her martial soul and soul skills. The blazing white light disappeared from the martial arts arena, and Huo Wushuan, who was hung in the sky by thick tentacles, was also able to escape. In just a dozen seconds, the blazing white long whip burned the hard scales to ashes, and almost touched the flesh inside. Not only the power, but also the speed that seemed like the speed of light, the sudden increase in the number of whips, and the way the shadow replaced the main body to launch soul skills, caught Huo Wushuan off guard. Huo Wu supported her weak body, walked in front of the two, and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" I didn't mean it. I just..." Huo Wu's eyes turned red. She was just blinded by the desire to win and lost her mind for a short time. Huo Wushuan immediately raised his hand and rubbed Huo Wu's head, laughing heartily, "Haha, I'm fine." Wu Ji, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch and interrupted, "Xiao Wu, remember, don't be swallowed by your own power. You have to rely on yourself to control your own power. Being able to perfectly control soul skills does not mean that you have controlled your own power. I hope you can remember this." It was the first time that Wu Ji said such heavy words to Huo Wu. Huo Wu's inner weakness was exposed by Wu Ji. She realized that she had been too pursuing power and neglecting other things in recent times. Her character has not caught up with her skyrocketing strength. Huo Wu took a deep breath, and her confused and cold eyes returned to calmness. "I'm sorry, Dean. I was blinded by power. But don't worry, I promise this won't happen again." Seeing that Huo Wu seemed to have regained her composure, Wu Ji sighed and said loudly to everyone, "Today's training ends here. Everyone, please disband." Feeling guilty, Huo Wu walked in front of all her teammates and sincerely apologized for her radical behavior some time ago. Winning streak is proof that her strength has reached a higher level. For the sake of illusory proof, she brought unnecessary pain to the team members. Fortunately, the team members accepted the apology generously and expressed their understanding. She refused everyone's company and walked back alone with her weak body. Her back looked a little lonely. Today's road is so long. Huo Wu's pace was very slow. It usually took only half an hour to walk, but today it took an hour and a half. Arriving at the lake, Huo Wu sat on the wooden lounge chair by the lake, staring blankly at the clear lake, in a daze. There is a small round table next to the lounge chair where you can put things. Next to the round table, there is a similar wooden lounge chair. Behind the two lounge chairs, there is a giant sunshade inserted into the ground. This is made by Chuanyi himself for better enjoyment. When you are tired of swimming, you can lie here, eat fruits, drink juice, and have fun. After Chuanyi left, Huo Wu often sat here to watch the lake, and she sat there for a whole afternoon. Because she didn't like the empty room. Huo Wu curled up, hugged her knees with both hands, and said with a slight tremor, "Xiao Yi, when will you come back?" At this time, a dull voice came from the wooden house in the distance. It was like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, which immediately alerted Huo Wu. However, she immediately realized something and stood up from the lounge chair. She ran to the wooden house in a hurry. Bang! Pushing the door open, she saw an extremely tall back appear in front of Huo Wu. Although Huo Wu was unfamiliar with his height, he could tell at a glance. "Xiao Yi." Chuanyi turned around stiffly and scratched the back of his head helplessly, "Isn't this time for training? I wanted to prepare a surprise for you, but I didn't expect it." Puff! Before he finished speaking, Huo Wu's delicate body crashed into Chuanyi's body, and the powerful force almost made Chuanyi spit out saliva. "Xiao Wu, have you become stronger?" Chuanyi joked, but when he saw Huo Wu's trembling body and rapid breathing, The corners of his eyes became extremely soft. Chuan Yi opened his arms, hugged Huo Wu tightly, and whispered softly, "I'm back." Huo Wu used all her strength to hug Chuan Yi tightly, as if she wanted to rub herself into the other's body. Night fell. The soft orange light, the rich and fragrant food, and the talented and beautiful couple together formed a romantic scene. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. After a short separation, the two of them truly felt the importance of each other in their hearts. Chuan Yi put all the good steaks in front of Huo Wu. "Try it." The very tired Huo Wu couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. "Wu! It's delicious." The fresh meat was fried to be extremely tender under the perfect control of the heat. The fresh vitality of the meat was perfectly presented on the tip of the tongue. Seeing Huo Wu eating his food with a satisfied look on her face, Chuan Yi felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. "Good dong." Huo Wu swallowed the meat into her stomach. In the middle, a never-felt energy spread throughout the body. The tired body and the sluggish spirit were relieved in an instant. Huo Wu asked in surprise, "What kind of meat is this?" "The immediate recovery effect is comparable to the healing soul skills." Chuan Yi smiled and said, "This is the soul meat of the 50,000-year-old fire spirit holy beast. Moreover, because it is stored in the space soul guide, the corpse is kept in the freshest state. The heart of the blazing sun is a storage soul guide that cannot be included in living things. Therefore, microorganisms that cause food corruption cannot enter the soul guide. Therefore, the soul guide can greatly extend the storage time of food. The effect is hundreds of times stronger than that of a refrigerator. Now that the storage space has been expanded, Chuan Yi can store the giant soul beasts that he hunted very conveniently." Chapter 180. The next training stage. Huo Wu ate without hiding. After eating a plate, Huo Wu collapsed backwards with a smile on her face, leaning lazily on the wooden chair. "So satisfied. I can't eat any more." Huo Wu turned back into the energetic girl. Seeing Huo Wu's happy expression, Chuan Yi also laughed. "Don't worry, there is still a lot of meat, enough for us to eat for several months." Huo Wu straightened her body again, raised her eyebrows, and asked curiously, "Tell me, where did the 50,000-year soul beast meat come from?" "Nothing, I just brought it when I got the 5th soul ring." Chuan Yi said nonchalantly. "Ha! 5th soul ring? Whose 5th soul ring? It can't be you." Huo Wu raised her finger and pointed at Chuan Yi in disbelief. Chuan Yi nodded lightly. Huo Wu stood up, walked around the dining table quickly, and walked to Chuan Yi. She held Chuan Yi's face with both hands and asked worriedly, "Did you take any medicine with side effects?" "No, I found a soul bone and some opportunities in the Sunset Forest. Not only did it not have any side effects, but my soul power and martial soul were greatly purified." Chuan Yi explained in a panic. Huo Wu could feel the pure and majestic fire attribute soul power in Chuan Yi's body through skin contact. "You scared me, but you are worthy of your 5th soul ring of 50,000 years. At the same time, Chuan Yi could also feel the flame energy in Huo Wu's body. Through the ability of telepathy, the two can clearly perceive each other's changes. "Let's not talk about me, your current situation is more puzzling. Huo Wu's changes are too big, and her body development is far beyond her peers, even more mature than Qian Rongxiu she met before." When Chuan Yi hugged Huo Wu before, he was shocked by the huge changes. In addition to the changes in appearance, the changes in strength are the biggest. The awakening and evolution of the martial soul. Evolution without external factors such as the blazing Yang Chuan. There must be something about the Hokage martial soul that they don't know yet. Since that evolution, the control of the Hokage over the flame has increased significantly, and even, in turn, it has a certain impact on my body. Huo Wu's body is developing more and more rapidly, her physical attributes have been improved, and her height has exceeded all the men in the team. Even the tall Ling Yun and Wang Xing were surpassed by Huo Wu. The growth of the body drives the growth of the shadow. The bigger the shadow, the stronger the martial soul will be. And the growth of the shadow feeds back to the growth of the body. Complement each other and improve each other. Huo Wu still has huge room for development. Don't worry, your strength will become stronger and stronger, there is no doubt about it. Chuan Yi covered the back of Huo Wu's hand with both hands, staring at Huo Wu, and sincerely comforted Huo Wu. Chuan Yi's affirmation made Huo Wu's inner uneasiness disappear at this moment. The two hearts are connected. Even if they are not in the state of martial soul fusion, Chuan Yi can understand Huo Wu's heart through his understanding of her. The two hearts are getting closer and closer. The vermilion and orange lights radiate from the two people respectively. Just like the aurora in the night sky of the North Pole. Huo Wu's face is flushed like the sunset, but it is just covered by the light of soul power. As the two bodies are no longer in contact, the soul power light on her body is extinguished. The surging soul power calms down. Huo Wu turns around, runs up to the second floor, and hides in her room. Chuan Yi also breathed a sigh of relief and said secretly, "That's a close call." The surge of soul power affects his heart and beats violently, out of his control. After cleaning up the tableware, Chuan Yi returned to his room. After leaving for half a year, the room is clean and tidy, without a trace of dust. Sniff. However, his room is full of traces of life, and there is a familiar fragrance. Also, there is a large stack of letters on his desk. This is the letter he wrote to Huo Wu. It is conceivable that Huo Wu occupied his room when he left. Chuan Yi wiped his chest with his right hand, and a stack of white paper appeared in his hand. This is the letter Huo Wu sent him. He also collected it very carefully. "Your heart is like my heart, I will never let you down." Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Chuan Yi secretly made a vow to her. In the room opposite, Huo Wu covered her whole body with a blanket, curled up in it and made a subtle shy sound. The scene just now appeared in her mind, and Chuan Yi's eyes, which had been hooked, revealed a desire that made her heart tremble. It was the first time she had seen Chuan Yi saw that look in her eyes. While she felt scared, she also had an expectation in her heart. The next day, early in the morning, Chuan Yi pushed open the door and ran into Huo Wu across the room. "Good morning." Chuan Yi waved and greeted. "Yes, good morning." The two greeted each other as if nothing had happened, but there was a trace of fatigue in their eyes that was not easily noticed. Last night, the two did not sleep all night, and even because of their fluctuating moods, they could not enter meditation. However, at their level, not sleeping all night did not affect their state at all. He started morning exercise step by step, and after morning exercise, he had breakfast, as usual. After the upgrade, Chuan Yi's physical fitness was greatly improved. The 6,000 kilograms of weight could not allow Chuan Yi to reach the limit in a short time. So, he had to increase the weight for Taijing. However, compared with these, Huo Wu's performance surprised Chuan Yi even more. Huo Wu actually wore a full set of weight-bearing equipment weighing 300 kilograms during the morning training. Although, at the Soul Master stage, she could wear such a heavy load, in addition to the feedback from Huo Wu's martial soul evolution to her body, it was inseparable from her own unremitting efforts in the past 5 years. Huo Wu's physical fitness can compete with the physical fitness of the same level strong attack beast Soul Masters. Moreover, Huo Wu's physical attribute growth is all-round, unlike Chuan Yi who is all biased towards strength. Agility, speed, endurance, strength, and recovery are all developing upward in a balanced manner. However, this is only the most superficial part of Huo Wu's progress. Her greatest progress is still in the control of flames. Extreme Flame Bomb is the embodiment of this. After the morning training, they had breakfast together, and everything returned to normal. Dean's office. "You are finally back." Wu Ji was also very happy to see Chuan Yi. At the same time, seeing Huo Wu regain her spirit also made him feel relieved. "During the time you were away, everyone's strength has greatly improved. I hope you didn't neglect to exercise during the holiday, otherwise, you will suffer." Chuan Yi smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I have also practiced seriously during this period, and I will definitely not let you down." Feeling the terrifying aura faintly emanating from Chuan Yi, Wu Ji secretly cursed Chuan Yi for being abnormal. Just by looking at each other face to face, he felt from Chuan Yi the same sense of pressure he felt from Soul Saint and Soul Douluo. "By the way, since you have returned to the team, we can start our next training plan." Huo Wu asked curiously, "What is the next training plan?" Wu Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and he said firmly, "You have studied the theoretical knowledge related to team battles for a whole year. The next step is to put the theory into action. The next training plan is very simple, that is actual combat." Chapter 181 Crushing Momentum. Afternoon combat training time. Chuan Yi officially returned to the team. "Big brother, you are finally back." Lin Meng looked at Chuan Yi with tearful eyes, which made him frown. Huo Wushuan walked to Chuan Yi and patted Chuan Yi's shoulder vigorously, with an expression that was hard to describe. The other team members had the same expression. They showed extraordinary enthusiasm for Chuan Yi's return to the team, and Chuan Yi did not expect that he was so popular. Chuan Yi turned his head to Lin Meng and asked in confusion, "What happened to you, and when did I become your big brother?" Lin Meng was about to complain, but he saw Huo Wu behind Chuan Yi, with cold eyes. He swallowed the words again. "No, nothing, as long as the strongest is my big brother." Lin Meng tried his best and finally got it back. He knew that if he angered Huo Wu here, he would definitely be unable to avoid Huo Wu's irresistible whip. About Huo Wu's second soul skill. She herself was very reluctant to use it on her companions, especially those who were weaker than her. Because they didn't have Chuan Yi's strength or Huo Wushuan's dragon scales. A slight blow would cause the skin to burst, and the pain was unbearable. But after understanding the situation, Wu Ji felt that if the team members were exposed to this kind of pain frequently, it would definitely hone their willpower. Therefore, he specifically asked Huo Wu to give the team members some strong medicine. Gao Ji's idea was very effective, and the team members' willpower and fighting power were completely stimulated by the pain. However, the disadvantage was that everyone had an indelible shadow on Huo Wu in their hearts. Just like animals trained by a trainer, when they see Huo Wu holding a whip, they will shrink in their hearts as a conditioned reflex. Okay, that's enough of the reminiscing. Today we can finally have a long-awaited group battle training. Chuan Yi, today I plan to organize a 1-on-7 combat training. I wonder if you will accept this proposal. Wu Ji was still vigorous and interrupted everyone's harmonious reunion. Chuan Yi nodded lightly, not surprised by this, on the contrary, he was eager to try. The 7 people on the opposite side were no longer the 7 people half a year ago. 5 people successfully broke through level 30. Level 30 is an important watershed for soul masters. After a soul master becomes a soul master, his strength will increase significantly. The 7 people on the opposite side had flames in their eyes. So far, their team victory rate with Chuan Yi was 0. With such a desperate gap, if it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be completely devastated by setbacks. However, the 2 core leaders, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, in the team injected an unyielding spirit into the team. This made their team more resilient and powerful. On the ring, both sides stood proudly. 1 against 7. However, with such a clear difference in numbers, Chuan Yi performed with ease, while the 7 people looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. Because, at the pre-war meeting just now, everyone learned an incredible news. The Huo Wu team's formation was very complete. In front stood Huo Wushuan and Lin Meng, 2 strong attackers, and behind them stood Huo Yun and Huo Yu, 2 agile attack spirit masters. Behind the 4 people was Huo Wu, the team's guiding core and control spirit master. Behind Huo Wu stood 2 sturdy strong men to provide assistance to everyone. Huo Wu shouted, "Everyone, pay attention, follow the plan." Glorious light burst out from the 7-member team. Soul rings, martial souls, and flames together form a powerful momentum. The 7 people now can confront a 1,000-man army head-on. Ling Yun and Wang Xing, standing at the end of the team, summoned sparks and expanded rapidly at an astonishing speed. At the same time, from the beginning, the second soul ring behind them lit up, and the 2 sparks were divided into 4, and continuously absorbed the red light spots in the air, expanding rapidly. 4 large sparks surrounded the sky, exuding an astonishing breath of fire. The expanded sparks flew straight to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, and were absorbed by them. The energy of 2 sparks was injected at one time, allowing the 2 to burst out with a stronger momentum. The fire shadow behind Huo Wu changed from orange to blazing white in an instant. It is worth noting that the speed and control of Ling Yun and Wang Xing's soul skills are much faster than half a year ago. In just a moment, they input all their soul power into the 2. Moreover, while performing their soul skills, the 2 retreated, and when the injection of Mars was completed, the 2 withdrew from the ring. At this point, the 2 auxiliary systems withdrew from the battle. This was the ability they were forced to develop under the pressure of a highly mobile opponent like Chuan Yi. In this way, even if they were forced to the back row by Chuan Yi, they did not need to worry at all. Facing an opponent who was gradually accumulating his own advantages, Chuan Yi did not move at all, but instead observed everyone's changes with great interest. Of the 5 soul masters, 2 can still compete with the soul lords. If I had not obtained that soul bone and had not obtained the martial soul purification in Yangchuan, I might have lost this battle. But unfortunately, there is no if in the world. Chuan Yi smiled evilly and pointed his finger at the sky. The heart of the sun suddenly appeared on Chuan Yi's hand, and the vermilion lines looked very bright against the dark gold. However, Huo Wu and other team members on the opposite side had no time to compare, because their attention was attracted by the soul rings behind them. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. From top to bottom, a beautiful scene of symmetrical colors greatly stimulated everyone's nerves. What kind of configuration is this? Even though they already knew that Chuan Yi had obtained the fifth soul ring, they were still shocked. Moreover, at the moment when Chuan Yi's martial soul was summoned, everyone present, except Huo Wu, had the urge to worship Chuan Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Martial soul suppression. Their martial souls, facing Chuan Yi's martial soul, felt fear. Under the martial soul suppression, the bright flames became dim and could not exert their original power. But they still gritted their teeth and stood in their positions. 10,000 years of fourth soul ring. Wu Ji on the sidelines was the strongest one besides Chuan Yi, and he felt it more than others. At this moment, he looked at Chuan Yi, his body became stiff, and his whole body was trembling slightly. The fear that he vaguely felt in the dean's office in the morning became more concrete now. He knew that even if he stood opposite Chuan Yi, he could not compete with him. Even Huo Wuxi did not pose such a huge threat to him. This is not the same realm anymore, Wu Ji said in a lost voice. Chuan Yi pointed to the sky, but his eyes were fixed on Huo Wu. Because, among all the people present, she was the only one who did not show a look of fear. Huo Wu did not waver in the face of Chuan Yi's momentum. On the contrary, there was an unknown meaning in his eyes, which made Chuan Yi alert. Huo Wu's soul power surged again. Silver level second awakening. Behind the blazing white fire shadow, a faint silver light flashed, and in an instant, the shadow behind Huo Wu expanded from less than 2 meters to 4 meters. The amazing momentum surprised Chuan Yi. Seeing Chuan Yi's slightly surprised expression, Huo Wu raised her lips, raised her hand confidently and said loudly, "Third soul skill, resist fire ring." A tall ring of flames with a height of 15 meters spread rapidly with Huo Wu as the center. Chapter 182 The Taste of Victory. In a blink of an eye, a dazzling white light ring was quickly released from Huo Wu's body. However, the strange thing is that when the light ring swept over the teammates, its scorching flames did not affect them. The light ring expanded very quickly, and Chuan Yi quickly released, and quickly retracted his right hand that was raised to release his soul skill. Chuan Yi crossed his hands and pressed them against his chest. However, a warm and irresistible force pushed Chuan Yi backwards. In an instant, Chuan Yi was knocked off the ring by the halo, and was even bounced hundreds of meters away. Oh my god! Everyone stared at the arrogant Chuan Yi, who was instantly knocked hundreds of meters away, with their eyes wide open. In just a few seconds, their mood was pulled from the ground to the sky. Win, win! Huo Wuxuan looked at Wu Ji on the side in disbelief, wanting to confirm whether the victory or defeat had been decided. Wu Ji was also in a state of stunnedness at this time. His stiff body had not yet slowed down, so he could only nod stiffly at them in a stunned state. Huo Wuxuan and others turned around and looked at each other. The excitement in their hearts could no longer be expressed in words. We won! Everyone danced with joy. Huo Wu, the biggest contributor, also laughed heartily and celebrated with them. Cool! Refreshing! The dark cloud that was above everyone's head was blown away. Everyone who was bathed in the sun again seemed to be reborn. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the crowd resounded throughout the sky. In the distance, Chuan Yi, who was knocked hundreds of meters away, looked around his body blankly. There was no injury, nor any pain. His strength and soul defense had no effect at all, and he was directly knocked hundreds of meters away. What kind of soul skill is this? Chuan Yi never thought that he would lose this battle in this way. He originally wanted to shock everyone's spirit and make them faint by using the fifth soul skill, the Sacred Judgment. However, Chuan Yi's mistake was that he underestimated the enemy and did not use the soul skill at the first time. The momentary underestimation of the enemy was seized by Huo Wu and turned defeat into victory. Chuan Yi heard the laughter coming from the front and smiled helplessly. You guys are laughing too loudly. Chuan Yi couldn't understand how important this victory was to the people who had been crushed by him for a long time. This could even be an important turning point for them to rebuild their self-confidence. Chuan Yi quickly stepped forward and ran back to the crowd in a dozen seconds. Congratulations, this battle is your complete victory. He magnanimously applauded everyone and humbly accepted the failure. Huo Wu ran to Chuan Yi and said with a smile, how about it, this is a special move prepared for you. In the team, Huo Wu was actually the happiest. Because, defeating Chuan Yi was her dream. This plan, the special move, was also something Huo Wu had planned for a long time. For this reason, their team deliberately put on a head-on battle posture, and Mars's assistance was also deliberately divided into two paths, injected into Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. All of this is to achieve the unexpected effect. Chuan Yi touched Huo Wu's hair lovingly and replied, "Awesome, I never expected it." Huo Wu's resistance to fire ring is a completely unsolvable skill. Even if Chuan Yi uses the body of fire spirit, he will be directly knocked away under the effect of the resistance to fire ring. The only way to escape is to fly into the sky. However, the expansion speed of the fire ring is as fast as lightning. In less than half a second, it flies from the ground to a height of 15 meters, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the battle on the ring, resisting soul ring is an invincible soul skill. However, the range and height of your soul skill are too exaggerated. Is this the second awakening of the martial soul you mentioned before? The effect of the soul skill certainly surprised Chuan Yi, but similar invincible soul skills are not uncommon in the soul master world. Compared with the effect of the soul skill, what surprised Chuan Yi even more was the way the soul skill was performed. The exaggerated height and range are not something that a mere millennium soul skill can possess. There must be other factors at work. The fusion ring, the assistance of the Mars martial soul, Chuan Yi is aware of their effects. It is impossible to increase the millennium soul skill to this extent with just these. The only thing left is the second awakening of the martial soul that he has never seen. Although the silver color is covered by the blazing white color of the martial soul, Chuan Yi still noticed this at the moment of activation. Huo Wu's momentum doubled at that moment. Moreover, it was an all-round improvement. Resisting the fire ring has such an amazing effect, it must be due to the second awakening. It's like having an additional self-amplification soul skill out of thin air. Yes, with its amplification, I can burst out more powerful power. According to calculations, its increase in combat power can reach 100%. Not only that, in this state, my control over the flames will also increase sharply, and I can perfectly control the surging power. This is the most terrifying. Now that the battle is over, Huo Wu revealed the information about her soul skills and the second awakening of her martial soul to Chuan Yi. Hearing Huo Wu's description, Chuan Yi shouted in his heart that Huo Wu was perverted. However, he was also happy with Huo Wu's progress. He knew that Huo Wu had always had the obsession to defeat him. However, even though he knew, he never let Huo Wu down when fighting her. Because, that meant that Chuan Yi didn't think Huo Wu would catch up with him in his heart. However, in the end, Huo Wu lived up to his expectations and grew into a powerful soul master who could compete with him. "You two are really good at giving me surprises." Wu Ji came over and said with a gratified smile. His eyes finally stopped on Huo Wu, and his eyes were full of pride. Facing the moment of despair, it was Huo Wu who reversed everything, and his excitement was no less than theirs. Dean. The jubilant crowd rearranged in front of Wu Ji. Wu Ji first looked at all the members of the seven-man team and said, "Congratulations, after a whole year of defeat, today we finally won a precious victory. Although most of you failed to play a huge role in this battle, your unyielding will is worthy of praise. When facing an invincible opponent, you never retreated, never avoided, and gave up fighting. By doing this, you have defeated 99% of the Soul Masters." As they spoke, everyone's eyes flashed with pride. Their momentum also rose step by step at this moment. Wu Ji nodded with satisfaction. He knew that today would be the day for the team to be reborn from the ashes. The team that had tasted defeat finally tasted the joy of defeating the strong today. From now on, the desire for victory will be deeply buried in their hearts, constantly driving them to desire greater victory. On the eve of actual combat training, this unexpected battle brought new vitality to the entire team. Looking at the high-spirited team members, Wu Ji nodded secretly. Looking at the hungry beasts in front of him, he knew it was time to feed them more victories. Chapter 183 The speed of cultivation dropped sharply. Today's combat training was originally arranged by Wu Ji to measure everyone's specific progress, especially to determine Chuan Yi's strength improvement. But because of Huo Wu's resistance to the fire ring, the battle ended unexpectedly. After the battle, Wu Ji did not arrange training because it was meaningless. So, he directly announced the end and gave everyone a rare week off. The team members were very surprised. Since the establishment of the team, except for the time when they were forced to stop training when they obtained the soul ring, they did not stop the hard training for a day. In addition to the training arrangements of the academy, they also secretly practiced, which also improved their strength, far exceeding Wu Ji's expectations. That night, Huo Wu discussed the specific arrangements during the vacation with Chuan Yi with great interest. You can think about it slowly, and then write down everything you want to do on paper. Seeing Huo Wu so excited, Chuan Yi also laughed. Huo Wu's suggestions were mostly related to shopping. Chuan Yi happened to have something to do in the city. The next morning, Chuan Yi opened his eyes from his big bed. However, his expression was a little solemn. After a night of meditation, he realized something that made him a little helpless. After a whole night of practice, the efficiency was not even half of the previous one. You know, the higher the level, the more soul power you need to accumulate to break through each level. Originally, the later the soul master is, the more time it takes to upgrade the level. Now Chuan Yi's own practice speed is reduced, and Chuan Yi's level upgrade speed will be reduced to a level that makes him desperate. As for the cause of this phenomenon, Chuan Yi also has a little guess. That is, his soul power is too pure. After the body absorbs the elements from the outside world, it will be screened and refined by him. In this way, only a small part of the absorbed elements can be retained in his body. The solution is that Chuan Yi can only go to the underground flame vein of the academy and enter the top-level simulated environment to practice in order to barely maintain the normal practice speed of others. For the current situation, Chuan Yi doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. However, the soul power cultivated in this state is indeed more condensed and stronger than others. From a long-term perspective, there should be other benefits that he can't see. But the slowdown in the speed of soul power improvement cannot be ignored. There are gains and losses. Don't think about it. Chuan Yi patted his cheeks to soften his stiff cheeks. Coincidentally, Huo Wu's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yi, hurry up. After dinner, we still have a lot of places to visit. Huo Wu's urging voice came. Chuan Yi jumped up from the bed. I'm coming, I'm coming. Sa City, Inner City. The largest women's clothing store in the city. Chuan Yi was sitting on the sofa in the VIP room, waiting for Huo Wu to come out of the dressing room. Click. The door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure walked out of the dressing room. Day. The light-colored long skirt swayed gently with her nimble steps. The long skirt was inlaid with red silk, which not only complemented the girl's dark red hair, but also added a bit of agility to her elegance. The fitted clothes, tightly attached to her graceful waist, showed the girl's perfect figure to the fullest. The girl's eyes were as clear as spring water, without a trace of dust. The pink lips were slightly smiling, and Chuan Yi felt his breath stop for a moment. Huo Wu walked lightly in front of Chuan Yi, turned around in front of Chuan Yi, and her long hair and long skirt were in front of Chuan Yi. In front of him, a charming fragrance floated, making him intoxicated. How is it? Huo Wu asked playfully. It looks good. Chuan Yi blurted out, but his eyes were fixed on Huo Wu and couldn't move away. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi in a daze, and she wanted to tease him. Are you talking about clothes or me? Although her tone was very normal, there was a dangerous light hidden in her eyes. However, Chuan Yi didn't notice it. Of course it's you. This skirt will only attract my attention when you wear it. When answering, Chuan Yi was sincere and there was no falsehood. Huo Wu could feel it, so when she heard Chuan Yi's answer, her cheeks blushed instead. Hehe, you passed the test. After trying so many pieces, which one do you like? Chuan Yi asked. Behind Chuan Yi was a long mobile hanger, on which dozens of various women's clothes were hung. Huo Wu is over 1.8 meters tall. If she wants to find women's clothing that suits her, only the largest clothing store in the city has so many suitable clothes. Huo Wu tapped her chin with her finger, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled and said, All. Chuan Yi was surprised. Huo Wu nodded affirmatively. Walking out of the clothing store, the waiter behind him smiled brightly, Welcome to both of you, looking forward to seeing you again. Chuan Yi smiled and nodded, but his heart was bleeding. This was the first time he spent so many gold soul coins on things other than cultivation. Each piece of clothing cost at least 100 gold soul coins, and all added up, it was thousands of gold soul coins. Fortunately, Chuan Yi saved all his pocket money over the years, otherwise, he really couldn't take out so many gold soul coins at once. But when Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu's happy expression, he didn't feel sorry at all. A unique fashion show, especially one specially prepared for him, a little money is not worth mentioning. Chuan Yi glanced at the sky, the sun began to set, they spent a long time in the clothing store. It's almost time. Let's go back. Huo Wu saw that the sky was getting darker and suggested to go back. I have another place I want to take you to see. Chuan Yi took Huo Wu's arm and walked towards somewhere. Dusk came, and lights began to light up in various parts of the city. But the density of the lights became sparser as they approached the edge of the city. This was especially obvious when looking down from a high altitude. Above the city, a small black foreign object passed through the sky at high speed. Wow! So fast, so high! Through the sound of the wind, Huo Wu's crisp voice reached Chuan Yi's ears. The foreign objects in the sky were Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Chuan Yi's lower body turned into black flames, and Huo Wu was carried by Chuan Yi's upper body. Huo Wu wrapped her arms around Chuan Yi's neck and looked down at the city excitedly. She was nervous and happy. How is it? The city you see from the sky is different, right? Chuan Yi asked in Huo Wu's ear. Great! Huo Wu answered loudly. The lightning-fast flying speed messed up her hair, but Huo Wu felt unprecedented freedom from it. The flames on Chuan Yi's lower body suddenly became stronger, and the speed increased further, flying towards the edge of the city. Yuan's blacksmith shop. In the 6 months since Chuan Yi left, he has been studying firearms and minerals under the leadership of Yuan the blacksmith. When other blacksmiths went home to rest, Yuan the blacksmith did not rest, but did his own research in the laboratory. Just as he was studying various drawings, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Yuan the blacksmith, long time no see. Yuan the blacksmith walked quickly to the door, pushed open the door, and shouted in surprise, Young Master. Chapter 184 Corrosion-Resistant Alloy. Secret Research Institute. Huo Wu looked around curiously at the unfamiliar scene. Where is this? Huo Wu asked curiously. Chuan Yi replied, This is a research institute for ironware. Ironware. Huo Wu had never thought that Chuan Yi would take her to the blacksmith shop. Blacksmiths are low-level professions in this world. Therefore, although people's attitude towards them is not contemptuous, they will inevitably look down on them. However, everything here opened her eyes. Several huge wooden display cabinets are divided into countless neat small cabinets. Each small cabinet is covered by a small glass door. Through the small glass, you can see that various strange minerals are stored inside. There are nearly hundreds of grids. This is the mineral display cabinet that they have spent years expanding and collecting. From the original one display cabinet, it has quickly expanded to the current 4. Huo Wu has never imagined that there will be such a variety of minerals in this world. Young Master, is there anything I can do at this time? Yuan the blacksmith was confused by Chuan Yi's arrival. I came here to reforge my weight-bearing equipment. Chuan made his purpose clear. No problem, we still have some iron essence left. How much weight do you want to increase? 10,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. Huo Wu was also shocked by this number. She also learned from Chuan Yi and used a weight of 300 kilograms, but 10,000 kilograms was more than 300 times her weight. This weight, when added to her body, could easily crush her bones and flesh. Even if someone could bear it, the ground could not bear its weight. Just standing there would crack the hard stone brick floor. We don't have that much reserve of 10,000 kilograms of iron essence here. Blacksmith Yuan was not too surprised. It doesn't matter. I have 6,000 kilograms of reserve here. Chuan Yi took out the weight he was wearing from the heart of the Sunday. Although Chuan Yi, who broke through the Soul King realm, had a significant decrease in the speed of soul power improvement, his strength improvement did not decrease at all. On the contrary, the purity of soul power was more helpful to the improvement of strength. This was also the reason why Chuan Yi was not too worried. Condensed soul power could bring Chuan Yi a greater increase. Therefore, when fighting against soul masters of the same level, Chuan Yi would have an absolute advantage in all aspects. Okay, I will contact other blacksmith shops to refine the remaining weight together. Well, by the way, I have another thing to discuss with you when I come here. Please tell me. Yuan the blacksmith had been prepared in his heart. I want to know how far the research progress on alloys has developed. Chuan Yi asked. Yuan the blacksmith did not answer immediately, but before answering, he glanced at Huo Wu obscurely. Chuan Yi keenly noticed Yuan the blacksmith's sight, and this action made Chuan Yi more assured of Yuan the blacksmith. Yuan the blacksmith's carefulness is not only reflected in his appearance, in various complex work, he can pay attention to various details. This is also the reason why he entrusted him with an important task. It doesn't matter, Xiao Wu is my person. Chuan Yi said affirmatively. After hearing this, Huo Wu glanced at Yuan the blacksmith with some pride. With her strength, of course she also noticed Yuan the blacksmith's actions. But, she also knew that now was not the time to let her be capricious. However, now that she has Chuan Yi's support, she has become more confident. After receiving a positive reply, Yuan Taijiang was relieved and began to report to Chuan Yi. We tested and fused various materials one by one according to the prescribed steps and sequence, and created various alloy products by adjusting the content. Among them, we found many interesting alloys through testing. The study of alloys is more accurately the study of metallurgical technology. Metallurgical technology is to extract metals and metal compounds from ores, and then use various methods to make metal materials with certain properties. When Chuan Yi asked Yuan Taijiang to collect minerals, he also asked Yuan Taijiang to study alloys. Now the display cabinets placed beside them store the most basic minerals. However, after years of research, they have made countless alloys through tens of thousands of tests. In this process, they discovered many alloy products with special properties. What I want to know is a material that has both hardness and strong corrosion resistance. In fact, this is the most important reason why Chuan Yi came to the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Yuan pondered for a moment. Anti-corrosion? Can I ask, what does the young master want to do with this metal? There are many substances that can corrode metals, such as acid, salt, water, etc., which can all cause corrosion to metals. And the factors that affect each metal will also vary greatly. Blacksmith Yuan must understand the specific use of the metal in order to choose the right alloy. Chuan Yi's eyes became deep, as if looking at a distant place. Seawater, I want a metal that can resist seawater corrosion. Seawater. Huo Wu and Blacksmith Yuan both had some questions at the same time. As two people who have lived in the center of the continent for a long time, the sea is a distant fantasy. They can only get some information from books and other people's oral traditions, and draw pictures in their minds. Moreover, there are countless ferocious sea soul beasts hidden in the sea, so people on the continent are subconsciously afraid of the sea. Therefore, people who live in the center of the land may never think of seeing the sea in their lifetime. Corrosion from seawater? Young master, are you going to make armor wrapped around the outside of the hull? If so, there are indeed alloys that meet the requirements. Moreover, there is more than one. Speaking of corrosion from seawater, the first thing that Yuan the blacksmith thought of was this. Chuan Yi was delighted when he heard Yuan the blacksmith's answer. Well, that's the case at this stage. It won't be long before we will need a lot of corrosion-resistant alloys to equip the hulls that gallop across the sea. So, starting today, I would like to entrust you to focus on the research and experiments of corrosion-resistant metals. Shib? Young master, are you going to the seaside? Not only me, but our entire Chuan family will move to the seaside one after another. To this end, we must have enough ships, and these metals are prepared for that time. As for the relocation of the territory, few people in the family knew about it. Yuan the blacksmith, who was far away in the south, certainly didn't know much about these things. Now after hearing Chuan Yi's words, he finally understood Chuan Yi's thoughts. So that's how it is. I understand. Our demand for this metal will only grow in the future, so I want you to pay attention to its cost-effectiveness and the universality of the material when you study it. Chuan Yi's eyes were very serious, and the thoughts in his mind could not be fully revealed. But now we can start. Wrapping wooden boats with iron armor is no longer a rare technology in Douluo continent. However, they stopped there and did not go any further. Now Chuan Yi plans to start with the most basic things and advance his plan step by step. Chapter 185 Synchronous Practice. After giving the order, Chuan Yi left the blacksmith shop with Huo Wu at ease. The rest can be perfectly handled by Yuan the blacksmith himself. Since Yuan the blacksmith gave up the business and immersed himself in the road of forging, his forging level has changed with each passing day. According to the mainland's classification of blacksmiths, Yuan the blacksmith's forging level has reached the master blacksmith. The classification of blacksmiths is different from that of soul masters, with only 7 levels. From the bottom to the top, they are divided into primary blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, master blacksmith, master blacksmith, master blacksmith, and divine blacksmith. At the beginning, when I met Yuan the blacksmith, his blacksmith level was roughly a senior blacksmith. However, today, several years later, Yuan the blacksmith has raised his level to the level of master blacksmith through hard work. As a non-spiritual blacksmith, to be able to reach this point, in addition to Chuan Yi's self-introduction and his own efforts, it is also inseparable from his talent and passion for forging. Moreover, with a more comprehensive and in-depth understanding of metals, his level is rapidly approaching the master blacksmith. On the return journey, Xiao Yi, are we going to live by the sea in the future? In the night sky, Huo Wu asked thoughtfully. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's clear eyes gently and asked back. Are you willing to follow me? Huo Wu did not hesitate for a moment and answered firmly, I am willing. Chuan Yi's eyes flickered and he looked at Huo Wu with a smile. A person who can choose to follow him without hesitation is worth his lifelong protection. No matter how long the vacation time is, it will feel very short. A week passed in a flash. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's happy time soon ended. The first day after the vacation, Chuan Yi put on the thickened and heavier 10-ton weight and started his physical exercise. Even the extremely dense iron essence, when it weighs 10 tons, its volume becomes extremely huge. Even if Chuan Yi's body becomes taller, it is unrealistic to concentrate all the weight on the vest, leggings, and arm guards. Therefore, Yuan the blacksmith took the trouble to make equipment similar to full-body armor for Chuan Yi. Leggings, arm guards, and vests were thickened and extended under the design that did not affect the movement as much as possible. In addition, shoulder guards and breastplates were added to Chuan Yi, which were worn outside the vest. Wearing this whole set of equipment, Chuan Yi was like an ancient knight on an expedition. The heavy armor can easily make a big hole when stepping on the ground by the lake. But when running, except for the collision sound of the upper body armor when swinging, almost no other sound can be heard. This is due to Chuan Yi's strong control over strength, otherwise, every step of running will cause huge noise and vibration. Doing this will bring extra burden to Chuan Yi, but Chuan Yi is happy with it. Of course, in addition to these, Chuan Yi also added a hidden task. That is, when exercising, Chuan Yi will use split mind and practice at the same time. Each of these two things is a big thing that consumes energy. But Chuan Yi chose to do it at the same time. In this way, Chuan Yi will consume almost all of his mental power every day. However, the growth rate of soul power is too slow. For a week, Chuan Yi will go to the bottom of the Yanmei every night to practice in the top-level mimic environment. But even so, Chuan Yi's practice speed is barely up to the practice speed of ordinary soul masters. According to his calculations, his cultivation speed has been reduced from 5 months to 10 months. It is twice as slow. This also means that it will take Chuan Yi 4 years to break through level 60. If not, Chuan Yi absorbed the soul ring of a high-age soul beast, and the time required would be doubled. 4 years later, Chuan Yi was 15 years old. A 15-year-old soul emperor is an unprecedented achievement. But it is not in line with Chuan Yi's expected plan. Because the soul master's level will be slower and slower in the later stage. The current speed is already very slow. If he breaks through to the soul emperor, his cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. By then, it is very likely that Chuan Yi will need a year of cultivation to break through the level. This is still the soul emperor. What if it is a soul saint, soul Douluo, or titled Douluo? Therefore, in order to speed up the cultivation time, Chuan Yi pondered and thought of the moment when he fought with Douluo. In order to quickly replenish soul power, he had operated soul power synchronously during the battle. When he thought of this, Chuan Yi thought of the possibility of operating soul power synchronously while exercising his body. Before, Chuan Yi did not try such an operation to prevent himself from going astray. However, the current Chuan Yi is no longer the Chuan Yi of that time. His mental power level is comparable to that of a top soul saint, and his mental strength is enough to support him to complete these two tasks at the same time. And today is the first time he tries day. When Chuan Yi was running in heavy armor, half of his consciousness was focused on the operation of the soul power in his body. When doing physical exercise, the soul power in the body will unconsciously start to operate and participate in the physical exercise. When the soul power is operating, the soul master can exert more powerful strength and endurance. Therefore, when ordinary soul masters exercise their bodies, they are actually using soul power. But Chuan Yi is different from them. From the beginning, he consciously prevented the participation of soul power in order to exercise his body more focused. Therefore, Chuan Yi's soul power was in a dormant state when he was exercising. But now, Chuan Yi needs to use consciousness to make the soul power operate again in his body. A vermilion soul power, starting from Denshin, completed a cycle through the trajectory of the practice method. Chuan Yi's mental power controls the soul power in the process of operation, and tries to keep it in a state of reunion as much as possible, without providing energy to the body. But unlike expected, Chuan Yi's soul power is extremely condensed and perfectly matches his mental power. Therefore, he could complete a complete soul power operation without losing a trace of soul power. This feeling was like the transformation of rigidity into softness that he usually trained outside the body. The usual control of soul power and the control training of mental power gave Chuan Yi an extremely solid foundation. When the first soul power returned to Denshin after completing a cycle, Chuan Yi could feel that it had grown a little stronger. Although the increase was far less than the top-level training state when practicing in the simulated environment, it did increase the time of soul power practice. Over time, it can still increase a lot. The 2-hour training ended. Because Chuan Yi was wearing a heavy and airtight full body armor, he sweated more than usual, but his eyes were bright and he looked very excited. Success! Chuan Yi whispered. In 2 hours, Chuan Yi successfully completed the simultaneous training of body and soul power. Now, Chuan Yi can shorten the time required to upgrade one level by at least 3 months. 7 months for one level, it only takes 3 years to upgrade to level 5. Through synchronous training, Chuan Yi can shorten the time by 1 year. Chapter 186 Exchange Friendly Match. Xiao Yi, judging from your expression, is there any good news? Huo Wu took off her weights, walked to Chuan Yi's side, and smiled. Well, there are some breakthroughs in training. Chuan Yi smiled and replied. Let's go eat, and after eating, we have to meet up with everyone. From today, it is very likely that the actual combat training that Douluo mentioned before will begin. Well, I have been waiting for a long time. I hope to meet a slightly stronger opponent, otherwise, we won't be too happy when we fight. Huo Wu has been rubbing her hands and waiting for a long time. Your strength in the Soul Master realm is one of the best. Together with other team members, there are only a handful of people who can defeat our team. I think the dean and other teachers will also be very troubled. It is definitely not easy to find a suitable opponent. Chuan Yi felt deeply about Huo Wu's improvement in strength. Huo Wu's training speed became faster with the awakening of the martial soul. In addition, the level is still relatively low. Her cultivation is catching up with Chuan Yi at an extremely fierce trend. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to find a team that can serve as a training. Chuan Yi sympathized with Douluo a little. Don't forget yourself. With you, we can even fight against the Soul Sect or even the Soul King Realm team. Huo Wu said dissatisfiedly. Chuan Yi smiled and said, if I join the team, it will not have any training effect on other team members. Even if we join forces and defeat the Soul King or even the Soul Emperor Realm team with the martial soul fusion technique, it will not make any sense for the team. Because other team members will not get any training. Therefore, the possibility that I will appear in the next actual combat training will be very small. Huo Wu wanted to debate, but couldn't think of a suitable reason. Although she really wanted to fight side by side with Chuan Yi, what Chuan Yi said made a lot of sense. Chuan Yi patted Huo Wu's head, okay, you have your tasks, and I have my training. Don't worry about it. Besides, the core of the team is the control-type Soul Master in the team. As long as you can perfectly control my power, it doesn't matter whether I participate in the training or not. Control Xiao Ai's power. Huo Wu's eyes lit up. Yes, as a control type, the team's cooperation and command are my tasks. After hearing Chuan Yi's words, Huo Wu suddenly realized. That's right, if the strong attack system is the sharpest spear in the team, then the control system is the soul and eyes of the team, the person who uses the spear. So, what kind of strength I can play in the team depends not only on the sharpness of the spear, but also on the skills of the spear holder. In life and training, Huo Wu mostly relies on Chuan Yi. Therefore, although Huo Wu may not realize it, to a large extent, Huo Wu has a psychological dependence on Chuan Yi in her heart. However, in team battles, such a mentality will lead to chaos within the team. The conductor of the band only needs one person. Chuan Yi volunteered become the baton in Huo Wu's hand. Huo Wu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, okay, I know. After saying that, Huo Wu felt that the burden on her shoulders was much heavier. The feeling of being suddenly pushed onto the stage from behind the scenes and facing the audience made Huo Wu a little uncomfortable. But she did not back down, because this was her mission and responsibility. Chuan Yi nodded with satisfaction, let's go eat. Huo Wu is also growing up slowly, and it's time to get rid of Chuan Yi's support and become more independent. After eating a rich and nutritious breakfast, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu rested for a while and left the hut. Because the two received a notice that today's combat training was scheduled for the morning. When they came to the martial arts field, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu could hear the noisy sound coming from the field outside. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi looked at each other, and then walked into the martial arts field. When they walked into the martial arts field, they both widened their eyes in surprise. The audience seats of the originally quiet and empty martial arts arena were filled with many spectators. There were young students and old teachers. Among them, most of the students wore the orange-red school uniforms belonging to Shuo Academy. The other half of the students wore green clothes with silver threads. Chuan Yi could tell at a glance that it was the school uniform of the neighboring Shenfeng Academy. This also meant that those wearing green school uniforms were students of Shenfeng Academy. The students of the two academies sat at both ends of the arena, looking at each other. Entering the venue, Chuan Yi could feel the tit-for-tat momentum between the students. At this time, Wu Ji, who was next to the arena, saw the figures of Huo Wu and Chuan Yi and shouted loudly, Chuan Yi, Xiao Wu, here. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked over quickly and found that the other team members had already arrived. And they all had the same expression as Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. I wonder if everyone has had a good rest this week. Wu Ji didn't even explain much, and just kept talking. In the martial arts arena, everyone reunited after a week. Wu Ji moved his eyes, carefully observed the team members, and nodded secretly. Everyone's mental and physical state is in full condition. Giving you rest time is to allow you to welcome the next stage of training in a more perfect state. From today on, your fighting place will not be limited to the academy, and the objects of fighting will become more diverse. In the past year and a half, the foundation has been solid. If you want to go further, you have to fight in actual combat. Speaking of this, Wu Ji paused for a while to give the confused team members some preparation time. Then Wu Ji turned his back to the crowd and shouted to the opposite side, without further delay, for today's actual combat training, the Academy has specially invited the team of the Intermediate College affiliated to the Kamikaze Academy for you. Come out, everyone from Kamikaze. As Wu Ji's voice sounded, noisy footsteps came from the entrance at the other end of the martial arts field. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, a group of boys and girls in green uniforms came from the entrance. Kamikaze, come on, Kamikaze, come on. As the Kamikaze team entered, the students sitting in the audience opposite began to cheer loudly. The Kamikaze team had a large number of people, a total of 15 people. There were 3 middle-aged teachers, and the other 12 were all within the age range and should be members of the team. However, the leader walking in front of this team was not a teacher among them. Instead, it was a slender young student. Judging from his face, he was roughly the same age as Huo Wushuan. However, he was walking at the front with a calm expression and a calm determination. It seemed that he was the leader of the opposing team. The Kamikaze team walked to the other end of the ring and stopped. At this time, Wu Ji walked quickly to the ring, came to the center of the ring, and said loudly, I am very happy to invite the team members and students of Kamikaze Intermediate College today. As affiliated intermediate colleges of the 5 Elements College, we have maintained friendly exchanges for many years. And this year, our 2 colleges decided to jointly hold an exchange-friendly match to learn from each other and make progress together. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience became noisy. And as the main figures of the exchange-friendly match, including all the members of the Blazing Fire team of Chuan Yi, they were speechless. Because, there were only 8 of them who knew nothing about it. Chapter 187 Feng Xiaotian. Dean, why didn't you tell us in advance? Huo Wushuan asked, slightly panicked when he saw the dean return to the ring. Wu Ji smiled slightly, and then said, on the battlefield, the enemy will not give you any time to prepare. Staying calm and being quick-witted are important qualities of a soul master. Besides, if I tell you, can you still rest normally? Well, get ready, you will be on the field soon. The actual combat training officially starts from this moment. Wu Ji's explanation made Huo Wushuan speechless. Chuan Yi quickly adapted to it and asked in return, Dean, we are going to have a team battle, 8-8, or 7-7. Wu Ji didn't expect Chuan Yi to ask this, but he quickly replied, you are also a member of the team, of course it is 8-8. I prepared such a big battle, not for the so-called friendship and communication. It is to surprise the opponent. Xinfeng and Chihir is competition in friendship. It is not as friendly as Wu Ji said when he introduced it. Chuan Yi paused and continued, I know. But let me say first, if I play, I will not hold back. Wu Ji's purpose, in addition to actual combat, is to show off. Knowing this, Chuan Yi no longer has any scruples. Lin Meng heard Chuan Yi's words and felt relieved. He raised a malicious smile and said, now, the scene will definitely become very ugly. Don't underestimate the enemy. The opponent is not a soft persimmon that can be easily taken. If it weren't for Chuan Yi on our side, the outcome would be uncertain. Wu Ji's face became solemn, which surprised Chuan Yi. Huo Wushuan added at this time, the leader of the opposite team is the young man who leads the team. His name is Feng Xiaotian. He is the soul of their team. At the same time, he is full of innate soul power like Xiao Yi. Full innate soul power. Lin Meng exclaimed. Full innate soul power is a symbol of talent. Especially the team members who have close contact with Chuan Yi have the clearest understanding of the innate full soul power. Feng Xiaotian is a few years older than Chuan Yi. Although his strength and cultivation may not be as abnormal as Chuan Yi, he should not be underestimated. Besides Feng Xiaotian, the average level of other team members is not weak. As the same extreme flow as us, all of them are super attack formations of strong attack and agile attack. Besides, as students famous for their wind attributes, most of their members can fly, which is very disadvantageous to us. Huoyun also has a certain understanding of Feng Xiaotian. He is quite proud and quite afraid at this time. Chuan Yi was slightly surprised when he heard that Feng Xiaotian was innate full soul power. At the same time, he also understood why Wu Ji wanted to send him out. This Feng Xiaotian must be the leader of this year's Shenfeng Academy, and judging from the rather fearful expressions of these people, his strength should be quite good. As the same innate full soul power, Chuan Yi knows best what kind of cultivation talent this means. But, so what? There is a difference between innate full soul power and innate full soul power. Chuan Yi has absolute confidence in his own strength. You are raising others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige. Feng Xiaotian on the opposite side doesn't need Xiao Yi to take action. I can beat him to pieces by myself. Huo Wu's scolding instantly attracted everyone's attention. Huo Wu's expression was high-spirited, full of confidence and fighting spirit. Everyone's eyes became bright when they focused on Huo Wu. Huo Wushuan smiled easily, yes, Huo Wu's strength is not weaker than Feng Xiaotian. We are too worried. Huo Wu's words completely dispelled some uneasiness in everyone's hearts. Although it was still a bit rough, Huo Wu was also trying to mobilize the morale of the team in her own way. Chuan Yi secretly praised Huo Wu's performance. Xiao Wu, how do you plan to arrange the formation for this battle? Chuan Yi asked immediately. Everyone's eyes were focused on Huo Wu again. Huo Wu smiled confidently, then waved to everyone to stand in a circle and gave instructions in a low voice. Wu Ji did not participate, nor did he intervene without authorization, but gave them full autonomy. He was only responsible for listening and providing some necessary information. On the other side, the kamikaze team. Feng Xiaotian was explaining the battle plan to other team members. The team leader just stood quietly behind the team, listening to Feng Xiaoshan's command. Although we don't know the strength of the opponent, judging from the information of the opponent's martial spirit, in the final analysis, they are still the same as us, an attacking team that wins with extremely strong attack range and attack power. Hokage, Mars, and a weapon martial spirit called Liang Gauntlet may have certain advantages in fire control. But they are not beast martial spirits, and their bodies must be their weaknesses. In this sense, we are all beast martial spirits, and we will be much stronger than the opponent in attack power and mobility. At that time, we will control the distance from the air while releasing soul skills, and take the lead in attacking the control and auxiliary systems of the opponent's back row. Feng Xiaoshan's analysis is remarkable, and he has his own insights on team battles. Both sides exchanged information about members before the game. However, it was all superficial information, only age and martial spirit. There was not even specific information about level and soul skills. But Feng Xiaotian can say all this with just a little information, and his mind is not simple. Captain, I heard that the other side also has the same innate full soul power as the captain. I wonder if he is strong. A male team member asked. Suddenly, a female team member poked the male team member with her elbow and laughed and scolded, "What are you talking about? Can't you see that he is only 11 years old? A boy who is still wet behind the ears, even if they have the same innate full soul power, our captain has practiced for a longer time than him. Of course, our captain is stronger. Haha, don't worry, even if they have innate full soul power, the gap between weapon soul masters and beast soul masters is extremely huge. Even if we are the same age, he will never reach my level. Not to mention an 11-year-old kid." Feng Xiaotian laughed and said to the team members. The kamikaze team also laughed with Feng Xiaotian. It seems that there is no tension at all. Facing the Blazing Academy, there is only one reason for being able to maintain a relaxed attitude. That is Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian, just like the Blazing team's Chuan Yi. He is the team's mainstay. Okay, everyone take a break and wait for the game to start. I'll go say hello to the other side. After saying that, Feng Xiaotian walked around the ring and headed towards the Blazing team. Feng Xiaotian was indifferent to this so-called friendly exchange match. There was no way, because his strength was too strong, so he couldn't get any interest. He had seen Huo Wushuan on the opposite side in the fighting spirit arena. But the result disappointed him greatly. It can't be said that Huo Wushuan was not strong, but he was mediocre. He didn't believe that a team led by such a person could defeat Shen Feng. So, in this game, Feng Xiaoshan's biggest goal was to communicate with the Blazing Academy and enhance friendship. Chapter 188 Chuan Yi's Anger. Feng Xiaotian walked to the gathering place of the Blazing team, which immediately attracted Chuan Yi's attention. Everyone immediately stopped tactical arrangements and stared at Feng Xiaotian vigilantly. Feng Xiaotian seemed not to notice everyone's vigilant expressions, walked in front of everyone and greeted them. "Hello everyone, my name is Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the kamikaze team. This time I came here to say hello to everyone in advance." Feng Xiaotian greeted everyone casually and familiarly. "You still have time to greet your opponents before the game, you really look down on us." Huo Wu saw the relaxed expression on Feng Xiaoshan's face, and a fire rose in her heart for no reason. She retorted in a rather unfriendly tone. Feng Xiaotian turned his eyes to Huo Wu, and just when he was about to say something, he was stunned there. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat became louder and louder, and more rapid. Feng Xiaotian immediately covered his chest with his right hand. Instantly, he realized something. He seemed to fall in love. Chuan Yi looked at Feng Xiaotian staring at Huo Wu, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his feet moved to block his sight. "Excuse me, is there something wrong?" Chuan Yi asked in a slightly cold tone. Huo Wu also felt the unpleasant eyes. She hid her body behind Chuan Yi, and warned Feng Xiaotian with a cold look. Feng Xiaotian saw Huo Wu's cold eyes, and his heart suddenly hurt. He walked in front of Chuan Yi and asked angrily, "What is the relationship between you and the lady behind you?" Huo Wushuan saw Feng Xiaotian being so rude, so he grabbed Feng Xiaoshan's shoulder with his hand and said in a gloomy tone, "What do you mean by this?" Feng Xiaotian seemed not to hear Huo Wushuan's words, and his eyes were just staring at Chuan Yi. Huo Wushuan's heart was burning with anger, and he tried hard to pull Feng Xiaotian away. However, as soon as he exerted force with his right hand, Feng Xiaoshan's slender body seemed like a thick stone pier, and he couldn't move it at all with his strength. This guy has great strength. Huo Wushuan was secretly surprised. Chuan Yi was stared at angrily by Feng Xiaotian, and he was also unhappy. He replied in a cold tone, "Why should I tell you?" Feng Xiaotian laughed in a rage, looking at Chuan Yi's tall and strong body, and said with some contempt, "You are the kid with innate full soul power. With your talent, you should be taken care of in the academy, but this is not your capital for pride. In the world of soul masters, strength is respected after all. Let me, the senior, teach you well." As he said this, Feng Xiaotian broke away from Huo Wushuan's arm and stretched out his hand to grab Chuan Yi's collar. "Ahem! Feng boy, I'm still here, don't be too arrogant." Wu Ji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, stopped Feng Xiaoshan's behavior. Feng Xiaotian stopped his action, put down his hand, turned around and said with a smile, "Dean Wu, I'm so sorry. Dean Ling also asked me to say hello to you." When talking to Wu Ji, Feng Xiaotian smiled again. The change in attitude was too great, but everyone looked at him unkindly. Wu Ji replied calmly, "The game is about to start, go back and prepare for the game." Feng Xiaoshan's smile paused for a moment, and he calmed down his emotions slightly. Dinwu is not someone he can treat casually. Okay, I will pay attention. Feng Xiaotian was going to give Dinwu a face. But he did not leave. Instead, he smiled and said to Huo Wu behind Chuan Yi, I will prove to you through this game who is the man who can really deserve you. After saying that, he ignored the others and turned away. When Huo Wu heard this, she was furious and wanted to rush out and punch Feng Xiaotian hard. But Dinwu stopped her. If there is anything, solve it on the ring. Huo Wu was about to get angry at Dinwu, but she glanced at Dinwu's extremely gloomy face. Obviously, the Dean was also suppressing his anger. She stopped. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. After all, they are our guests, so we still have to treat them well. Chuan Yi's tone was very gentle, and there was even a bright smile on his face. But Huo Wu, who was in tune with Chuan Yi, knew that Chuan Yi was angry. It was the first time she saw Chuan Yi angry. Performance. Her expression became bright at this moment. Seeing Chuan Yi's angry look, she was actually a little happy. Because Chuan Yi was angry for her. She stood beside Chuan Yi obediently and whispered, well, I'll listen to you. Then, Huo Wu looked at everyone and said, everyone, gather again. The plan has changed. Since the other party is so rude, we don't have to be polite to them. From the beginning, we will put out the strongest formation. Everyone nodded repeatedly after hearing the voice, and raging anger burned in their eyes. Chuan Yi also nodded in approval. The preparation time for the exchange-friendly match was over soon. As the host, Wu Ji stood in the center of the ring again and solemnly introduced the members of the two teams to the teachers and students in the audience. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Now, I declare the exchange-friendly match officially open. This exchange-friendly match will be held in the form of an 8-on-8 team battle. Without further delay, please invite the members of the two teams to enter. As soon as the voice fell, the two teams stepped onto the stairs to the ring at the same time. Wow! At the same time, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. The Blazing Academy team was led by Chuan Yi to the stage. The calm and steady expression, as well as the sturdy physique that exceeds that of most adults, gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. On the other hand, Feng Xiaotian, the leader of the other Shenfeng team, looked a little thin. However, the confidence and calmness shown in his expression made it difficult to grasp. The two teams set up their formations from the moment they stepped onto the stage. Chuan Yi stood at the front of the team, and behind him were Huo Wushuan and Lin Meng, the two strong attacking spirit masters. Behind the two strong attacking spirits is Huo Wu, and on both sides of Huo Wu are Huo Yun and Huo Yu, two quick attacking spirits. Behind Huo Wu are Ling Yun and Wang Xing, two auxiliary spirits. According to the original plan, Chuan Yi was supposed to stand in front of Huo Wu, assisting and protecting her as a guard. But now, it has been changed to a formation led by Chuan Yi. This formation is named the Sharp Spear Formation. The reason for this name is not only because it looks like a spearhead, but also because it relies on Chuan Yi, a sharp spearhead, to pierce the enemy's offensive formation. It is also the strongest offensive formation of Blazing Academy. On the other hand, the Kamikaze team, also led by the strongest Feng Xiaotian, their formation is slightly loose. And it is a formation of 1, 3, and 4. Feng Xiaotian stands at the forefront, standing opposite Chuan Yi. But at this moment, his eyes are not looking at Chuan Yi, but looking for Huo Wu's figure. When he found that Huo Wu was blocked by Chuan Yi's tall figure, he looked at Chuan Yi with a little displeasure and said, "Big fool, if you can be more sensible, I can consider letting you go in the battle. Sister Huo Wu is not someone you can get involved with." Chuan Yi remained silent, just staring at Feng Xiaotian, quietly waiting for the sound of the game to start. Seeing Chuan Yi remain silent, Feng Xiaotian thought that he had been scared. He curled his lips in disdain and secretly cursed Chuan Yi for being cowardly. Chapter 189 Panic Feng Xiaotian. Seeing that the two teams were ready, Wu Ji retreated to the edge of the ring. Then, he said loudly, "Both sides can release their martial spirits now." As soon as the voice fell, the ring burst into an extremely gorgeous light. Soul rings and martial spirits were summoned at the same time, yellow, purple, fire, and green light intertwined together to form a colorful scene. Along with the burst of colors came the powerful momentum of the two teams. The momentum of just a dozen people even made the air in the field vibrate. Gives people a sense of oppression as if facing a huge army. However, soul masters with an average level of more than 30 can indeed fight against 100 with 1. Especially when they are soul masters with fire and wind attributes, they are no less powerful than a 1,000-man army in a frontal war. From the comparison of momentum, the gap between the two sides seems obvious. Each of the 8 members of the kamikaze team is a soul master with 3 soul rings. Moreover, the colors of the soul rings are all yellow, and purple, the best soul ring ratio. Reflecting, there are 2 great soul masters with only 2 soul rings in the blazing fire team. What's worse, Chuan Yi, who was standing at the front of the team, did not summon his martial soul in the first place. This made the blazing fire team directly overwhelmed by the kamikaze team in terms of momentum. Especially in the kamikaze team, the momentum exuded by Feng Xiaotian was completely equal to the momentum exuded by Hua Wushuan and Lin Meng, 2 strong attacking systems of the blazing fire team. Feng Xiaotian is 5 years older than Chuan Yi and Hua Wu. Feng Xiaotian, who is 16 years old this year, has a soul power level of 36. Green light surged on Feng Xiaoshan's body, and his muscles and bones suddenly swelled. His figure instantly surpassed the tall Chuan Yi, and his hair was dyed green. The most peculiar thing was that a wolf head emerged from his left shoulder, giving people a weird feeling. This is the martial soul that Feng Xiaotian is proud of, the Gale 2-headed wolf. This is a martial soul that mutated from the middle and high-level martial soul, the Gale demon wolf. After summoning the martial soul, Feng Xiaotian looked at Chuan Yi, who was motionless, and was confused. What's the situation with this guy? Now that I think about it, it was unreasonable for a weapon spirit master to be placed in the front. Although Feng Xiaotian was a little arrogant, he was not a fool. An unpleasant feeling flashed through his heart. At this time, Wu Ji had already come to the edge of the ring. He said in a hurry, "Now, I declare that the 8-on-8 fighting spirits have officially begun." Then, he withdrew from the ring. The game started, and the kamikaze team took the lead in launching spirit skills. The team members behind Feng Xiaotian flew into the sky at the same time as planned, choosing to attack the enemy's back row from the sky. 4 of the 8 people stretched out their wings behind their backs, and when they flapped, the wings took advantage of the power of the wind and soared into the sky. Wind attribute spirit masters have a few more advantages than other flying spirit masters when flying, because they can sense the wind in the air and use the wind. Of the remaining 4 people, 3 are ground teams that cannot fly, and the other is their leader Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian is different from the 3 people behind him. He has the ability to fly. According to the original plan, he should also fly. However, as the planner, Feng Xiaotian did not choose to take off. The first yellow soul ring behind him lit up. The sharp wolf claws popped out from his palms, and in an instant, both claws swung out in the direction of Chuan Yi. The wolf claws were surrounded by green light, and at the moment of swinging, each wolf claw would produce 5 wind blades. This was Feng Xiaoshan's first soul skill, the wind blade array. The 10 wind blades, like a sharp knife, looked very sharp and fast. Moreover, this move completely blocked all the ways for Chuan Yi to dodge through the number and flight trajectory of the wind blades. Feng Xiaotian violated his pre-match layout and chose to attack Chuan Yi first, which was just an intuitive behavior. His inner uneasiness made him do this suddenly. Before taking off, he must first find out the truth about Chuan Yi, otherwise, he would be uneasy. Chuan Yi looked at the sharp wind blades, and there was no ripple in his heart. In his eyes, the wind blades seemed to be in slow motion. It would be easy to dodge with just a slight flash. But Chuan Yi did not choose to dodge, but stood in place and endured the attack. Because, if he dodged, the formation behind him would be disturbed. Chuan Yi's heart moved, and all parts of his body emitted vermilion light. And the place where the red light surged was exactly the part that the 10 wind blades were going to attack. Dang! Dang! Several clanging sounds of impact exploded instantly. What? Feng Xiaotian, who had been watching Chuan Yi, had his pupils shaking violently, looking at Chuan Yi's body with an incredible look. The moment his wind blade hit Chuan Yi's body, it was like hitting a metal wall and instantly disintegrated. He looked again, and saw that the part of Chuan Yi's body that was in contact with the wind blade had a vermilion soul armor. The crystal clear, hard material like red jade covered the attack position in an instant. Feng Xiaotian took a look and recognized that it was a kind of defense formed by soul power compression. This is such a delicate control of soul power, and such a powerful soul power level. Just by compressing soul power, he can block his first soul skill. And this is without activating his martial soul. The third soul skill, Swift Wind Wings. The second soul skill, Double Wolf Possession. A pair of huge green wings suddenly appeared behind Feng Xiaotian. At the same time, a huge green light formed a two-headed wolf phantom behind him. The light and shadow behind him merged into his body, increasing his attack, defense, and agility by 50%. Whoosh! The wings flapped lightly, causing a huge gust of wind in the field, and driving his body to fly upwards. This pair of wings that looked very cool was a relatively rare flying soul skill. As a 1000-year soul skill, it not only gave Feng Xiaotian extremely strong flying ability, but also had some hidden effects. However, now, he activated the third soul skill purely to fly from the ground and quickly get away from Chuan Yi. Because, just that one test just now, he had the idea that he was invincible. All the arrogance before disappeared, and even some regrets arose. At this moment, he only had the idea of escaping from the ground quickly and getting away from Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi saw the huge wings behind Feng Xiaotian and his movement to escape. He pushed the ground with his right foot. Crack! The hard ground was stepped into a small pit by the huge force. The huge body burst out with a contrasting speed, and with one step, it jumped directly in front of Feng Xiaotian. However, Feng Xiaotian's flying speed was not slow either. With just a flap of wings, his body flew directly off the ground. At the same time, he curled up his body into a sphere and escaped Chuan Yi's capture very thrillingly. At the moment of successful escape, Feng Xiaotian was directly scared out of his wits and felt the joy of escaping from the tiger's mouth from the inside out. What kind of explosive power is this? I was almost caught. Where did this monster come from? Feng Xiaotian kept cursing Chuan Yi in his heart, and even began to curse Wu Ji who invited them to the competition. However, even though all kinds of dirty words flashed through his mind, his body was not idle. After he dodged Chuan Yi's capture, his wings flapped quickly again and flew high. His flying height was as high as 40 to 50 meters. As long as he could fly to this height, he would be invincible. Chapter 190 Desperate Feng Xiaotian Chuan. It was a bit unexpected that the attacks were missed. The speed displayed by Feng Xiaotian on the opposite side was no less than that of a spirit master of the same level of agility attack. However, after being dodged, Chuan Yi did not panic. He followed closely and stared at Feng Xiaotian's figure. Chuan Yi exerted all his strength and jumped off the ground. Under the control of the powerful core force, he twisted his body in the air. While twisting his body, Chuan Yi was distracted and multitasked. He flipped his left hand and opened his palm. The pure and hot fire attribute spirit power quickly poured into the center of his palm and was highly concentrated. Bang! The concentrated spirit power exploded in an instant, causing Chuan Yi's body to twist faster. Chuan Yi did this to face Feng Xiaotian in the air. At the same time, the rigidity scattered on the surface of the body softened quickly. The softened rigidity passed through the surface of Chuan Yi's body like raindrops and quickly gathered at the tip of his right middle finger. And it condensed into a cone-shaped tip again. Chuan Yi's eyes fixed, and while rotating his body to the right, he used inertia to quickly swing his right hand toward the sky, and the vermilion tip condensed between his fingers shot into the sky like a sharp spearhead. Under the dual force of the powerful force of his right arm and the ejection of his own soul power, the tip that broke away from his body tore Feng Xiaotian's left wing directly from bottom to top like a bullet. Ah! Because it was from bottom to top, it went straight through Feng Xiaotian's wings. Chuan Yi's long-range attack directly tore a big hole in his hard wings. The damage to the wings seemed to bring great pain to Feng Xiaotian. After he screamed loudly, his body tilted severely due to the damage to one side of his wings, but Feng Xiaotian was not a simple character. After being attacked, he endured the pain and quickly maintained his balance with only one wing. Although he could not fly with only one wing, he could still control the trajectory of his fall. His right single wing flashed continuously in the air, and his falling body moved to the left out of thin air. Chuan Yi's body flipped backwards, and after stepping on the ground, he quickly rushed towards the direction where Feng Xiaotian fell. All this happened too quickly. In everyone's eyes, Feng Xiaotian was the first to attack and took the lead. But in the next second, the situation was reversed, and Feng Xiaotian became a panicked escape. It was too late for the kamikaze squad members flying in the air to support him. Chuan Yi gathered his soul power in his legs, and this time his speed was several knots faster than the first time. At the moment when Feng Xiaotian was about to fall to the ground, he stood behind him. With his red jade iron hands, he tightly grasped the wings behind him. Crack! Chuan Yi did not hesitate, and directly used the powerful strength of his hands to crush the hardest and thickest branches of the wings. Instantly, as the wings were broken by Chuan Yi, blood mist burst out from the broken wings. Ah! Feng Xiaotian let out an extremely miserable scream. Although his wings are not real body parts, they are also the product of his own cohesion. Perception is connected to the wings. The pain of the broken wings rushed into Feng Xiaoshan's mind at this moment. However, compared with the pain, his mind was full of disbelief. His shoulders were as hard as fine steel. He had never imagined that someone could break his wings just by gripping. In fact, Chuan originally wanted to tear the wings off Feng Xiaoshan's back. But considering the friendship between the two schools and the bloody scene, he chose to completely destroy Feng Xiaoshan's flying ability in the least exaggerated way. With such damage, it takes time to recover if you want to use the wings again. As Chuan broke the wings, Feng Xiaotian lost the support of the wings and fell directly to the ground. Feng Xiaotian did not lose consciousness after falling to the ground, and the pain even stimulated his madness. He knew that the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, but he was also the captain of the kamikaze team, carrying everyone's expectations, and he couldn't lose. He forced himself to stand up quickly, and then shouted to his team members, "Attack me!" While shouting, his claws condensed green wind blades again. This time he did not shoot the wind blades, but chose to condense the wind blades in his palms as his claws to attack the enemy. On the ground, Feng Xiaoshan's attack speed was even faster than when flying. And, at a very close distance, it only took a turn for his sharp wind blade claws to approach Chuan Yi. At the same time, the members of the kamikaze team understood Feng Xiaoshan's determination from his shouts. Countless wind blades and wind cannons burst out from the other 7 members. In an instant, Chuan Yi was completely surrounded by intensive soul skills from top to bottom. This was the method of mutual destruction that Feng Xiaotian thought of in an instant. Through his sudden attack, as long as he could hold Chuan Yi back for a moment, he could let Chuan Yi and him bathe in the baptism of soul skills together. Chuan Yi looked at Feng Xiaoshan's decisive choice and had a different view of this young man. Desperate situation broke out, and in a moment, he could think of a way to die together. This is not something that everyone can do. This requires strong willpower and crazy determination. However, it's a pity. Feng Xiaotian has his teammates, and Chuan Yi also has his teammates. Chuan Yi did not move in the face of a group of attacks, and even dispersed the condensed energy in his hand. Just when Feng Xiaotian thought he had succeeded, a blazing white light emerged from behind Chuan Yi. The next moment, the white light took away his sight. A hot breath hit him. This breath was hot and would not burn his body, but it had an elasticity that he could not resist. It directly knocked the wind blade in his hand and his body away. From the audience, people could only see that a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the center of the blazing fire team and quickly swept the entire venue. The light dissipated, and the dense soul skill attacks that originally surrounded Chuan Yi disappeared. Feng Xiaotian, whose wind blade was almost about to touch Chuan Yi, appeared near the edge of the ring. This was Huo Wu's third soul skill, the fire ring resistant. Although the second awakening of the martial soul was not activated, with the dual assistance of Ling Yun and Wang Xing, and the explosive power of the ring, this soul skill could still burst out a terrifying resistance. All soul skills and enemies would be rejected by this move. Moreover, because the color of the flame changed to a dazzling white light, it has more visual interference than the original version, making it difficult to easily detect the distance of the fire ring. Feng Xiaotian lay on the cold rock ground, staring blankly ahead. He noticed that the source of the white light was Huo Wu. At this moment, the self-confidence he had accumulated for a long time was completely shattered by Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Chapter 191 Mutual Benefit. The white light flashed, and everyone in the venue looked at the shocking scene in front of them in silence. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and it seemed that before everyone could react, the kamikaze team was defeated. And, from beginning to end, the blazing fire team only attacked twice. The fire ring of resistance released by Huo Wu sent all the soul skills and the 3 players behind Feng Xiaotian out of the ring. Feng Xiaotian was not sent out of the ring because of Huo Wu's control. The purpose was of course to keep him in the ring and continue to suffer. Captain. The 4 flying soul masters in the sky escaped the disaster due to the angle and height restrictions of the fire ring. However, they could only hang in the sky anxiously and could not act rashly. Because as long as they lowered their altitude, they would be sent out of the ring by Huo Wu. Chuan Yi ignored the people in the sky and walked slowly to Feng Xiaotian. Walking up to him, Chuan Yi looked down at Feng Xiaotian lying on the ground and asked in a cold tone, "Seeing you so arrogant, I thought you would be very strong, but I didn't expect you to be just like this." Feng Xiaoshan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he clenched his fists and glared at Chuan Yi. "You!" He supported himself with his palms and tried to get up from the ground. However, Chuan Yi would not give him any chance to resist. He stared at Feng Xiaotian, and his mental power and soul power were released together, and they were all aimed at Feng Xiaotian. Ong! In an instant, Feng Xiaotian felt a strong sense of oppression and fear. The body that still had strength left trembled under Chuan Yi's oppression. It was as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Chuan Yi's soul power and mental power had been integrated. In the state of no martial soul, the soul power oppression he released not only had oppression on the soul power level, but also oppression on the mental power. Even in the state of no martial soul, its intensity exceeded the soul power oppression of the ordinary soul saint level. Even Feng Xiaotian, who possessed a powerful beast martial spirit, could not resist this force. Damn it! Feng Xiaotian was frantically circulating his soul power, and the wolf head on his left shoulder was also grinning and making a dull groan. He used all his strength in his arms to barely support his upper body. Although he knew that the difference in strength between the two was obvious, he did not expect that he could not even stand in front of Chuan Yi. "I heard that you also have innate full soul power. Moreover, you are much older than me. But why is your cultivation so low?" Chuan Yi shook his head, feeling extremely dissatisfied with Feng Xiaoshan's laziness. 16 years old, 36th level. Although this cultivation speed is enough to be called a gifted talent. However, as a person with innate full soul power, a 16-year-old with a level of 36 is simply an insult to the term innate full soul power. This speed is not even as good as the cultivation speed before the awakening of the fire dance martial spirit. Chuan Yi looked at Feng Xiaotian as if he saw a warning. Even if you have extremely high talent, it is difficult to bring your talent to its full potential without hard work. Feng Xiaotian was powerless to refute. Facts speak louder than words. Seeing Chuan Yi, who was equal to him but much stronger than him, he also felt a pang of regret for his past slackness. After his energy was exhausted, Feng Xiaotian could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground in despair, no longer thinking of resisting. "We admit defeat." Beside the ring, the leader of the kamikaze team shouted loudly and raised the white flag. Feng Xiaotian was their baby, and they would never allow any accidents to happen to Feng Xiaotian. Therefore, even if they would be embarrassed in public, they had to protect Feng Xiaotian. At this time, Wu Ji, who was in the audience, appeared on the ring at some point and announced loudly, "Because of kamikaze the team chooses to admit defeat. I declare the friendly exchange match, and the Blazing Fire team wins." Chuan Yi heard it and retracted his soul pressure. He didn't look at Feng Xiaotian again, and turned back to his team. "Xiao Yi, you did a good job." Everyone in the Blazing Fire team smiled, feeling quite proud. Huo Wu also walked to Chuan Yi with a smile and said, "That guy is so arrogant, he should be taught a lesson this time." She saw the situation just now very clearly, and when she saw Chuan Yi severely teach Feng Xiaotian a lesson, the depression in her heart also dissipated. Chuan Yi rubbed Huo Wu's head. The anger in her heart also subsided. He is just a domineering fool relying on his talent. Don't worry too much. Looking back, I saw the teachers and team members of Shenfeng, carrying Feng Xiaotian and quickly fleeing the martial arts field. They didn't even say goodbye to Wu Ji. Just because they really didn't have the face to stay in this space. In the audience, the students of Shuo were celebrating their victory. The students on the opposite side fell into silence. Wu Ji walked to Chuan Yi and smiled, "Well done." He felt surprise from Chuan Yi again, especially Chuan Yi's soul power control ability. The soul power shot that pierced Feng Xiaoshan's wings was something he couldn't do. Chuan Yi nodded. However, there was no excessive fluctuation in his heart. The outcome of this victory was destined from the beginning. "Dean, will my doing this affect the relationship between the two schools?" Chuan Yi asked. Wu Ji said nonchalantly, "No, in fact, for our Shuo Academy, the victory of this game will be an important factor in improving the status of our academy." Chuan Yi nodded slightly, thinking a little in his heart. This world is a little more rough than the previous life. As long as you have enough strength, you can do whatever you want. Feng Xiaotian can walk in front of them without any scruples and speak out. It's all because of his own strength and the background of the Divine Wind Academy behind him. Conversely, Chuan Yi is the same. Not only his own family, but even the Blazing Academy can now be regarded as his background. So, in public, it won't matter if he slaps the other side hard. However, this is all because Chuan Yi's own strength and talent are strong enough. Because of his existence, the prestige and strength of the Blazing Academy will be further enhanced, which is also the main reason why Wu Ji held this exchange meeting. XXXX. Although Wu Ji suspected of using Chuan Yi did not reject Wu Ji. Because, the strength of Shuo Academy is in the interests of Huo Wu's family. At the same time, he will have a powerful force behind him. In general, this is a mutually beneficial process, so he changed his low-key style and deliberately showed off in front of people. Moreover, in normal battles, he also kept a hand and did not reveal too much intelligence and information. The exchange-friendly match ended. For Shuo Academy, everyone was happy. At noon, the dean's office. After the exchange match in the morning, Chuan Yi came here specifically. Chuan Yi, you came here specifically, is there something going on? Seeing that Chuan Yi was not accompanied by Huo Wu, Wu Ji came alone and asked Chuan Yi curiously. Dean, I want to withdraw from the actual combat training afterwards. Chapter 192 Hanhai City. Wu Ji's eyes flickered, he sighed, and said, Can I ask the reason? Chuan Yi looked directly at Wu Ji and said, You know the reason. If I don't play in today's exchange match, it will be a very beneficial practical experience for the entire team. This exchange match has no benefit except to establish prestige. And, most importantly, I want to spend more time on my own practice. Today, after seeing Feng Xiaoshan's miserable condition, it also sounded a wake-up call for him. Therefore, he chose to withdraw from the team's training in the early stage. Wu Ji fell into silence. He understood Chuan Yi's decision very well. However, the academy never mentioned it to Chuan Yi in advance. In fact, they had more expectations for Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's current strength can already become the most resounding signboard of their academy, but now, Chuan Yi has decided to retire. Wu Ji has never seen a genius as low-key as Chuan Yi. If he had such strength when he was young, he would definitely show off more. But, now, Chuan Yi has made it clear, he must make a decision. The silent atmosphere passed for a moment. Wu Ji did not procrastinate too much. Okay, I agree with your decision. However, I hope you can understand that there will always be a place for you in the Blazing team. Chuan Yi smiled and replied, I know. Wu Ji nodded with relief. He was a little reluctant, but decided to respect Chuan Yi's decision. The relationship between Chuan Yi and the college is not a subordinate relationship, but an equal relationship. Chuan Yi walked out of the dean's office. He felt a little relieved. When you need to make a decision, make it. Otherwise, you will suffer from the chaos. From today's arrangements, the college seems to have, and wanted to rely on him. Therefore, Chuan Yi had to make his thoughts clear from the beginning. Starting from the second day, Chuan Yi became famous in one battle. His reputation spread widely in Shuo Academy and Shenfeng Academy. However, from the day after the battle, Chuan Yi disappeared from the public's sight as if he had disappeared without a trace. When everyone was puzzled and began to look for Chuan Yi, their attention was attracted by another shining point. That was Huo Wu. Her illustrious reputation became well known along with the team's terrifying winning streak in the fighting spirit field. On the other hand, Chuan Yi completely shrank inside the academy and practiced his own cultivation. Without other restrictions, Chuan Yi could devote all his time to his own cultivation. Physical training, mental training, soul power training. Chuan Yi was like an ascetic monk, thinking about cultivation every day with his eyes open and closed. In the remaining rest time, Chuan Yi would spend time in the blacksmith shop communicating and studying with Yuan the blacksmith, except for dating Huo Wu. On the other side, Tiandu City. The relocation of the Chuan family's territory has also determined their final relocation address. That is the Hanhai City, located in the extreme west of the Tiandu Empire. It is said to be a choice, but in fact, there are very few choices left for them. On the long coast in the west of the empire, only Hanhai City has a port leading to the sea. Hanhai City, built by the sea, is the largest coastal city in Douluo continent. If you want to develop a family, Hanhai City is undoubtedly the most suitable place. After setting the goal, they immediately started the relocation project. The Chuan family is a big family with a lot of wealth. It is not an easy thing to bring many clansmen to the extreme west thousands of miles away. However, they have already formulated a long-term task of moving in batches. On the other side, Chuan Yu and Solinger, who have been running around outside and are responsible for collecting materials, arrived at Hanhai City early. Outside Hanhai City, a long convoy arrived here. Looking at the large convoy, the soldiers guarding the city have never seen such a big battle. The palms holding the weapons were sweating, and they swallowed nervously. At this time, two tall couples got off the carriage at the front of the convoy. They were Chuan Yu and Solinger, who had just arrived in Hanhai City. Solinger frowned as soon as she got off the carriage. Is this the smell of the sea? A fishy smell rushed into her nostrils with the sea breeze. Solinger, who came to the sea for the first time, felt a little uncomfortable with the unique smell of the sea. Chuan Yu didn't seem to care. He walked to the door calmly and talked to the soldiers. The soldiers nervously began the routine inspection. Because there were too many convoys and people, they specially mobilized a team of soldiers for this. During the inspection, the soldiers found that there were fewer people in so many carriages. More than half of the carriages were loaded with heavy iron ore. Moreover, most of the members of the convoy looked like blacksmiths. After the inspection, the team leader walked up to Chuan Yu and Solinger. No problem, you two can enter the city. Walking into Hanhai City, the smell inside the city is stronger than outside. Moreover, the residents of Hanhai City are shorter than the people living in the inland. So, when they drove in the city, they attracted a lot of people to pay attention to the convoy. It has been a long time since they saw so many inland people coming to Hanhai City. In order not to attract attention, the convoy accelerated and went directly into the inner city. After driving for more than an hour, the convoy finally passed through most of Hanhai City and arrived at a huge villa in the inner city. The villa is located in the inner city, and it is also the most towering area in Hanhai City. Therefore, from the back of the villa, you can overlook the city and the vast sea from top to bottom. Because the city is surrounded by tall walls, even though Hanhai City is built by the sea, there are only a few places where you can see the sea from the city. This villa can be said to be the Douluo continent version of the Super Sea View Room. It is a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. However, a sea view room is a piece of cake for the Chuan family. After enjoying the beautiful sea view, Solinger and Chuan Yu ordered their subordinates to tidy up the room and supplies. They took a carriage and left the villa without stopping. The carriage drove from the east to the west. Directly from the inner city, it came to the west gate of Hanhai City. Through the west gate, the carriage drove on a wide and solid road. After a while, the carriage stopped at the dock of Hanhai City. The dock occupies a large area, with dozens of giant docks hundreds of meters long, extending into the sea. At least hundreds of ships are parked on the spacious seashore. Whether it is the road extending from the west gate or the huge dock, the government spared no effort to build these infrastructures to ensure the maritime trade here. The sea contains endless dangers, but also endless wealth. And Hanhai City is a place where danger and opportunity coexist. Chapter 193 Hanhai Shipyard. Chuan Yu and Solinger did not get off the carriage, but sat in the carriage and began to observe the entire dock along the shore. As the only port city in the Tiandu Empire, there are hundreds of ships moored on the shore. Seagoing ships. Among them, the large seagoing ships have a hull length of more than 100 meters. Looking from the shore, the large ships are like towering hills, and the shadows cast by them can cover more than half of the dock. Even the well-informed Chuan Yu and Solinger were shocked when they saw the man-made behemoth standing in the sea. How much money and time are needed to build such a large seagoing ship? Seeing the real seagoing ship, Solinger also realized that it was not easy for them to gain a foothold here. Chuan Yu replied, "Don't worry, we can start with a smaller ship and accumulate experience. Then, we can use small boats to train enough sailors. Eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Start with what we can do, and slowly we can do the same level, or even better." Chuan Yu has a calm personality. After seeing the big ship, he can still keep a calm mind. He has a clear arrangement and plan in his mind. After touring most of the area, the carriage finally stopped next to a giant dome building. Chuan Yu and Solinger got off the carriage. The dome building was more than 100 meters high, and the main door of the building was completely open. Moreover, the height and width of the door were nearly 100 meters, almost extending to the dome. Therefore, from the front, the scene inside the building was in full view. Even because there was a similar door opposite the door, Chuan Yu and Solinger could pass through the building and see the sea opposite. The sea breeze blew through the two open doors, bringing a mixture of salty and woody smells. Inside the building, there were various thick woods and ship skeletons that were still in the embryonic stage. Countless workers and carpenters gathered together, making the building bustling with people. These people's faces were full of seriousness, and they were concentrating on shipbuilding. Solinger also praised it. It is worthy of being the largest shipyard in Hanhai City. The scale and size are even larger than the Great Seoul Arena in the main city. The shipyard is the pillar industry of Hanhai City. In this far west, even the Seoul Arena can't make more money than it. Moreover, this Hanhai shipyard is the largest in Hanhai City. It manufactures medium and large ships, and the price of each ship is astronomical. The building where Chuan Yu and Solinger arrived is called Hanhai Shipyard. More than 80% of the ships at the Hanhai City docks are made by them. Let's go in and take a look. Chuan Yu held Solinger's hand and walked into the huge building. There were fully armed soldiers at the entrance of the shipyard checking all entrants. Due to its special importance, the official Hanhai City stands behind this shipyard. Therefore, there are many troops stationed in the shipyard. The soldiers who were searching saw that Chuan Yu and Solinger had extraordinary temperament and appearance, and they also valued them. You two don't look like residents of Hanhai City. Are you here to commission shipbuilding? Chuan Yu smiled calmly and said, my husband and I have just moved to Hanhai City, but we plan to stay here permanently. So, we came here to customize the boat. The soldier understood and said, I see, since this is your first time here, I will arrange someone to serve you. Then the soldier turned to the man not far away and said, Mr. Zhang Jun, here are two distinguished guests who want to buy a boat. Come out and receive them. The thin but tall man turned around and replied, no problem, please follow me. Zhang Jun was wearing simple grey clothes. Judging from his appearance, he was about 30 years old. However, his presence was quite conspicuous among the strong workers who were dirty with sweat. Moreover, Zhang Jun's image is not very similar to that of a resident of Hanhai City. With white skin and tall stature, he looks more like an inland person. When Zhang Jun passes by, the workers on the side will stop their work and stop to salute him. Everyone, please be safe. Zhang Jun waved and greeted the workers in a friendly tone. Chuan Yu found that Zhang Jun, an ordinary young man, was quite prestigious in the shipyard. Zhang Jun led them to a quiet room. The room was located in a remote corner of the yard. In order to build ships, the interior of the yard was an empty space. Only on the walls on all four sides were there rows of rooms. In the middle of the room, there was a sofa for guests. Chuan Yu and Solinger sat on the sofa and looked around. The room was filled with the scent of ink. In addition to various small wooden boat sculptures, there were also many drawings and books. Dear guests, please allow me to introduce myself to you. My name is Zhang Jun, and I am the Deputy Director of Hanhai Shipyard. Zhang Jun has a gentle temperament, not like a shipbuilder, but more like a teacher. But I didn't expect that such a thin man would be a big shot in the factory. But why would the Deputy Director personally come to the door to receive guests? Chuan Yu had a little doubt in his heart. It turns out to be the Deputy Director. Hello, my name is Chuan Yu. I came here today to customize a sea ship. A hint of joy flashed in Zhang Jun's eyes, but he quickly hid it and asked calmly, oh, what size of sea ship do you want to customize? Medium size, not too big. But I have a high requirement for the strength of this ship. Chuan Yu said. That's no problem. Our shipyard can stack thick armor on the outside of the ship, and ordinary 100-year soul beasts can't hurt the hull. When Zhang Jun talked about the ship, he became less calm. He stood up and chattered about the shipbuilding. After listening to Zhang Jun's explanation, Chuan Yu had a superficial understanding of the ship. Moreover, the specific design plan provided by Zhang Jun also met his requirements. Well, let's customize one here directly. Chuan Yu didn't hesitate too much and chose to customize one directly. Zhang Jun didn't seem to think that Chuan Yu would be so straightforward. Okay, Mr. Chuan, then I'll go get the stamp and the contract now. As he said this, Zhang Jun actually left the two of them and rushed out of the room by himself. Chuan Yu and Solinger felt a little uneasy when they saw Zhang Jun's performance. Solinger asked softly, husband, this person doesn't seem very reliable. Should we go directly to the factory director to entrust the shipbuilding matters? Chuan Yu also had the same opinion, but he did not move, but chose to wait and see. Let's wait and see. It's not good for us to go to the captain now. It may be more beneficial to our future to have more contact with this strange deputy factory director first. Chapter 194 Signing the Contract. Chuan Yu came to the shipyard to commission shipbuilding, which was only part of his purpose. His real purpose was not just to commission shipbuilding. His most important purpose was actually to poach people from the shipyard. All the shipbuilding technology and talents were poached to their family, and a shipyard that belonged only to their family was established. Therefore, Chuan Yu felt that it might be more beneficial for him to contact this slightly strange deputy director first than to contact the director directly. Just as they were waiting in the room for the return of the explanation, a rough voice came from outside the door. Zhang Jun. Are you there? Before anyone could answer, the director of the voice pushed open the door and walked in. Chuan Yu and Solinger turned around and saw a dark-skinned strong man who broke into the room they were in. The two looked at the man with a little dissatisfaction, and the man also noticed their gaze. In an instant, he changed his attitude from the rudeness just now, and said to the two gently, I'm sorry, you two should come to order a boat. But I want to remind you that you have been deceived by Zhang Jun. Customization is not his task. Chuan Yu was immediately interested and asked curiously, I heard that Mr. Zhang Jun is the deputy owner of your factory. Can't the deputy owner receive customers and accept orders alone? The rude man continued, although he is indeed the deputy owner, it is just an empty title given to him because he is the disciple of the owner. However, despite his reputation, he is still a novice who has never been responsible for manufacturing ships. Therefore, in order to attract customers for themselves, they would specifically squat at the entrance and rob customers. I see. After listening to the man's explanation, Solinger also had a general understanding of the matter. Another roar came from outside the door, Soli, how many times have I told you not to enter my room casually? Zhang Jun took some items in his hand and quickly returned to his room. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, he saw that his good thing was ruined. At this moment, Zhang Jun could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and loudly scolded the man named Soli. Soli's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes looking at Zhang Jun became bad. Zhang Jun looked at Soli's eyes, and suddenly changed from anger to cowardice. He was overwhelmed by anger and almost forgot that Soli was a powerful soul master. If it weren't for his identity as the deputy director, his behavior just now would be considered an offense to the honorable soul master. Seeing the guests next to him, Soli also deliberately paid attention to his image. He smiled and patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Junior brother, I wonder if you told the two of you your specific situation when you accepted the custom commission. Zhang Jun looked at Soli and said with some gritted teeth, No. That won't do. Our Hanhai shipyard emphasizes honest management. Hiding from customers is the last thing you should do. Your level is far from being able to receive customers. Zhang Jun wanted to refute immediately, but when he saw the cold light in Soli's eyes, he could only swallow the anger and unwillingness in his heart. He turned around and bowed deeply to Chuan Yu and Solinger, and apologized, I'm sorry, both of you. I deceived you. Your commission can be completed through senior brother Su. Under pressure, he could only reluctantly give up the customer he had finally grabbed. When Soli turned to face Chuan Yu, he turned back to his smiling face, completely ignoring Zhang Jun's face behind him, and said, Haha, I really made you laugh. Next, I will serve you. He pointed outside the room and said, Please follow me, my room is not far away. Chuan Yu watched a good show on the spot and also roughly understood the specific situation. Looking at Soli's invitation, Chuan Yu did not refuse. He smiled, nodded, and said, Then please trouble Mr. Su to lead the way for us. Soli smiled when he heard it, and walked in front to lead the way for the two. Chuan Yu also took Solinger's arm and followed closely, walking out of Zhang Jun's room. Zhang Jun stood by the door and passed by the two. Although his face was normal, the contract in his hand was deformed by his pinching. After walking out of the door, Chuan Yu turned around and looked at Zhang Jun while no one was paying attention. In Soli's office, Soli was enthusiastically explaining the relevant instructions to Chuan Yu and Solinger. Chuan Yu did not waste time and repeated the requirements he had mentioned to Zhang Jun to Soli. After thinking for a while, Soli proposed a general design plan to Chuan Yu. Soli's plan was similar to Zhang Jun's plan. Chuan Yu did not hesitate and signed a contract with Soli directly. Of course, signing a contract is just the first step. After that, there are still many things to discuss with Soli, including specific design drawings and plans, and then the specific construction date arrangement, etc. But this is undoubtedly a good start. According to the rough estimate, it will take about 2 or 3 years to build a ship that meets their requirements. However, since there are many medium-sized hulls manufactured in advance in the shipyard, the time required will be greatly reduced. They only need to make slight modifications and cover the hull with a thick layer of iron sheet before they can launch it. The time required is directly reduced by half. After agreeing on the specific matters, Chuan Yu and Solinger said goodbye to Soli and got on the carriage and returned to their villa. On the way, Solinger could no longer hold back the doubts in her heart and asked Chuan Yu, "Why didn't you choose Zhang Jun just now, but Soli? I can see from your expression that you are obviously more interested in Zhang Jun." With Solinger's understanding of Chuan Yu, she could see Chuan Yu's psychology from the subtle expression alone. However, just when she thought that Chuan Yu would choose Zhang Jun, Chuan Yu unexpectedly chose Zhang Jun. This made Solinger a little puzzled. Chuan Yu replied, "Haha, if I had chosen Zhang Jun at that time, it would have harmed him. You also saw the situation at that time. If Zhang Jun was responsible for shipbuilding, he would definitely be affected by Soli. On the contrary, Zhang Jun could not influence Soli. Now we are in urgent need of a ship, so from the perspective of efficiency, it is definitely the most appropriate to choose Soli. Besides, I am interested in Zhang Jun for other reasons, which have nothing to do with this commission." Solinger had some understanding in her heart, so she did not continue to ask. Back to the villa, the sun has begun to set. Standing on a high place, watching the sun descend from the endless sea level. The setting sun melted gold, and the sparkling scene gave people an indescribable shock. After returning to the villa, Chuan Yu immediately summoned his men. And ordered, "I want to know all the specific information about the Hanhai shipyard. Especially about Zhang Jun and Soli, we must search every detail." Chapter 195 Invitation. 1 month later. Hanhai City, Chuan Family Villa. In the study, Chuan Yu was entertaining the first guest who came to Hanhai City. "It has been a week since we last parted. I wonder how Deputy Director Zhang is doing?" Chuan Yu was asking amiably. "Thanks to you, I have been well fed these days and my body has become stronger." Chuan Yu's guest was Zhang Jun, whom he met by chance at the shipyard a week ago. Zhang Jun felt bad when he saw Chuan Yu again. Since Soli robbed his guest last time, Soli has been more strict in monitoring him. These days, even if he stood at the door waiting for the fish caught in the net, he would be robbed by Soli's people. Soli and he are both deputy captains, and the other party is a Soul King level weapon Soul Master. The power in the field is not comparable to that of a young man like him who only has the title of deputy director. Therefore, there is still a little resentment in Zhang Jun's words. "Haha, that's good, that's good. Being able to eat means that the body is still strong. Good things, it's good." Chuan Yu seemed not to understand, but laughed out loud. Zhang Jun saw Chuan Yu's heartless look, and sighed in his heart, and then asked helplessly, "I haven't asked you yet, why did you invite me here? Hasn't the shipbuilding contract been signed with senior brother Su? The area he is in now is the most expensive area in Hanhai City. From this, it can be seen how great Chuan Yu's wealth and power are." Seeing this, Zhang Jun's silent heart began to beat again. However, long-term suppression made him timid and cautious. Chuan Yu smiled and said, "I heard that Deputy Director Zhang is the last disciple of the current director. He has been learning shipbuilding skills from the director since he was a child. Now more than 10 years have passed. Deputy Director Jiang's skills must be very advanced." Hearing Chuan Yu's praise, Zhang Jun's face was gloomy, and he said with a little shame, "You are too kind. Although I am a student of the director, I have never personally guided and participated in shipbuilding. I can only say that I am a paper talker, and I can't say that I have superb skills." Chuan Yu was very shocked and asked, "What? Director, the top apprentices of the shipyard are not allowed to participate in shipbuilding? It is worthy of the reputation of Tiandu's #1 shipyard. The requirements for shipbuilders are so high." When Zhang Jun heard this, the anger in his heart rushed into his mind, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. "Humph." Chuan Yu paused and asked in confusion, "Why is the deputy director so angry?" Zhang Jun complained angrily, "I just turned 24 this year. Ordinary apprentices can participate in practice in their early 20s. At my age, many people have set up their own businesses. However, due to some reasons that cannot be put on the table, I can only spend my days in the field in a days." As he said this, Zhang Jun sighed heavily. Chuan Yu listened to the complaints, his eyes sparkled, and said, in this case, if someone sponsors Deputy Captain Zhang, I wonder if he is willing to set up his own business. Zhang Jun was speechless when he heard it, and his calm heart was also violently shaken. This. Chuan Yu saw Zhang Jun in a mess and began to strike while the iron was hot, saying, I heard that the current factory owner is in worsening health and will soon step down as the factory owner. The many powerful deputy factory directors in the field will definitely scramble for the position of factory director. By then, Deputy Factory Director Jiang's situation will definitely be more difficult than it is now. So, I want to invite Mr. Zhang to guide our Chuan family's shipyard. Zhang Jun finally knew Chuan Yu's purpose. Are you inviting me, Lord Chuan? Zhang Jun was a little unbelievable. He had never met a big shot who would pay so much attention to him. Chuan Yu nodded affirmatively and said, of course. I know that Mr. Jiang's ability is no less than anyone else. Staying in the current place will only make Mr. Jiang's pearls and jade covered in dust. It just so happens that our Chuan family also wants to build a shipyard of our own outside the city, and it just happens to lack talented people like Mr. Zhang. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? In a week, Chuan Yu collected all the information inside the shipyard. Among them, the information he focused on collecting about Zhang Jun made him know Zhang Jun very well. The current director of Hanhai Shipyard has trained several disciples in his early years. The oldest is over 50 years old, and the youngest Zhang Jun is now in his 30s. After several disciples have achieved academic success, they will be given the position of deputy director by the director and participate in specific affairs. With the help of the disciples, the director of the huge shipyard leading the shipyard to a higher peak. But as time passed, the factory director's decision to decentralize power made the situation in the factory more complicated and chaotic. The apprentices who have been in power for many years have become more greedy, and everyone has a desire for the position of factory director. Therefore, all kinds of open and secret struggles have emerged one after another. Among them, Soul Li, relying on his soul master talent, has gathered many forces in the factory and become the most powerful person. Having power is not enough, Soul Li also began to suppress other competitors, among whom Zhang Jun, who is the youngest in age and qualifications, became the biggest victim. However, according to reason, even if he was suppressed, Zhang Jun, who had no power, should be the least worth mentioning. However, Zhang Jun had the most dazzling talent among all the disciples, and he was also amiable and loved by the workers in the factory. These things made Soul Li feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Therefore, he would leave no way out for Zhang Jun. However, this was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Chuan Yu. Without further delay, Chuan Yu immediately he invited Zhang Jun to come. Chuan Yu looked at Zhang Jun, who was in a state of confusion, and waited for his reply. Zhang Jun's heart changed from being shocked at first to being overjoyed. For someone who has not seen the sun for many years, just a glimmer of light can make him crazy. Moreover, the invitation from the Chuan family is not just a glimmer of light, it is a chance for him to see the sun again. However, after the great joy, Zhang Jun fell into silence. Seeing him fall into silence again, Chuan Yu nodded secretly in his heart and asked, is Mr. Zhang worried about the old factory director? Zhang Jun nodded. Yes, the old factory director is getting older and older. If I leave suddenly, no one will take care of him. So, I want to refuse the invitation. Chuan Yu was not surprised at Zhang Jun's refusal. Because, with Zhang Jun's talent, even if he was squeezed out in the factory, as long as he left there, he would be able to show his talents in the outside world. But even if he endured the suppression, he stayed in the factory for so many years just to take care of the old factory director. The factory director's health suddenly took a turn for the worse in recent years. Although he was not seriously ill, he had minor illnesses. This was also an important reason why Zhang Jun did not dare to leave. Other brothers were busy fighting for power. Only he, a powerless guy, stayed by his master's side to serve him. Chapter 196 Conspiracy. It was precisely because of knowing these things that Chuan Yu was more and more satisfied with Zhang Jun. Only such a kind person could he safely accept him as the family's shipbuilder. After rejecting Chuan Yu's invitation, Zhang Jun looked at Chuan Yu's expression nervously, but Chuan Yu's expression suddenly became unpredictable. This made Zhang Jun unable to guess Chuan Yu's expression. Chuan Yu suddenly stood up and walked to the desk behind him. Then he grabbed some letters from the desk, returned, and handed the letters to Zhang Jun. What is this? Zhang Jun took the letter and asked in confusion. This is some information I accidentally found when I was investigating Soli. Among them there are things related to you, you can take a look. Zhang Jun was confused, but he still lowered his head and began to read the letter. At first, Zhang Jun didn't care, but gradually, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. A few minutes later, Zhang Jun, who had finished reading the letter, couldn't calm down at all. He slammed the letter on the table and shouted, "This is absurd. This Soli is simply not a human being. The information in the letter is the specific information about Soli in the past month. It was discovered by chance by Chuan Yu's investigators after more than a month of secret investigation. In the past month, Soli often went in and out of 3 unknown niche herbal medicine stores, except for a few places he often visited. Although it was impossible to observe Soli closely because he had the cultivation of the Soul King realm, after he left, the intelligence personnel of the Chuan family spent a little money and learned that Soli often bought some rare herbs. Moreover, the herbs purchased from each herbal medicine store were different. In this regard, Chuan Yu, after knowing this information, specially sent someone to ask the doctor for relevant information. As a result, they learned that these 3 medicinal materials are harmless to the human body when taken alone, but if the 3 are boiled together, they will become a chronic poison that is not easy to detect. After knowing this, Chuan Yu combined the information that the old factory director's health was getting worse, and instantly understood Soli's vicious thoughts. Killing the master. This guy obviously wanted to kill the master and quickly inherit the factory director, so he did this. I think as the person closest to the old factory director, you should know the old factory director's physical condition best. Then Chuan Yu handed a small pottery bottle to Zhang Jun. Here is the antidote I asked the doctor to prepare. As long as you pay attention to not taking poison again, just take 1 pill a day, and persist for half a month, the toxins in the body can be eliminated. You can take it back and feed it to the old factory director. Zhang Jun took Chuan Yu's bottle and thanked him loudly, "Thank you, sir, such a great favor is beyond your ability to repay. Please wait until I go back and solve this matter, and then thank you again." After saying that, Zhang Jun turned around and was about to leave. Chuan Yu hurriedly asked, "Mr. Zhang, don't you doubt the properties of this medicine?" Zhang Jun acted too quickly and didn't even doubt Chuan Yu. Obviously, Zhang Jun himself also vaguely noticed something unusual. Zhang Jun stopped and turned back and said, "I believe that as an adult, you will not deceive me, a powerless little person, for no reason. Moreover, to be honest with you, I had my suspicions before, especially in this month, Soli came to visit the master too frequently. I thought he came to visit before the master abdicated. I didn't expect that. The old factory director is 80 years old, but because he is a soul saint level weapon soul master, his body is as strong as that of an average middle-aged man. But since 10 years ago, the old factory director occasionally caught a cold. Although these minor illnesses will heal quickly, the physical and mental condition of the old factory director has been much worse since then. At that time, everyone thought that this was caused by the old factory director's old age and excessive work on weekdays. But, unexpectedly, this was caused by Soli's poisoning. Chuan Yu saw that Zhang Jun trusted him so much, and he became more and more satisfied with Zhang Jun. "Since you trust me so much, I will reveal some more information to you. Soli used to buy medicine once a month before. But, in this month, Soli bought it frequently, which was obviously premeditated. So, remember to be careful when you go back." Zhang Jun heard this, turned around and bowed solemnly to Chuan Yu, then walked out of the study with a heavy look. Zhang Jun felt a chill in his heart after hearing Chuan Yu's reminder. The frequency suddenly increased this month, obviously because Soli wanted to get rid of the old factory director as soon as possible. However, why did he suddenly increase the frequency? Zhang Jun had a vague answer in his heart. Soli was probably alert to Zhang Jun, alerting him to the same soliciting behavior as a month ago. Soli was the pressure on Zhang Jun became more and more intense as Zhang Jun got older. However, this kind of suppression could not last long. In a few years, Zhang Jun would have to receive customers. If Zhang Jun had not complained to the old factory director for the sake of the friendship between the master and the teacher, in fact, he would have been qualified to receive customers from the moment Zhang Jun was appointed as the deputy captain. Zhang Jun's retreat made Soli even more unscrupulous. However, this time it was about his master's life, and Zhang Jun decided not to give in. Zhang Jun walked out of the room with a firm look in his eyes, took a carriage, and ran quickly to the shipyard. It was just past noon, and the old factory director was still in the shipyard at this time. In the study, Chuan Yu was drinking tea calmly. "It's up to you from now on, Linger." Chuan Yu turned to the window, looked at the scenery of the seaside, and murmured. Half an hour later, the carriage that Zhang Jun was riding in quickly arrived at the shipyard. After getting off the car, Zhang Jun forced himself to keep a normal expression and walked into the factory as usual. Although his heart was beating like a drum, Zhang Jun still tried to keep his steps as slow as possible. Walking into the factory, he headed straight for the director's office. This time was the time for the old director to have lunch. At the same time, Soli often came to visit the old director during this period. Time. Ding ding. Zhang Jun took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the factory director's office. "Come in." An old voice came from the room. Zhang Jun pushed open the door and walked into the room, but when he saw the figure that chilled him in the room, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Master, Brother Su, I'm here." Zhang Jun suppressed his inner emotions and asked as usual. "Zai Jun, how come you came back so quickly? Didn't you go to the inner city today under someone's invitation?" The old factory director asked Zhang Jun with some doubts. "Oh? Inner city? When did junior brother meet a big shot? How come I don't know?" Soli, who was standing aside, had a gloomy look in his eyes when he heard the old factory director's words, but he cleverly avoided the old factory director's gaze. When the old factory manager saw Soli asking, he laughed proudly and said, "Your junior brother has finally made progress. This time he was invited to the inner city. It is very likely that your junior brother's skills have been noticed by others." "Ha ha ha, I knew this guy would not let me down." Ahem. Chapter 197 Exposed. The old factory manager is named Sun Miao, a native of Hanhai City. Born into a shipbuilding family, he has been learning shipbuilding from his family since he was a child. Both his shipbuilding talent and cultivation talent are excellent. At the age of 30, he took charge of the shipyard. In just a few decades, he expanded his family's shipyard to the first shipyard in Hanhai City. In general, Sun Miao has lived an enviable life. Although he suffered from physical illness in his later years, Sun Miao did not care. The only thing he cared about was the future of his disciples. Now, the youngest Zhang Jun has also begun to get on the right track, and Sun Miao's heart has completely calmed down. Overjoyed, Sun Miao ignored his physical condition and laughed. Seeing Sun Miao laughing, Soli, who was sitting next to him, stood up quickly, stroked Sun Miao's back with his hand, and said with concern, "Master, I know you are very happy, but you still have to take care of your health." Zhang Jun saw Soli's hypocritical face, and his anger became stronger. Sun Miao had secretly praised Soli for being considerate a few days ago. "Junior brother, sit down quickly, I think you haven't eaten yet. Sit down and eat together." Soli smiled gently, just like a perfect senior brother. "Okay." Zhang Jun sat down, picked up Sun Miao's lunchbox on the table, and started eating. "I'm really starving. They say the richer you are, the more stingy you are. We talked for a whole morning, but you didn't even give me food." Zhang Jun's sudden move made Soli's hand patting Sun Miao's back pause for a moment. However, he soon said with a slightly teasing tone, "Junior brother, no matter how hungry you are, you shouldn't snatch the food from the master. There is still plenty to eat in the cafeteria downstairs." Sun Miao smiled nonchalantly, "Oh, it's okay. At my age, it's okay to eat less." Compared to eating, he was more immersed in the harmonious atmosphere of brotherly love. Zhang Jun seemed like a hungry ghost who had been hungry for years. He stuffed the remaining half of the food into his stomach. Then, he patted his stomach, lay comfortably on the sofa, and exclaimed, I'm full, I'm full." Soli saw Zhang Jun finish all the food, and sighed helplessly, "I can't do anything about you." He stood up, picked up the empty lunchbox, and walked to the door. "Master, you eat mine first, I'll go get some more." After that, Soli walked out of the room with the empty lunchbox. When the footsteps gradually faded away, Zhang Jun's expression became solemn, and he first signaled Sun Miao to be quiet. Then, he walked lightly to the door, put his ear close to it, and after confirming that Soli had left a far enough distance, he hurried to Sun Miao. Sun Miao looked at Zhang Jun's suspicious behavior with a puzzled look, but still cooperated. Zhang Jun walked in front of Sun Miao, looked at his wrinkled face, and whispered reluctantly, "Master, please stay calm after listening. You are poisoned, and the person who poisoned you is probably Soul Li. Sun Miao paused for a breath, was silent for a moment, and then chuckled. But after laughing, Sun Miao's pupils vibrated visibly. The short-term violent emotional fluctuations made his blood surge, his chest ached, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Zhang Jun was anxious, but he still kept a trace of calm. He took out the small pottery bottle given to him by Chuan Yu from his chest, opened the bottle mouth, and carefully poured out a tiny pill from it. The pill is the boiled medicinal mud, rolled into a ball, and it is dark black. Zhang Jun handed the pill in his hand to Sun Miao, wanting him to take it. Sun Miao hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. After taking the pill, Sun Miao's cough did not stop. Zhang Jun could only pat his back anxiously to help his master breathe smoothly. Sun Miao has lived for most of his life and has seen many storms. After a while, he adjusted his mood. Who gave you this news? Is it credible? Zhang Jun did not say it, but nodded very solemnly. The next moment, Sun Miao sighed, and his straight back bent a little. His face also aged several years in an instant. Zhang Jun's eyes suddenly turned red. It was the first time he saw Sun Miao's expression so weak. All along, even when he was sick and weak, he had never seen Sun Miao's expression so fragile. Sun Miao cares most about his family. Now he heard the news of Soul Li's betrayal. The news was undoubtedly a huge blow to Sun Miao. However, Zhang Jun must tell Sun Miao about this matter as soon as possible, otherwise, he alone cannot stop Soul Li's conspiracy. Master, what should we do next? Should we subdue Soul Li first? Zhang Jun asked anxiously. Sun Miao was still a little depressed, but he straightened his bent back again, with a cold light in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, you just need to do it as usual later, and leave the rest to me." Zhang Jun nodded, then returned to his seat with a lazy expression. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the room was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. Finally, after a while, footsteps began to be heard outside the door. Soul Li walked into the room with a lunchbox filled with food and smiled, "Master, you see, fortunately I went in time, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to eat your favorite sea fish soup." Soul Li put the lunchbox in front of Sun Miao and sat opposite Zhang Jun again. Sun Miao looked at the fish soup in the lunchbox, but he did not show his usual excitement. He pushed the lunchbox to Soul Li and said, "I have eaten enough today. Let's share half of this fish soup. I remember you also liked to drink fish soup when you were a child." Soul Li was a little stunned, but immediately refused, "I have enough to eat the rest. I saw you coughing and specially served it to you. Don't waste it." Sun Miao was completely desperate now. He snorted at Soul Li, "Humph! How come I didn't realize your sinister intentions and dared to kill my master? You are really bold." Sun Miao questioned Soul Li angrily. Soul Li was startled by the sudden cold snort, but he still argued with an innocent expression, "Master, what are you talking about? Why are you so angry all of a sudden?" Then, he turned his eyes to Zhang Jun on the side and pointed at his nose and said, "Did this kid tell you something?" "Master, no matter what this kid said, he was jealous of me, his senior brother, and wanted to frame me, so he said it." As soon as the filter of the beloved disciple in Sun Miao's eyes disappeared, all the details that were previously filtered out by his unconsciousness became clearly visible. Soul Li's lies were completely exposed in his eyes. Moreover, Soul Li's despicable behavior of framing his junior brother before his death made Sun Miao completely recognize Soul Li's true face. "Pa!" He angrily slapped the table with force, breaking the thick wooden table in two. "You still dare to quibble? Today I will teach you a lesson as a traitor." As he said, a wooden hammer of natural wood appeared in Sun Miao's hand. And 7 dazzling soul rings appeared behind him. Chapter 198 Backhand. Soul Li laughed at himself when he saw that Sun Miao was serious. "Master? I have never seen such a biased master. Between me and Zhang Jun, you actually chose to believe Zhang Jun directly. I think you, an old man, are unworthy of being a teacher." Soul Li, who had given up, no longer had a bright expression. His gloomy and twisted face exposed his ugly heart. The jealousy, disgust, and hatred hidden in his heart burst out. Spirit summons. A plane appeared in his hand, and 5 soul rings appeared behind him at the same time. He pointed the plane in his hand at Sun Miao and roared, "Since you, an old man, are unfair, you might as well retire from the position of factory director as soon as possible." Sun Miao's eyes were cold, and the veins on his palm holding the mallet were bulging. In his rage, he could no longer tolerate it, raised his martial soul, and hit Soul Li. As the soul ring behind him lit up, the mallet in his hand emitted a green light, the handle of the mallet suddenly became longer, and the head of the mallet also became larger. The huge head of the mallet was enough to cover half of the body. In the small room, Soul Li had no room to dodge. Martial Soul, Wooden Mallet. As a weapon martial soul, it lacks too strong attack power, but it can play a miraculous role in shipbuilding. However, the originally weak attack power became extremely terrifying under the cultivation of the Soul Saint level. Bang! The mallet hit in front of him, and the plane in Soul Li's hand also became larger and blocked in front of him. Crack! The soul power fluctuations generated by the collision between the two made a loud noise, and caused a huge wind in the room, breaking the window. However, the huge attack was easily resisted by Soul Li. This is impossible. Zhang Jun, who cleverly hid behind Sun Miao, was surprised when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha! As I expected, your physical condition has long been on the verge of the limit. This weak attack is simply unbearable to watch. Soul Li laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with a smug look. Instantly, he used both hands to scrape the surface of the mallet with the plane, and actually directly shaved a layer of the mallet. The plane spirit is completely restrained by the mallet in terms of spirit category. In addition, Sun Miao, who has been in a state of poisoning for a long time, has a serious decline in physical condition and has long been a spent force. Sun Miao, whose spirit was shaved off a layer, was not in serious trouble, because the mallet spirit had the characteristics of the plant system. As long as it was not burned out, it would recover quickly if it was partially damaged. However, the decline in physical condition made him fall into a slump. Haha, shaved, shaved, shaved. Su Li, laughing wildly, swung the plane in his hand vigorously, and in an instant, wood chips flew and then dissipated. The huge wooden hammer was whittled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Sun Miao could only block the attack with both hands. Someone is making trouble, come quickly. Zhang Jun turned and ran to the window, sending a distress signal to the guards downstairs. However, his voice seemed to sink into the sea, and no one paid attention to it. Even pedestrians on the road would not look up. Although the director's office was indeed located on the upper floors of the building, it was unreasonable that such a big noise could not attract the attention of passers-by. Soon, Zhang Jun realized that it was the work of other soul masters. Soul Li, you dare to collude with outsiders to attack the shipyard together, you are so brave. Sun Miao is knowledgeable and has a certain understanding of the current situation. Mirage. This is a rare water attribute soul skill. By releasing the majestic water attributed mist, the area covered by the mist will present the picture that the controller wants to present. However, generally speaking, this kind of soul skill can only hide the body, but cannot isolate all sounds. What's more, this is a conflict between a soul saint and a soul king. It can be seen that the person who releases the soul skill must have a strong cultivation. As Sun Miao guessed, from the outside world, the shipyard still maintains its original state, and even the broken glass has not attracted anyone's attention. This shows that the coverage area of the mist is very large. However, there is no strong man with this kind of cultivation in their shipyard and the soldiers responsible for guarding. Only external forces have such strong men. The cunning Soul Li obviously made preparations for the backhand, and wanted to kill Sun Miao directly this time. While Sun Miao was furious, his heart was also cold. As time went by, the pills swallowed were eliminating the toxins in his body, but if there was a powerful helper, the situation would not be under his control. Just when he had the idea of escaping from this area, suddenly, his martial soul suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His wooden hammer martial soul was issuing a serious warning, and the fear of the martial soul made him sweat coldly. This feeling cannot be resisted, so I can only run away. Just when Sun Miao wanted to hug Zhang Jun and jump out of the window directly, something strange happened. Who are you? Where is Lord Su? Soul Li's panicked voice came. I saw that behind Soul Li, a bright red figure appeared at some point. The breath emitted by the figure made the cold sea breeze from the window become hot. Among the people present, only Zhang Jun recognized this figure, because he happened to have seen this person a month ago. The person who came was Solinger, who secretly followed Zhang Jun. Solinger smiled coldly and kicked the door with her foot. A tall figure fell beside the door. Soul Li's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing the familiar figure falling beside the door, his heart was shocked. Who are you? Solinger smiled lightly, and then her pupils suddenly turned into golden vertical pupils. This was the last scene Soli saw. After that, he fell into a coma. Bang! Solinger's figure flashed in front of Soli, and the powerful lion claws hit his abdomen heavily. The palm force penetrated the abdomen and knocked Soli down directly. There are only these two attackers. You can rest assured. Solinger clapped her hands and said gently to Sun Miao and Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun exclaimed, Madam Su. Why is it you? Looking at the 6 soul rings floating up and down behind Solinger, Zhang Jun found it difficult to associate the gentle Solinger with the powerful battle soul master. Solinger said, It's my husband. He is worried about your safety, so he specially invited me to protect you. Zhang Jun was moved. Sun Miao hurriedly thanked Solinger, Thank you, madam, for your help. I, Sun Miao, will repay you for this great favor. We can talk about these things later. Let's discuss how to solve the current situation first. Sun Miao looked at the 2 people lying on the ground and said decisively, I will solve it. After that, Sun Miao found a gorgeous scimitar from the messy room. Puchi, puchi. 2 sounds of piercing the body sounded one after another. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Miao killed Soli and his assistant with 1 knife. Solinger was also shocked by Sun Miao's decisiveness. As expected of a person who created a huge shipyard, he is not simple. With the disappearance of the mirage, a patrolling soldier finally found something strange. Solinger heard someone rushing into the room, the soldiers are coming soon, so I will withdraw first. Sun Miao did not stop him, but hurriedly said, after dealing with this matter, I will come to visit my benefactor. Solinger did not answer, but nodded, and then quickly disappeared from the sight of the 2. Chapter 199 Gift of a Ship. Hanhai City, Inner City, Chuan family. You came back so quickly, what happened? Chuan Yu asked in confusion. Solinger told Chuan Yu everything that had just happened. Chuan Yu fell into deep thought after listening. Things are developing in an unexpected direction. What should we do next? Solinger asked. Chuan Yu sighed lightly, I thought it was an internal struggle, but I didn't expect that there would be external forces involved. Linger, can you introduce it in detail? Can you tell me about the stranger's intelligence? Solinger replied, what is certain is that the other party is a 5-ring soul king, a sea soul master who uses water-attributed soul power, and has special skills that can change the scene and isolate the outside and the inside. By the way, that Soli also called him Lord Su, so his surname should be Su. Although the hidden soul master has special soul skills, his strength is weaker than expected. After thinking, Chuan Yu replied, now, we have too little information, so we will wait and see. The shipyard will definitely help us to find information first. A week later, Chuan Yu also sent people to investigate the news from the outside world, but the attack on Director Sun did not cause much commotion. It seemed to be deliberately suppressed. However, Chuan Yu was not too anxious and did not conduct an in-depth investigation. Because he knew that it would not take long for him to know the situation. Sure enough, after a week, Sun Miao brought Zhang Jun to them. In the study. Thank you, Lord Chuan and Madam Su, for saving my life. I am here today to express my gratitude. Sun Miao, an 80-year-old man, bowed solemnly to Chuan Yu to thank him. Chuan Yu hurriedly helped Sun Miao up and said gently, it's just a little help, and we actually have selfish motives to help. Sun Miao saw Chuan Yu being frank, and his inner vigilance immediately disappeared. After the 3 of them sat down one after another, Sun Miao went straight to the point and said, I came here this time and brought some gifts. I hope you can accept them, Lord Chuan. Chuan Yu didn't want to accept them, but seeing Sun Miao's serious expression, he didn't refuse and took them readily. As the saying goes, I dare not refuse the gift given by the elders. Then I, Chuan, will accept it. Accepting this gift actually means that the grace of saving his life has been offset, but Chuan Yu didn't care. Sun Miao took out a stack of slightly thick papers from his arms and put it in front of Chuan Yu. Chuan Yu picked it up curiously and read the words on it, but as soon as he finished reading the first one, Chuan Yu stood up excitedly. This, Chuan Yu hurriedly flipped through the papers at the back and said in disbelief, this is too valuable, we can't accept all of them. Chuan Yu hurriedly pushed the paper in his hand to Sun Miao. But Sun Miao pushed it back to Chuan Yu and said affirmatively, compared to the grace of saving my life, this small gift is not worth mentioning. But, this is the contract documents of dozens of sea ships, with a total value of hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. We are unworthy of it, unworthy of it. Chuan Yu never thought that Sun Miao would be so generous. He didn't even blink and directly took out dozens of sea ships and gave them to them. Sun Miao said generously, I have been building ships all my life, and I also have a small savings. I can still take out a mere 30 sea ships. Moreover, this is my personal collection, and it is also presented to the Chuan family in my personal name. It has nothing to do with the shipyard. Lord Chuan can accept it with confidence. What does 30 ships mean? A small ship can carry about 30 or 40 people. 30 ships can carry more than 1,000 people. Moreover, Chuan Yu just looked through it and found that small ships accounted for about half of them. The remaining half, one of them was a large ship, and the others were all medium-sized ships. Medium-sized ships are already the mainstay of navigation. They can not only carry nearly 100 people, but also cross the sea and sail to the deep sea area. However, the value of many medium-sized and small sea vessels is not as good as that of a large sea vessel. A large sea vessel that can carry 1,000 people is already a real behemoth. If the Chuan family wants to build it by themselves, it will take several years just to study it. In addition, it will take more than 10 years to build a real ship. However, now Sun Miao has directly equipped them with a set of sea vessels. As long as the personnel are fully equipped, they can directly pull up a fleet. Sun Miao's generosity directly made up for the early predicament of the Chuan family's lack of ships. Faced with such a huge temptation, Chuan Yu also took a few seconds to break free. We, the Chuan family, have just arrived and we really need these sea vessels. It would be disrespectful for us to refuse them. After this incident, the atmosphere between Chuan Yu and Sun Miao became relaxed. Sun Miao continued, in addition to the sea vessels, in fact, I have another thing I want to discuss with Lord Chuan. Chuan Yu replied, is it about Soul Li and the unidentified Sea Soul Master? Sun Miao shook his head and said, we can put this matter aside. What I want to talk about is Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun. Chuan Yu looked at Zhang Jun in confusion. Zhang Jun smiled and nodded to Chuan Yu, then took over Sun Miao's words and continued, I have sworn to Lord Chuan before. Today, I am here to fulfill my oath. If Lord Chuan still has the intention to build a shipyard, I am willing to join the Chuan family and serve as the director of the Chuan family shipyard. Surprises one after another. The joining of the shipbuilder surprised Chuan Yu more than directly giving him a ship. With the shipbuilder, they can be regarded as having real independent research and development capabilities. Shipbuilding technology is the foundation of their Chuan family's foothold in Hanhai City. Chuan Yu hesitated for a moment, then asked Sun Miao, does Director Sun really not care about handing his beloved disciple over to us? Will this affect Hanhai shipyard? Sun Miao smiled and said, I have resigned from the position of factory director. What happens next is no longer my business. What? Chuan Yu was shocked and said, I see that your condition will not take long to recover. After recovery, with your cultivation, you can still lead for at least 10 years. Why do you suddenly resign? Sun Miao said with a slightly lonely expression, it's not because of my body. I just feel that I have been busy with work for these years and have neglected many things. Moreover, I have been busy for decades and it is time to rest. After experiencing Soul Li's betrayal, Sun Miao's heart has undergone an important change. Therefore, he directly handed over the position of factory director to another apprentice. As the saying goes, nothing is easy. After resigning from his position, Sun Miao focused on more places that he had not noticed before. Although Zhang Jun is young, he has learned my true teachings and will not let you down. Zhang Jun also looked at Chuan Yu with hope. Seeing this, Chuan Yu was overjoyed, stood up, stretched out his hand to Zhang Jun, and said, on behalf of the Chuan family, I welcome Master Zhang to join. Chapter 200 Getting on the Right Track. After discussing Zhang Jun joining the Chuan family, Chuan Yu went on to talk about the attack. After investigation by Sun Miao and official forces, from the details of the appearance and the body, they initially judged that this Su was a member of the pirates from the sea. They were not sure which pirate group he came from. However, after this incident, they increased the protection of the shipyard. Chuan Yu asked after hearing, pirates are so rampant, why don't official forces go out to sea to eliminate these pirates on the sea? Sun Miao smiled bitterly and said, every pirate group that dares to rob merchant ships in this vast ocean is not a guy to be messed with. Some large pirate groups even have more than 100 soul masters in the group. In addition, the Spirit Hall had issued a warning to land spirit masters not to enter the sea lightly, so the pirates could only be allowed to run rampant in the sea. Chuan Yu had heard about the dangers of the pirate group, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. If the Chuan family wants to survive in this sea area, they will inevitably clash with these pirates in the future. Chuan Yu's heart was also heavy. Just dealing with the sea soul beasts has already given him a headache, and now with the pirate group with sea soul masters, he has more things to consider. Ended the meeting with Sun Miao and Zhang Jun. The Chuan family officially began to build its own shipyard. First of all, the location. Since it is their own shipyard, the location cannot be placed at a crowded dock. But it cannot be too far away from Hanhai City. Under the guidance of Zhang Jun, a native of Hanhai, they started from a barren saline alkali land slightly away from Hanhai City. Found an abandoned seaside town. The original name of the town was Linjiang Town. Because the town is close to a river that flows into the sea, it is named Linjiang. Originally, the town was inhabited by villagers who lived by the sea, but in an accident, a male villager who went out to sea encountered a violent sea soul beast and eventually died in the sea. The residents of the town who lost important labor could no longer survive on the seaside and could only move to Hanhai City or go inland. This situation is not an isolated case. The Sea of Douluo continent is a dangerous area that only the strong can navigate. Even if the residents of the towns around Hanhai City can hold on for a while, they will completely lose hope if they unfortunately encounter an accident. This is also the reason why the huge Tiandu Empire only has Hanhai City. The reason for the port city. However, these abandoned towns can be moved in immediately after a little rest. All kinds of basic facilities such as water and housing are available. It just happens to be the construction area of their Chuan family shipyard. After choosing a good address, the rest is easy. Chuan Yu waved his hand and invested countless gold soul coins in the construction. The Chuan family did not have much experience in the construction of shipyards, but with Zhang Jun and Sun Miao behind Zhang Jun, decades of shipbuilding experience are no joke. Under the guidance of Zhang Jun and Sun Miao, the shipyard they built was aimed at the highest standards from the beginning. Moreover, what the Chuan family lacked the least was craftsmen of various production systems. With the combination of experience and technology, a medium-sized shipyard it has already taken shape. On the other hand, Chuan Yu and Solinger took advantage of the construction time of the shipyard to use the newly acquired sea vessels to cultivate their own sailing talents. Starting from the small sea vessels at the beginning, Chuan Yu and Solinger took over and went to the shallow sea area respectively to try to catch seafood. However, Chuan Yu and Solinger, who lacked experience and knowledge, suffered in a short time. The most basic symptoms of seasickness almost killed all the people on their boat. Not to mention catching fish, just standing on the boat throughout the whole process is not an easy task. Chuan Yu and Solinger still maintained a good attitude in the face of these setbacks. They all knew that these difficulties were ultimately temporary pains, and they could be overcome in the end as long as they spent some time. During this period, the members of the Chuan family were arriving in Hanhai City in batches. The members who were separated in two places before finally completed the reunion in Hanhai City. The members of the Chuan family are composed of three parts. One is the main line member headed by Chuan Li. Although there are only 5 of them, they are a real leadership force. The second part is the branch members are represented by the White Gloves martial spirit. There are 2,000 to 3,000 members. And, as time goes by, it is still expanding. The third part is the family members who are attached to the Chuan family in various production jobs. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on. Altogether, there are more than 1,000 people. These members are not lower than the White Gloves family in the second part in status, and are also an important part of the Chuan family. Moreover, there are also intermarriages and intermarriages between the members of the second and third parts. Therefore, the boundary between the so-called second and third parts is gradually blurred. In the end, they are directly divided into 2 parts according to the awakened martial spirit types. Now, these 3,000 to 4,000 family members have arrived in Hanhai City from all over the continent in a low-key manner. Quan Li and Yunxiang will also arrive in Hanhai City in the near future after properly handling the affairs of Tiandu City. Although everything has just begun, it is slowly getting on the right track. A family that has Soul Douluo, Soul Saint, and Soul Emperor and has been developing secretly for decades, its accumulated foundation is definitely not simple. Now, the Chuan family came to Hanhai City, what kind of waves will it cause remains to be seen. Shiwo Intermediate College. The martial arts field of the college. 2 months have passed since the last friendly exchange match with Shen Feng. The lively venue on that day now seemed empty and desolate. On the huge arena, only Chuan Yi stood alone. Other team members, including Huo Wu, were participating in group battle training in the big soul fighting field in Sa City. So, these days, Chuan Yi chose to practice here alone. Soul Summoning. The scorching sun gauntlet appeared on both hands, and Chuan Yi focused his eyes and stared at the palms of both hands intently. Suddenly, Chuan Yi snorted. 2 balls of flame appeared in the palms of both hands. However, the strange thing is that the black flame that appeared in the palm of the right hand was as black as ink. A golden flame appeared in the palm of his left hand. At the same time, the 2nd and 5th soul rings behind Chuan Yi were also summoned by Chuan Yi along with the appearance of the flames. The 2nd soul skill, the power of dark flames. The 5th soul skill, the divine judgment. These 2 soul skills can bring Chuan Yi 2 powerful flames with different characteristics. Adhesion and darkness, melting and brilliance. These 2 flames not only have strange appearances, but also benefit Chuan Yi a lot from the amplification and effects they bring. However, in recent days, Chuan Yi has discovered a problem that has given him a headache. That is, these 2 soul skills, these 2 flames, can't be integrated.